Morning, everybody. Welcome to Bank Holiday Tuesday. My God, this holiday goes on forever and ever, doesn't it? So yesterday, and the aftermath in Twickenham is bottles and broken glasses and all sorts of things. After the rugby, 80,000 people there, hardly anybody wearing masks, and yet they cancel New Year's Eve for the rest of us. The Mayor's brilliant idea to shunt 6,500 people into Trafalgar Square and offer them a choir as some sort of entertainment. No, we wanted fireworks, love. That's what we wanted. According to the papers today, and we do have the papers, so that's good news, no new fresh curbs. The Prime Minister's decided that he's ruined everybody's life so far, but he's ruled out fresh curbs, so that's interesting. Can't wait to see. Because I believe that over Christmas, the amount of people going down with COVID had almost gone up again. But admittedly, you know, people are going, oh, it doesn't matter, you know. Although, speak to anybody who's had COVID, they'll tell you, believe you me, it makes a difference. The punch up at the hunt. That was a good one. I knew that would be happening. Because we've had a few of those stories, haven't we? All the people go out because on Boxing Day, it's traditional hunting territory, and they go out there and there'll be certain pubs that they all turn up at and people stand there and take pictures. This year they're booing them because they've suddenly realised that a lot of people are not adhering to the rules. I think the best thing to do would just be ban hunting completely. It doesn't matter whether they're doing drag hunting or hunting for just stop the whole thing, and then it will save any upsets, because there's going to be upsets, believe you me. Is it going to be a cold lang syne? Apparently not. Very mild, 16 degrees, double it and add 30. It's looking at 60-odd plus degrees. It's not going to make any difference to anybody. No snow, but still in parts of the country, a little bit of snow. The Morris men who ditched blackface, and they've now gone green. I think, personally, they look better in green. I always thought that was the whole idea about Morris men. They were supposed to be celebrating the solstice, and they go out there and there'd be certain pubs. We get them at a couple of pubs down in Twickenham, and it's always entertaining, because it's something that you don't see very, very often. Hopes for prostate cancer screening within 3 years. They just literally lie you on a bed and you go through what can only be described as a giant polo mint. I've had it done. You don't feel it. There's nothing to feel. It's just that it goes round and then it sort of raises itself up. It's a bit like being on a cheap funfair ride, except this is a very expensive piece of machinery. And there's somebody who sits there and then they monitor and they check everything to see. So I've been checked for cancer and they've said nothing. There ain't nothing there. But when you start getting to a certain age, you start panicking about, you know, whether or not you're going to go down with certain illnesses. And, you know, I've had my fair share of illnesses, but I was still trying to find out what Janice Long died of when she died the other day. In fact, Christmas Day she died. If you're going to die on a day, Christmas Day would be the day. Everybody is then going to remember, because otherwise in a few years' time you'll all be forgetting about it. What else do we have today? Oh, a new penguin colony found by the Navy. I often wonder what the Navy did. The Beckhams have had another picture boring the pants off. Who cares about the Beckhams? I mean, does it really make any difference? She's got a clothes shop. He apparently used to kick a football around and doesn't mind taking money from Qatar, whose human rights on gay rights are just almost non-existent. But, of course, you can't tell the Beckhams that, because old Davy boy will be grabbing the money as quickly as possible. And now it turns out that Romeo has signed a deal. I've never seen him play football, but apparently he signed a deal worth over £1 million a year with Puma. I mean, I don't quite get it. It'd be like giving Brooklyn, you know, £1 million a year for services to making sandwiches, because that's about all he can do. And he thinks because he's got a cookery programme. Hilarious. Seriously, you cannot unbelieve all the talent that is in the Beckham family. But I'll be so grateful when eventually somebody takes cameras away from them. We've got a 100-year-old woman planning to cycle the length of Britain. I don't know where they get the energy from. I find it difficult walking to the bus stop. And space-mad people are convinced there is a McDonald's on the moon. I know, I can't believe it either. Plus, there's also a social network user. I don't know what they're called, actually, apart from a little bit simple. They've spotted 5 UFOs going in sort of a formation. Obviously, they have a drink problem, because there is no such thing as spacecraft, no such thing as little green men, no such thing as life on other planets apart from a little bit of water or droplets. Even on Mars, they can't find any water. They say it must be under the planet. But there's rocks and all sorts of little bits and pieces, but no such thing, apparently, as UFOs. Whether or not you believe in Area 51, that's your business, but I prefer to tell people you need to stop drinking, get some medical help, OK? There's something the matter with you, quite clearly. George Michael was apparently bisexual because, well, he wasn't. He had a little fling with a woman, according to a so-called friend of his, who can't wait to open his gob and tell you everything about George Michael that we never really wanted to know, thank you very much indeed. And he slept with this one person, so we're told. But as George isn't here to defend himself, I prefer to think maybe not true. And Ed Sheeran is on a mission to offset his carbon footprint. We love Ed Sheeran. We think he's fab. We think he's absolutely great. And Philip Schofield, do you know, somebody said to me the other day, are you thinking about New Year resolutions? And I said, well, absolutely not. Reason being, you don't keep them. Everybody does the same thing. You're either going to try and find a partner, hopefully a partner, or failing that, you're going to stop smoking, or you're going to go on a diet, or you're going to start going to the gym, start getting fitter, be a nicer person, all these sort of different. My New Year resolution is to try and find Philip Schofield a boyfriend. Because I worked on the assumption that Philip Schofield was so brave, as they said, to actually come out on the television, and they made a big brouhaha about the whole thing in all the newspapers. So far, no boyfriend's been seen within a mile of him. So I think next year we need to find Philip Schofield a boyfriend, so then he could be a happy homosexual. Because he was happy to tell you he was gay. So let's find him somebody. I mean, there have been rumours about, maybe he's had secret boyfriends. But either way, wouldn't it be nice to see him turning up to something with his boyfriend? No point in coming out if you're not going to sort of, go through with it. A little bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Wish my mum Joyce a happy 94th. She's got all her marbles, says Jackie, and she's a bit like Mrs. Overall in the Two Soup sketch. And you think she's got all her own marbles? Good Lord. But happy 2022. A little bit previous on that one. I'm still trying to work out. I'm going to come into town on New Year's Day because I'm doing breakfast between 7 and 10 on New Year's Day. And I was trying to think, do I take a car in which case we've had problems with this before because there's so much traffic in town and there's people who there's nothing to do. There is absolutely no point in anybody coming into London for New Year's Eve. The only thing you've got is Big Ben going bong, 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 and that's about it. There's no fireworks. There's nothing taking place. There'll be loads of police on duty to make sure that people behave themselves. We've had some great punch-ups in Leicester Square. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it's like watching your own private television company. You know why? There's a bar next door, and people get a bit tiddled. And once they get tiddled, then they start becoming a little bit pushy. So the police were out again yesterday, just down on the opposite the Garrick Theatre. And again, it was youngsters. And you think, do your mummy and daddy know that you're out at this time of the morning? They were out there about 3 a.m. And I didn't quite understand. They only looked about 14 or 15. And then I thought perhaps the parents are the same. Perhaps the parents are the same. Steve, as I'm laying on my army surplus camp bed in my cold and damp bedsit, it's good to know there's always somebody out there that's worse off than yourself. Well, I shouldn't think so, actually. If it's a cold and damp bedsit and it's an army surplus camp bed, there can't be anybody worse off than you, can there? I mean, at least the people who are sleeping on the streets have got sleeping bags and people come round and give them soup and breakfast and things like that. I mean, to be honest with you, a cold and damp bedsit, I'd get the council round, get these people prosecuted. Kind of a cold and damp bedsit. That's just ridiculous. Absolutely ludicrous. I remember seeing a programme a few years back. It was on This Morning, and Nick Ferrari was the guest, together with a woman who was a big supporter of asylum seekers. Not just any asylum seekers. These were the asylum seekers who pretended that they were children. And they put up pictures. I think it was Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby. And they put up pictures of a bloke who claimed to be 14. Well, I mean, he was 35 if he was a day. And there's a woman going there, and she goes, how do you know he's a child? And Nick said, well, for God's sake, look at the picture of him, you can see. It turns out over 1,000 asylum seekers have pretended to be children. And what they did on one of them, they put him into a school. He was over 35 years old. They put him in a school in a class of 15-year-old girls. And everybody's going, he's an adult. They obviously think we're a bit simple and we don't spot what children... We know what children look like. I mean, some of these so-called children had beards, if you please. I mean, there is no way. And Nick was sort of arguing his corner, and this woman was going, no, you're just anti-asylum seekers. He said, look at these pictures. These are adults. You can see they're adults. You know, to put them in a class with people is very dangerous, very dangerous. What else do we have? Oh, you're supposed to be out shopping, buying things in the sales. I never see the purpose of sales. Unless you really need something, if you need to go out and buy new bedding or new pillows or, clothes or things like that. Otherwise, it's just a way of parting you from your money. And obviously, you've heeded the advice and you've decided you're not going to go out because you're going to bump into people at the sales with no masks on. You're going to bump into people who are spreading COVID like there's no tomorrow. I mean, I know at the moment three people actually, because I got a phone call yesterday. 3 people who've actually gone down with COVID, and they're having a very bad time of it. So even if you've been jabbed, and you need all of it, including the booster, that will make it easier for you to go through it. But now you're only going to be self-isolating for 7 days. But it's still not a lot of fun. You get very weak. You get very sort of fed up with it. I mean, one of my friends said, I'm sick to death of looking at 4 walls. And this is the second time that he's had it. He's had COVID twice. So, when anybody gets it, I always ask them the same question. Where did you get it from? Where did it come from? Were you out at a party? Because you go on the buses now, you still see loads of people sitting on buses, no masks on. I got on a bus yesterday from here, and luckily, most people, apart from one girl, and you want to go up to them and but you know what they're like, because they always look a bit dodgy. I wanted to go up and say, why are you not wearing a mask? And I know what the answer would have been, I don't have to wear a mask. And you think, well, you're bloody well going to get COVID then, aren't you? And then you're going to be suffering. Most people in hospital who've got COVID haven't been vaccinated. And it's too dangerous, because if you haven't, the chances of it developing further is quite high. And you've seen the stories of people. I was a big anti-vaxxer. They go into hospital with COVID, and the last thing they say to the doctors is tell people to get vaccinated, because it ain't a happy ending, I promise you. We'll take a short break, and we take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
This is LBC.
Do you enjoy working with people from different backgrounds and being part of a team doing important work? The Home Office is recruiting engagement officers for our Immigration Removal Centre at Heathrow. You'll work with people in detention, conducting assessments, including around vulnerability and well-being. Salaries start from £32,000, plus annual allowances from £6,019 and a civil service pension averaging 27%. No experience required. Full training is provided. Search Home Office jobs to find out more.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Bank Holiday Tuesday. Yes, I mean, thankfully, many of you will be having the day off, but for many people, it's just normal working hours. They don't really mind about it. But there are certain areas, probably where you live as well, where there's a lot of people who don't celebrate Christmas and they're a bit bored and they want to go out for a cup of coffee. So consequently, as I've said, when I sort of drive home through Knightsbridge or get the train, there's loads of cafes open. It's all quite normal. They don't think there's anything different, And I personally, I went to Marks and Spencer's shopping yesterday, although I got a phone call because, we have CCTV at home. We have 16 cameras. It goes on to you can pick it up on your television because we've made sure you can do that. And you can also, it's recorded 24 hours a day. So if the police come round and say, oh, we saw this happening and all the rest of it, can we have a look at your CCTV? We can lift it off there, which is a very good idea. Yesterday, my friend Lynn was in the car park and 2 shoplifters had shoplifted from Marks and Spencer's. And what had they nicked? Smoked salmon. They'd nicked salmon, which are £10 a pack, and they'd got about 7 packs of them. Luckily, we had them on CCTV, and the manager from Marks and Spencer's was chasing them, and the woman's going the usual thing, we never nicked nothing. Yes, you did, you thieving old baggage. But anyway, then the police turned up and they got taken away. It's amazing how much we have a new system in Twickenham. It's probably operating in your area, which is it's an app. And it tells all the shopkeepers where shoplifters are operating. And mainly at this time of year, they're nicking expensive items. And they're nicking them from supermarkets because they know the supermarkets are busy. So they'll be nicking booze. It's amazing how many people go in and nick booze. Not just, the sort of the people who live on the streets or anybody. It's just people, professional nickers. Professional nickers. I wonder if there is such a thing. But anyway, they go out and they pinch things. I can remember once in Marks and Spencer's, the manager confronted somebody who'd been nicking pork. Oh, if you're going to nick something, nick steak, for God's sake. Don't nick pork medallions. I mean, that's really naff. And he'd got loads of them shoved under his coat, and he started threatening the manager, and the manager went, I'm going to get you. And the bloke stood there, opened his coat, and all this pork medallion fell on the ground, and the bloke ran away like a little girl's blouse. I mean, can you imagine? Why would you want to nick pork medallions? I mean, you're going to go for sort of, rump steak or fillet steak, aren't you? Or a bottle of champagne. But no, pork medallions. I remember thinking then, and what they do is actually, I saw a woman in Robert Dias nicking. I mean, I've never seen anything like it, and I'm afraid I couldn't resist it. She came in, and 15 minutes before, she'd been begging outside Richmond Station. And it's only because I remember her, and I was sort of unfortunately, I've got one of these inquisitive personalities, and I'm strangely drawn to shoplifters. I wish I wasn't. I can spot somebody coming into a store, and I know they're going to nick. What was she nicking? Candles. Big candles in glass jars. And so she took it and she put it under her coat. And so I said to one of the guys in there, I said, she's nicking your candles. You know, I felt a right telltale tit, but I didn't really care, because it's people like that push the prices up, which means that you and I have to pay for their indiscretions. And so he went over there and he said, have you got one of the candles? Yeah, I'm going to pay for it. I'm going to pay for it. And I thought, what? Because all these people are very brazen. They are prepared to brazen it out, and she was prepared to brazen it out. And I remember thinking, what's she going to do with it? And the answer is, excuse me, she would sell it on to somebody for a couple of quid, and that would give her money to go and buy something else. Drugs, mainly. But anyway, she brazed it. She said, well, I'm not going to buy it now. So she gave it back to him. I thought, we were never going to buy it in the first place. And so I'm standing there watching, and she turned to me and she said, what are you looking at? I said, well, you. What do you think I'm looking at? They never learn. They never learn. But people do, they do pinch things, and that's why the prices are high in the shops, because the more people nick. Didn't they do a thing once on television? It was very interesting. They had a cheapo shop that they set up in an empty shop unit in a shopping centre, and they put in there jars of coffee, pound, and things like that. It was all cheap stuff. And they had hidden cameras just about... People were thieving from this cheap shop. They were pinching jars of coffee and everything else. I mean, you will find people who will steal from Poundland. They go in there and they nick things. And I don't know whether it's the thrill of nicking or whether they're just tight or they just want to thieve. I've seen schoolgirls doing it. Schoolgirls did it from one of our schools in Twickenham. When it was it shows how long ago it was, because it was a Woolworths. And what they did, they picked up all the sweets, they walked to the back of the store, and that's when they shoved it all into their coats and into their school bags and everything else. And so the staff saw them and they chased them up the street. And I mentioned it on air. Sorry? Not Pick and Mix. We didn't have Pick and Mix at that time. Although the Pick and Mix in Edgware Road, all the people who live around Edgware Road thought it was like a gift. They'd just go and pick up sweets and eat them. And sort of, they obviously thought it was some sort of free thing as an incentive. But these girls were nicking. They got chased up the road. And I mentioned it on air, the school. The headmistress had the cheek to phone up my boss and say, Steve Allen said this about so-and-so. But, of course, luckily, I know all the schools in the area. They were thieving from this school. School children thieve. I don't know why this woman was so stupid she didn't realise. But, you know, they get there eventually. They get there. John says, my wife came home with a new pair of shoes and said, look, I've just saved 30 quid. I said, no, you haven't. You've just spent 20. We have a Johnson shoe shop in Twickenham. It's just gone bust. And so they've got a closing down sale, and they've got all these cheap, horrible shoes that they seem to have materialised. They've got boxes and I don't remember them ever selling these things, because Johnson shoes, I bought loads of pairs of shoes from there. They were quite good, 65, 100 quid, whatever. These are all £10, and you think, you've bought these in. Because we used to do sales when I worked in retail, and they would buy things in, but you had to put down special purchase, so people knew that you'd bought it in as a sale item. It wasn't a genuine reduction. And they've got all sorts of shoes, but just looking at them, I thought these have been bought in for like a £5, and they're selling them for 10 or 20 quid. Because people like to think they've got a bargain. That's what they do, but it isn't always there. Somebody says, it's always so reassuring hearing your voice like a large cup of hot cocoa on a cold winter's day. Oh, my Lord. I don't think I want to be a large cup of hot cocoa, but I do like hot cocoa. I like it with sort of squirty cream on the top. That's one of my favourites. And sometimes if I'm really feeling decadent, and I have felt decadent on quite a number of occasions, I like it with those little tiny marshmallows that they put on there, because it sort of runs down your chin and all the rest. And I quite like that idea. I think that's very good. Steve, what is the abbreviation? Oh, I don't know. Oh, hold on, I've got it. This is somebody asking about COVID. It's amazing how many people I know have had COVID. And it's obviously very, very easy to pick up. You know, if you're in a group of people somewhere, one person's got it. They had a thing in the paper today, and it was a group of people who went to a party in a pub. And out of the 30 people there, more than 25 of them caught it. 25 went home, checked themselves, because I've got, you know, like everybody has, the little test kits, which at the moment I'm having trouble with. I can't get the blooming little metal thing off the top of the little phial, which has got the liquid in. So you stick this sort of cotton bud up your nose, each side 5 times, turn it round, then you take it, you put it in the little flask thing, and then you squeeze it, the liquid goes round it, then you take it out, then you put the lid onto the top of the little phial of a little tiddly bit of liquid, and then you drop it onto the piece of litmus paper, and immediately it will sort of show you a bar. That's what you want. 1 bar. You don't want 2. 2 bars is you've got COVID. And a friend of mine sent me a photograph of his thing. He said, I've done it twice. He said, I did it once night before and once this morning. He said, and each time it's come up with the 2 bars. So he's down with it. So he's sort of suffering at the moment. He said, it's not a case of suffering. He said, it's a case of I'm bored. He said, by the time you've watched This Morning and all the other dreary programmes there are on the television, I think he knows Heartbeat and all the storylines off by heart. Which is quite a nice thing, because I quite like I like Heartbeat. Shane is over in Sydney. He says, we are having fireworks on Sydney Harbour this year, but last year we had fireworks, but you couldn't go anywhere near the harbour. It was cut off by the police, so maybe London could do the same thing. Oh, I shouldn't think so, Shane. No, the reason we're not having fireworks is because the mayor wants to save the money. That's it. They want to save the money. It's got nothing at all to do with COVID, because otherwise they'd have closed the rugby down. And everything else, they'd be going, listen, anywhere where there's a big group of people, you don't want them there for the simple reason they're going to be spreading COVID. I wouldn't like to imagine how many people went to the rugby yesterday, then went to the pubs afterwards, because it was a late kickoff. It was 5 o'clock, which means they're not going to be out till about 7:30, because there's 80,000 of them. Then they go to the pubs. Anybody wearing masks? No? Absolutely not. They just sort of, I don't know whether they think they're going to be immune from it, or whether they think that being outside in the fresh air with a bevy in your hand is the way forward. But we've had record numbers of people going down with COVID. But, you know, you want to, and just remember, if you haven't had the vaccine and the booster, you stand a very good chance of it being the worst experience of your entire life. You won't have anything as bad as this. I mean, there are people in hospital now, lots and lots of them, who've never had any injections, and they're taking up hospital beds. Not very good. Somebody says, it's from Mike, who says, I always think Jennifer Saunders as Eddie in Ab Fab in the New Year's Eve episode, where she says, my New Year resolution, sweetie, to have more fun. I used to love it when she used to, I mean, some of those scripts were just absolutely brilliant. And of course, there is a very good chance that Joanna Lumley is going to be getting an award in the New Year's Honours list. They said she could get a damehood, which, to be honest with you, she should. She's very good friends with Prince Charles. Everybody loves her. Everybody loves her, and I think she should. I remember interviewing her on quite a number of occasions, and she would always do a bit of her character, and she just went into it, and it was fab. It was absolutely wonderful. So you know, and having seen Jennifer Saunders out and Dawn French and people like that, I thought it was great series. Here in Ireland, which is where Brian is, he said, we worn masks for nearly 2 years, but then Christmas comes, and understandably, people are hugging and kissing again. So 3 of my neighbours now have COVID. Yeah, you see, I mean, I didn't think people did the hugging and kissing. I normally do hugging and kissing, and but I haven't done it recently. I forgot the other day, and I shook hands with somebody, and then I thought, oh, perhaps I shouldn't have shaken hands with somebody. And I saw my friend, Toby Tarrant, and normally we do group hugs and things like that, and we didn't this time. So perhaps we're all a bit worried about, you know, just how quick this thing can transfer itself onto you. So every time I get in my car in the morning, first thing I do, open the window. Not fully, but I have it so at least the air is flowing through. And if on the odd occasion my driver has not been wearing a mask, I always say before we set off, you will be wearing a mask, won't you? Because I'm sitting there wearing a mask, you know, and it's like the people who sit on the buses without masks on, I call them spreaders. They're people who are spreading it. All they've got to do is put a mask on, or failing that, get on another bloody bus. Don't come and sit with me. We don't want you on our buses. And they do. Oh, the worst ones, the really dim ones, are the ones who get on the bus, no mask on, and then the bus driver pushes his little button thing and it goes, you know, TfL's policy is you have to wear a thing unless you're exempt. I wish they didn't put that on there. And then all of a sudden they produce a mask and they put it on. I think, you've already infected us. Or failing that, the worst ones who put it under their chin. And they think that, how they think that works, I've got no idea. It's like taking your pants out of the drawer in the morning and sticking them on your head. It's a similar kind of thing. It's doing no good whatsoever. But all these people, you know, you can't educate them because they're obviously a bit dim. But, you know, and I do love the anti-vaxxers. You know, you really love them because they're just so dumb. So dumb. Happy Feast of the Holy Innocents, Steve, says Donny. Are you off to Holy Mass after the show? I don't know where I'm going to. I'm trying not to, because I'm a bit confused about the days, but I know today is Tuesday, and I don't need anything, but I am going to be having sausages in little pigs in blankets, because I bought so many over Christmas that my neighbour Lynn is going to cook them for me today. Because she had bubble and squeak yesterday, which is always very nice. And Steve, I've just, says Rob, checked the Harrods website, and the Miele HX1 vacuum cleaner is $579 in the sale, $465 on the Amazon site. But it's always the way, isn't it? If you went through everything, you can really spend ages trying to find discounted vacuum cleaners. You know, I can't imagine spending £579 on a vacuum cleaner. That seems like an awful lot to me. Although I bought Dysons before now, and they're not cheap. Even 465 quid, I think, is quite a lot of money. I prefer the Henrys. I've just bought, well, I haven't just bought it. I bought it 3 years ago and haven't used the blooming thing yet. And it's a cordless Henry. You charge it up, and it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And also, it sucks everything up. You know, some of them get, in the blades, they get clogged up with everything else. On a Henry, it just sucks it up. And then you just throw the bag away and you buy a whole new set of bags, which is, that was about the cheapest one. And they do Henrys, Hatties, all different names, and they're quite cute and very simple. Nothing really can go wrong with them, which is good news. 4:30 on LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast.
Steve Allen on LBC.
It's interesting looking at the amount. I don't want to bore you with COVID figures and facts and everything else, but you know, most people agree. You know, you get on the buses and the tubes now and the trains, and there's loads of people not wearing it. You want to say to them, you know, all right, we've had enough from people going, oh, of course I'm exempt from wearing a mask. Well, bully for you. I hope to God you don't go down with it. But when you look at December the 25th, how many new cases of COVID did we have? 113,628. On December the 26th, we had 108,893 cases. December the 27th, it was down to 98,515. Now, out of that 98,515, some of them might not make it. It's as simple as that. Some of them might not make it. I mean, deaths in the last 7 days are down. How many deaths we had in the last 7 days? 742. That's 742. Whether you look on that as a large figure or a small figure, it doesn't make any difference. That's 742 people are dead. Thank you very much indeed. And their families will be going, they're just a statistic. That's all it is now. I mean, it's down 5.6%. Well, whoopee-doo. Whoopee-doo. Doesn't make any difference. The amount of people I've spoken to who've had COVID, and it wipes them out. They don't have the energy to do anything. They don't have the energy for anything. One of my producers had it for 11 weeks. 11 weeks. He said, I mean, he thought he was on his last legs. Poor soul. You know, people, it does go through buildings, but it's the people, the selfish gits, as I call them, who sit on the buses and they sit on the trains, and you think to yourself, do you not realise how this works? Or are you so dim that it's obviously going in one ear and coming out the other? Ashley says, I believe the correct phrase is a chin diaper for people who wear masks below their mouth. There was somebody on the bus yesterday, and it was under his... And I looked at him and I thought, I mean, you feel like saying to him, I'm sorry, do you know how to wear a mask, mate? It's got to go over your nose because you breathe through your nose. Surely 2 people wearing masks in confined spaces should help, says Ashley, but it depends how often you change the mask. Most people don't change their masks. They think, you know, these sort of, they look like the papery blue ones. You're supposed to wear them once. You wear it and then you throw it away. No, they wear it all the time. But mind you, I know diabetics, I told you yesterday, who inject their insulin, but they keep the same needle on the blooming thing, whereas you get given a box of needles. I have boxes full of needles at home, and every time I use it, because it's got blood on it, I take it off and I throw it away. It's the only way you can get through these things. But at least more than 1.5 million COVID jabs available to book online over the next week, say the NHS. As of last night, there were 1,551 vaccine slots available until January the 3rd. So now would be maybe a very good time to go and get it, because it's having the booster, which makes it a bit easier for you. You can have the vaccines, but you need the booster, which makes it a bit easier. It means you could emerge through the other side. Romeo Beckham, do you know, I'm so blooming bored with the Beckhams, honestly. It's almost like on a daily basis. There's a picture of them doing all their photographs. David Beckham shrunk now. All the boys are taller than him, and there's a picture of, they all have to dress up and do I don't know if it's their Christmas card or what it is, but they're obsessed with money. obsessed with money. Romeo Beckham, so goes the story, is a chip off the old block by landing a £1.2 million contract to become the new face of Puma. I mean, he's going to become a professional footballer. He isn't actually a professional footballer at all at the moment. And yet he's been given this deal. I don't understand it. He's now the richest of Beck's and Victoria's 4 children. Well, I mean, Harper Seven doesn't do anything, does she, for God's sake? She's a child. And then you've got Romeo, and then you've got Brooklyn. I mean, Brooklyn doesn't really do much. You wait till the Beckhams and they're thinking of 2 weddings for little Brooklyn and his girlfriend, because her father's a billionaire. They live in a super-duper place. I mean, the Beckhams live in what looked like a shack. Seriously, they're way down the list of what the other family have got. But David is carving out a name for himself amongst advertisers. As I said before, Dave will take money from anybody. If you've got the money, you can buy David Beckham. It doesn't matter what it is, he will advertise it, including Qatar. And we all know what their human rights are like with gay people. You know exactly how bad it is. But, of course, that washes over Dave because the money comes first. He's not interested. You know, I should imagine he must have alienated all his gay fans. People going, David Beckham, yeah, well, he'll take money from Qatar. Steve, they normally say the figures are UK, but yesterday it was England only, so I guess they were much higher. It is scary. It is scary. Steve, I do laugh when I get on the bus and somebody will be sitting by the window, no mask on, bag on the seat next to them, so nobody can sit there and give them COVID. Yeah. The funny thing is, it is the people who sit there with the thing under their chin. Or failing that, you know, and I quite like to see, I mean, sometimes you get young people who are very good and they get on the bus, and as they're getting on the bus, they put the mask on, which is good. I don't mind that. Because we're all, protecting each other. Apparently, totally agree about the people who wear their masks under there. What's the point of it? You might as well not be wearing it. Might as well stick it on your ears. I call them chin slings, because they only wear it on the mouth and not on the nose. Well, they don't. Some of them don't wear it at all. It's very disappointing, isn't it? Very, very disappointing. I don't know why, but but you get on the bus. You know, I think you have to avoid anybody like that. I can't believe it that sometimes people get on there and you look at them and you think, you're breathing. Not for much longer. And you're spreading it. Not very good at all, is it, really? What have we got here? Oh, look, Mylene Klass wearing a bikini. There's a surprise. Good heavens above, she hardly ever wears this. She's normally done up with dungarees and coats and everything else. Nope, she spends most of her life wearing... And here she is. She's on holiday in... I don't know where she is, actually. She's in... They just say she's escaping the Christmas rain to pose in the sea. So, in other words, there's her, and she's obviously taken a photographer out with her. So the photographer takes the picture, and then they put it in the paper as well. But it doesn't say where they've gone. She was wearing a glittery gold dress and everything else. It's just all posy. Bit embarrassing, but she seems to like that. When she went on the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of It, I think the only thing she had in her luggage was loads and loads of bikinis. So every opportunity she was standing under the shower with her hands over her head. Never find blokes doing it. All the blokes on Love Island, you don't find them going out with their shirt undone, so people could take pictures of them. And yet all the girls go out. You can always tell if they're on Love Island because, A, you've never heard of them. Secondly, their boobs will be hanging out. You can guarantee there's Megan Barton, what's-her-face. And she went out on the town, freezing cold, and she's wearing practically nothing. But the good news is she's showing her boobs off. I don't know what sort of clubs let you in, but she went out with some pals. She got a little handbag. I mean, where's her coat? She's going to get a cold. She's back on the market again. She's split from Towie Z-List to James Locke after 8 weeks together. So in terms of reality show people, that was a long relationship. 8 weeks is practically borderline marriage. But Meghan has said she couldn't see herself dating a man after her relationship with songwriter Chelsea Grimes, who's written for Kylie Minogue and Dua Lipa. Wow. Your love life is so interesting. Unfortunately, the reason these things don't last is because these people are so vacuous. They don't have anything, do they? Scott says, great discussion. Don't you think the Beckhams should become Sir David and Lady Victoria? Oh, he was furious he didn't get knighted. Furious. Remember the language? The language that came out when Dave didn't get... But, I mean, to be honest with you, it's the Qatar thing that really gets my goat, I'm afraid. It really does. How can you take money from a place whose gay rights on gay people are so bad that they're just disgusting? But yet Dave isn't interested, is he? Mind you, I suppose he has to make the money to prop up her business because she's borrowed off him. Then they sort of redid it. I don't know why she doesn't do the same as everybody else, which is, you sort of go online No point in having a shop. I mean, I've been past her shop. I've never seen anybody in it. Bit embarrassing, really. Never mind. Heather says, I've seen people getting on the bus wearing them, but take them off when they sit down. I think people think that if you're on the bus, it's like opening windows on buses. They should all be open. I told you we were on a bus a few weeks back, and the driver gave us a lecture. He pulled into the bus stop. We were waiting, and he said, you will wear a mask on my bus. If I was a bus driver, I've said before, and somebody got on without a mask, I'd be going, not on this bus, love. You have to get another one. Get another one where it's all people like you, idiots. And they all do. Have you seen the people who've got those things that they wear around their necks? I'm exempt. You get them on the internet. You just go and you can print them off yourself. It's not difficult to find them. And they wear it. And we're supposed to go, oh, that's good, is it? Listen, if you're that ill, don't go out. Stay in. Because very shortly, we're all going to know somebody who's got COVID. And in fact, if it goes on much longer, very shortly, we're all going to know somebody who's died as a result of COVID. Steve, we had Christmas at ours, says Stella. Before my guests came, I told them to do a COVID test. I don't care if anybody gets offended. Better safe than sorry. Absolutely. And also, if you're high risk, you know, if you're a diabetic, I mean, all sorts of illnesses that sort of take you high risk, you make sure that you've had your booster and you've had your flu jabs and everything else. Why is it, Steve, that people with breathing difficulties are exempt from wearing a mask? Surely if they get COVID, it'll kill them for sure, yeah? China was the worst place because the hospitals were so full with COVID, which is where we think it originated from in the first place, that unless you had the money to buy your oxygen, you didn't go anywhere. You didn't go anywhere. Ian says, I thought Brooklyn was going to be the next David Bailey. No, he's the next Dave, isn't he, really? But not Bailey, I'm afraid. He's obsessed with tattoos. Such class, such class. So Brooklyn, no. He can't take pictures. We've seen his photo. Have you seen his photos? God, blimey. Listen, well, originally they were going, oh, he's actually going to be a barista. He can make coffee. I know, difficult, isn't it, boiling a kettle? And then he went on breakfast television in America. They'd managed to persuade them that he was going to be a chef or something, and he made a toasted sandwich. And I remember thinking, you are having a laugh, aren't you? Great stuff. Steve, I qualify for an exemption certificate regarding the face mask. I wear them. When you say you qualify, what is there some law that says, you know, you qualify? There was a woman on YouTube in America where they really argue the toss. They really argue the toss. You just go onto YouTube, you can have great fun with it. And they said, we're not serving you. And she said, I'm exempt. You know, and they said, well, why can you not wear a mask? She said, because I'll collapse on the floor. And I thought, blimey, you're that ill. You shouldn't even be out shopping. You should stay at home, love. Get somebody else to do it. But, Steve, I continue to wear them. I'm no goody two-shoes. It's the sociable thing to do, but so simple, and I'm not selfish, says Kim. And she's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Listen, you can wear a mask. All this, I qualify for an exemption certificate kind of thing. It's just people because otherwise we must be a nation full of asthmatics. Because there's loads of people. I don't believe all these builders who I see sitting on the train in the morning are asthmatics. I really don't believe it. I think they're lying through their teeth. But, until then, we're going to have to put up with it. And they're the ones spreading it fast. What have we got? We've got 5:15.
This is LBC. This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Bank Holiday or Holiday Tuesday. In America, it would be called Holiday Tuesday, wouldn't it? They'd be going, oh, what does that mean? 28th of December. And the answer is it's Holiday Tuesday. So it's gone on quite a while this time. You've had nearly a week off because you get Christmas Eve. Some people get Christmas Eve, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, Monday, 5 days off. And then you come back in and it's only a short week. It's only a short week, so you'll be coming back into work on Wednesday because my chemist opens and I've got to go and get a new testing kit. I feel duty-bound to get them. You can get the testing kits. They are available. It's just some of the other things you can't get at the moment. But if you've never tested, I bet there's loads of people listening who haven't tested and wouldn't test on a regular basis. But because you do worry, because you go through the rigmarole of doing the little thing and then squeezing 3 drops out. Well, of course, I can't see 3 drops. I've got no idea at all. You sort of squeeze it, and Joe, my producer, was saying, that's it, 1, 2, 3. And then you wait and you look at it, and then 1 bar appeared. He said, right, we've got to leave it for 15 minutes. Oh, God, we're not going to sit here staring at it for 15 minutes. So we came in and we recorded my little bit extra, which will be back with you tomorrow. Okay, back with you tomorrow. And And it was when we came back, he said, shall I tell you what it says? And no, don't tell me what, I don't want to know, just in case it's got 2 bars up on it. And I looked, and it had 1 bar. So, of course, you look at it again very carefully. And, no, it's only got 1 bar on it. And that was the relief. That was because I do try and be careful. I do, if I'm on a bus, I don't want to sit near anybody. I remember a woman got on the bus ages ago when all this sort of first started. And she had no mask on. She said, do you mind if I sit next to you? I said, of course I mind. You're not wearing a mask. Why would I want you sitting next to me? Dear me. How about a lanyard for mask wearers? The virus exempts no one, says Paul in Devon. Somebody says, read the mask. You can wear a face visor. Actually, I'm told about the face visors, Dale, that you need the mask as well. The face visor, very good they are, but unfortunately not good enough. Can you imagine your builder person wearing one? Sadly, it's a macho thing. Yeah, the amount of people who, they're builders because they're wearing camouflage clothing and they just look grubby, they've got dirty shoes and things like that. They're builders. You could just none of them wearing masks. They must be spreading it like there's no tomorrow. Well, as I say, with sort of 700-odd people in the last week dead, not coming back again, the families must be going, we're absolutely gutted. And I've seen people before who are in families with anti-vaxxers. And I did know a family, and the daughter didn't want to get vaccinated. She didn't think it was necessary. What did she come down with? COVID. Then the whole family went down with COVID, and they all had to self-isolate. And you don't want it. Josh says, I'm asthmatic, and I wouldn't dream of using it as an excuse not to wear a mask. These people are pathetic. Well, go to YouTube. I promise you'll have great fun with it. Because in America, you'll see people standing there in stores arguing the toss. They will argue with the people in the shop, but the people in the shop are saying, I'm sorry, I'm not serving you. So there was one woman who stood there, she said, you have to serve me. This is not an official law. And the woman's saying, I'm not serving you. I'm not serving you too. You can stand there all day, and I'm not serving you. And she said, well, I'll walk out. She said, you won't walk out with anything, I tell you, because we'll have you arrested. Simple as that. And then there was one poor girl, bless her heart, she was a waitress in a restaurant in America. Probably happens in this country too, and bless her heart, she's standing there, and this woman turns up with her boyfriend or husband or whatever he was, and the woman's not wearing a mask. And so the girl said, I'm sorry, we're not serving you without a mask. When you're eating, you pull the mask down, then you eat, and if I'm doing that, then I'll put the mask back on again. But it's sort of one of those things, actually, that she stood there and then she said, I'm going to go and get the manager and he can explain to you what the rule is in America. So the manager came back and this woman's arguing the toss. I'm not wearing a mask. And she pointed other people. She said, look, they're not wearing masks. He said, no, but they're coming into contact with nobody at all. In the end, the poor young waitress had had enough. And she said to the manager, I quit. She said, I'm not putting up with this. And so she took her sort of hat off, which signified she was a waitress, gave it to him, and she walked out the door. Then the woman, without the mask on, took the mask out of her pocket and put it on. You think, you've just watched somebody leaving the job. Dear me. And Stephen Croydon, you boring little nobody, he says, if you're so scared of getting a cold, you could stay at home. I'm not scared of getting a cold. I'm a diabetic. I get an injection for it. Mind you, you're in Croydon, rampant round your way, isn't it, really, I should imagine. Steve, don't the anti-vaxxers realise it's them that's keeping the hospitals full? Yep. And another one here from Linda says, although we had to produce a COVID pass or negative lateral flow test before entering the theatre, the number of people who took their masks off was alarming. There were 2 women in front of me without theirs on. I was so tempted to tap them on the shoulder, say, put the mask back on. They were there with all the family, and I was very angry. They were so selfish, as I couldn't see my family over Christmas, as they've got COVID. Yeah, I couldn't see mine. They had COVID. But it's right. But I love the anti-vaxxers. Oh, I tell you, they're nasty little people. They really are. You want to see the abuse that people get, presenters especially. Oh, it's so dreadful. The ones who I love are the real dimbos who think it's a government conspiracy. That we're being made to wear masks and everything else. Steve, Ali says, I said that if so, I can't wear a mask. Don't come out then, as you're more at risk. Absolutely. If you're that ill and you think that you're going to go down with it, don't go out. Don't come round infecting us. Thank you very much indeed. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Joe says, it is irresponsible, Alan. Oh, you can tell he's a right little like that, aren't you? Alan, it's irresponsible to throw away your hypodermic needles. You are required, after a single use, to place them in a specially supplied yellow NHS tub and then hand the tub in to the doctor's surgery or pharmacist. No, doctor surgeries don't take them in now, dear. It's pharmacists. You're way out of touch, aren't you? Goodness sake, honestly. I've met some dim people. I've been using the boxes for about the past 15, 20 years. So that's what I call throwing them away. But, of course, you wouldn't understand that. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Don't you worry about it. Tom says, morning, Steve, captain of the Groovy Gang and the original Spikers group. I'm hoping 2022 is going to be a better year than this one, after still having lasting effects from sepsis along with COVID. However, you have been a great help. Hope that next year will be a better year health-wise. Yeah, I mean, I've had the set this year, not COVID. I've had all the other bits and pieces, and it's a case, you know, of sort of just getting through, isn't it? Really, and another one here. Says, this is Kim, who says, got this lung condition, Steve. Bronchio something, it's called. I treat it with respect. Are you a tad grouchy this morning? I'm annoyed about people who go out without masks on. So, you know, that's it. Steve, had the family round, says Brian, for Christmas dinner, did all the cooking. We've all been triple vaxxed. And I insisted we do an antigen test because my parents are in their 80s. Yeah, a friend of mine was worried because he got it. He doesn't know where he got it. And he was with his parents at Christmas, so he's hoping he hasn't given it to them. But normally, if you don't get it after a couple of days, you should be fairly clear, actually. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. And so I like the idea of people getting on the bus and then taking the mask off. Apparently, Brad says in South Africa, we have to wear masks whenever we go out. Same in Spain. Spain is very hot on it, and if they say you wear a mask everywhere, you do, and if you don't, the police will fine you. On-the-spot fines. They're not putting up with any nonsense from people. It's as simple as that. We know that because we spoke to Chris Lowry the other day, who's over in Spain. They've been over there for quite some time, and he said the police are very hot on it. If they say in Spain, because it's sort of a large place, but not as many people as we've got. We're sort of overcrowded, so the chance of it spreading is quite big. We go through the papers because the relief as the Prime Minister rules out new restrictions. We are free to celebrate, they say, but do take care. Well, people don't understand that. They don't understand what taking care means. They think, you know, there'll still be people going out there, and because once they've had a few drinks, they take their masks off. They're not interested in wearing masks. Sex and the City stars have desperately tried to defend the show's reboot after it was accused by its own fans of being woefully woke. I thought we'd given up with woefully woke. And the dad of the teenager who allegedly broke into Windsor Castle said something had gone horribly wrong with his son. I can't believe they printed pictures of the son all over the papers today. I mean, you know, he's obviously got some mental illness. We've now printed pictures. They've named him as well. I'm thinking, wait a minute. He's not been in court. He's not been charged with anything. What the hell's going on here? Buckingham Palace prowler Michael Fagan has branded the masked crossbow teenager disgusting for trying to hurt a little old lady. This is Michael Fagan, who sat on the Queen's bed, broke into Buckingham Palace twice. The police were so inept down there. Her Majesty is pushing her panic button. She had a panic button. Nobody came. The police just were, I think they were having cigarettes or something, but they totally ignored it. Totally ignored it. This was back in 1982, and so he broke in twice. He shimmied up a drain pipe and through a window. It was that easy to get into Buckingham Palace, and he ended up sitting on the Queen's bed. You can imagine the Queen sitting there going, in the end, because the police totally ignored her, a maid came in and allegedly said, "Good God, Mum, what's he doing here?" And then she went and raised the alarm. By that time, the police, as I say, so inept, had done nothing at all. She'd been pushing the buttons, nothing. God in heaven, it's really ridiculous, really ridiculous. So, you know, to print a picture of this young man who obviously has some... I mean, he's been sectioned under the Mental Health Act. Why are we printing pictures of him? I don't understand that. Don't understand. Other stories which are in the papers today, the Dare to Bear frocks, because apparently if you go to premieres now or something like that, basically it's better you show as much flesh as possible, because that's the only way you're going to get your picture in the paper. If you turn up in a boiler suit, they're not going to be putting pictures of you in there. So the best trendsetter was Kendall Jenner. Lovely dresses, but to be honest with you, she might as well have turned up naked in a pair of knickers and bra. Would have made it just as easy. Kim Kardashian turned up in an outfit which was sort of I don't know what it was. It was like a balaclava all in one outfit, which was very odd. But there again, I thought she was very odd. Best dressed, Ben and Jen, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez. Best dressed was somebody called Zendaya. She's been in Spider-Man and Dune. And she just basically turns up wearing not very much. I think that's what you have to do. Best in show, Bridgerton. And here it is. It's Phoebe... Is it Dinevna? Dinevna? Anyway. Adele... I thought she always looked good, actually, Adele. Very classy. She obviously has somebody brilliant doing the makeup. The Icon Award went to Helen Mirren, Best Fashion Moment. Kate Middleton with a fantastic dress made by somebody called Jenny Packham. I mean, really beautiful. Really, really beautiful. Very nice indeed. Rod Stewart out on the town. He went for a night at a club. I mean, it's very sweet when Penny Lancaster takes him out there, but you do get the feeling she's acting as his carer and taking him out there because he looks as though he's on another planet. What was the other one I quite like? Oh, look at this. A 1964 Porsche 904 GTS, once owned by Robert Redford, has a £1.3 million reserve at a Paris auction in February. Somebody would be buying that one, won't they? It's because it's got provenance with it. And hospitals charge more than £50 million in car parking fees in a year of the pandemic. They make an absolute fortune, these people in parking. I find it absolutely disgraceful that you're going to hospital, you know, probably on your last legs, and they come around and give you tickets if you haven't bought a ticket, you know, to park in their car park. Blimey. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And, Steve, before you were... I looked at the headlines. There's a woman on American Airline shouting in the American Airline people are marvellous. They are absolutely marvellous. People stand there and shout obscenities at people, or they throw their masks off, or they shout at, or failing that, the worst one was a kid who screamed throughout the entire flight. A little child, and screamed, and it was just amazing. I love it. I love it. Steve, why can't somebody invent a mask designed for the exempt? That wouldn't be a mask then, would it? I don't know what it would be. Perhaps they shouldn't go out, actually. Make it a lot easier. News!
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Bank Holiday Tuesday, 28th of December. The sales are on, but nobody's going out to them. They're 40% down. And believe it or not, JLS have decided that they want to be the Christmas #1 next year. I don't know why they're thinking about it now. I mean, to be honest with you, it's way too early, but it's their bid to top the festive charts. No chance. No chance. I mean, you know, it's going to be Lad Baby again. It's going to be sausage rolls. I mean, this time they're going to get a member of the royal family in, which is always very entertaining. So, you know, all these other people have been out there. They've thrown their hats in the ring. Craig Revel-Horwood, George Ezra, Gary Barlow, Leona Lewis. And but now JLS have decided to jump in on it. I mean, I don't think so. The reason JLS disbanded is because they weren't selling records. It's the only reason, because if they were selling records, they still would have been around, but they all went off and did their own things. Now they're getting back together again, but the trouble is they're going to be hear the creaking of bones when they're on stage, aren't you? Because as they, you know, I remember when I saw Take That, they turned up at a Royal Variety performance, and I mean, you know, they were doing, "Oh, every night I do is pray." And it was lovely, and they went down on one knee. I thought, they'll never get up. They'll never get up again, and it was a bit touch and go. A little bit touch and go. Believe it or not, Gemma Collins, is this not the most vulgar story you've ever heard? Wait for this one. Gemma Collins will be seeing out 2021 with another mega money deal. They say the former TOWIE star, whose brand appeal appears to know no bounds, yeah, because there isn't any, has teamed up with TikTok. Apparently, Gemma earned enough. Wait for it. This is the line. This will make you seriously feel fairly ill. Gemma earned enough cash to wrap her Christmas presents with £50 notes this year. I mean, what a lie! What a lie! She knows how to hustle and works hard for her cash. Yeah, she was so bad at her cash, her daddy had to look after her and give her an allowance. She wasn't allowed to handle it by herself. After working her socks off over 12 months, really, she's never completed a programme yet, has she? She fell off the stage at an awards ceremony. Splash, she was totally useless. She'd never done anything. She did The Weakest Link, where she was so dim, she made 7-year-olds look intelligent. She didn't know what a twin bed was. She had no idea. Because, according to Miss Thicko, it was a case of, I always sleep in the penthouse. Obviously on the floor, I should imagine. She didn't know anything at all. It was really quite embarrassing, for an old woman of 40. Really embarrassing. So, the rubbish that's written in this bizarre column by Simon Boyle, the fact she wrapped her Christmas presents with £50 notes. Well, did she go out shopping? I don't remember seeing any pictures of that, and there's normally pictures of just about everything she does. So I don't believe that either. Steve, what about those maskless folk who have a coffee cup glued in their hand? Well, do you think that could be a way round it? Because I do see people on the bus with a cup of coffee, mask down, under the chin, and they're on the phone. And they're on the phone at the same time. So perhaps that's a way round it. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm also of the opinion, Zara, that the cup is empty. Because nobody takes 45 minutes to drink a cup of coffee. No, exactly. On the bus I get on in the morning, there's always at least 2 or 3 people who've got coffees. I don't know where they actually get them from, but it's always very, very entertaining. Very entertaining. I suffer with severe asthma, Steve. Take 3 different medications. Still always wear a mask, even though it can be uncomfortable. A small price to pay to protect me and others. People who say they can't wear one because of asthma. Not convinced by. That's David in Kent. No, I'm not either. I think they just use it as an excuse. Well, let's hope they don't get it. Let's hope they don't get it because, the way it's going, we're going to have a resurgence of this for next year. Then they're going to start making all these changes again. What else have we got? So, JLS next year, topping the charts. I don't think it's going to happen, actually. They say the sky is the limit for us. Yep, the sky is about all you've got left. I don't know how it's going to work. They found Fame as runners-up in 2008. They were getting back together after a 7-year break. I think basically because the work started drying up, didn't it? And they decided they were going to get back together again because Steps, I think, were going to have a tour. But then somebody came down with COVID, so that was shelved. Poor old Bros didn't actually make it for half of their dates, even though they've got an album coming out. Because poor old Matt, who's not in the real world, thinks that because of the success of their DVD after the screaming stopped, which Matt came over as some ghastly prima donna, it was very embarrassing. I mean, Luke was just sort of getting on with it and just sort of basically appeared to shrug his shoulders and go, he's always like that. Matt was very temperamental, thought he was some big superstar and turned out not to be, which was a bit of a shame. Steve, I'm still trying to work out whether this people exempt from wearing masks are masks designed for the... for the exempt. I don't know what it would look like unless it be a crash helmet or something that covered your entire face. Or it's like a Darth Vader thing. You could sit there going... That would be quite good. But, I mean, I don't know what the effects would be. Either way, I think there should be separate buses for people who don't wear a mask. Or failing that, all the buses should turn into double-decker buses and they have to go and sit upstairs. And everybody else with masks on sits downstairs. Makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Other stories, Noel Gallagher looking back in anger. They're always very angry, aren't they, the Gallagher brothers? Well, with each other, mainly. With each other. Looking at the state of British politics. He says, Labour's full of middle-class, rude words, who hate working-class people like me. Honestly, the rubbish that they spout, these people. This is old Noel Gallagher. He thinks he's working class. Really? How much is your house worth, lovey, that you live in? Are you champagne socialist? I suspect you probably are. They always try and pretend there's no such thing as working class. Working class hasn't existed for donkey's years, but people like to convince themselves that there is such a thing as working class. Steve, Wayne, my trolley dolly friend, here in bed with COVID. He said, tested negative yesterday morning. Symptoms came on suddenly, tested positive by 5 p.m. He says, wish me luck during isolation. Thank God for LBC. Absolutely. I wish you well with it. It'll lay you low and you'll be very bored and you'll feel a little bit... You really will feel it. It's not pleasant. That's why, people who sort of go, oh, Steve Allen's criticising those who don't get vaccinated. You wait till you get COVID. You wait till you get it. You'll know. You'll know about it. And all of a sudden you'll be moaning about it left, right and centre. So, Wayne, we wish you well. Fancy testing. See, test negative in the morning. Symptoms come on suddenly and tested positive by 5 p.m. Because some of the symptoms now could be like sort of a cold kind of thing. Sniffling, coughs, sore throats. And I do sometimes, mainly because I'm a presenter, we are prone for sore throats. Sometimes my glands, and I can feel them, swell up a little bit, which means that I've caught some. But I've had my flu jab. I've had everything else. So, in fact, for about 3-4 years now, I've not had any flu symptoms over winter. Normally, I would do. I tell you what I think spreads colds: heating. Central heating. I'm totally convinced that if we all froze to death, which frankly I do most mornings in the studio, I think, we'd be all right. But it's the fact that when it's cold outside, we want a bit of heating on, and so you put the heating on, and that means that germs spread a lot quicker when it's like that. So I shouldn't complain actually about how cold I get in the studios. Oh look, Rio Ferdinand. Honestly, how does this poor bloke cope with his wife, who loves the attention even more than he does? She's so desperate to be attention seeking. Jamie Oliver has got no idea how he ended up a star or a best-selling author, given his shaky schooling. He said, I'm ancient. I've been doing it for 23 years. I've done 25 books, and I only mention it because it's peculiar and I'm not showing off, but I've sold 50 million books. I came out of a school with nothing. I'm a dyslexic. I wrote my first 3 books on a dictaphone. And I also left school very early, at 15, with nothing. With nothing. In my day, you could leave at 15 with nothing at all. Why is it people of Leeds don't know how to dress? I only mention that because I went to Leeds once. Dale and I had a friend who worked on a radio station up there, and we went up there, and it's all students. The place is full of students, and they've got photographs around the country of people out there, partying. Nobody wearing masks. Nobody wearing masks. And they've got 2 girls here from Leeds, and they're basically wearing bikinis. I mean, I think they're going to get colds. I really do. Wigan, exactly the same. Girls dressed up as cowgirls, and a lot of blokes dressed up as nuns, actually, which is very gay, as you all know. Men dressed up as nuns, generally speaking, And traditional Boxing Day fancy dress fun in Wigan. So as if you live in Wigan, you've got to have some fun, haven't you? And Boxing Day would be the time to do it. A publicity-shy bloke, this is the Daily Star writing, they always say this, is eyeing up one of the world's most high-profile TV presenting jobs. The ex-squaddy may replace his pal James Corden as host of The Late Show in a PR stunt. Oh, God, well, put it this way, the poor old Harry and Megs, unfortunately, their podcast was about the most boring under the sun, and that didn't do very well. And so James Corden, royal gossip, Neil Sean, he used to get everything off the internet. Everything that Neil Sean ever said came off the internet. I don't know why they even bother using him anymore. He was way out of date with everything. He really was. What's the other one that I quite like? Oh, yes, if you're into comics, and I know that there are certain people who listen to this programme who love their comics. This is an 83-year-old comic which features the first appearance of Superman, tipped to sell for over £2 million. It's an Action Comic 1 being sold by the relatives of the fan who bought it in 1938 for 10 cents, which is about £1.50 today. The publication shows the superhero on the front cover lifting a car above his head. There are only 77 recorded surviving copies of the first edition, which launched the golden age of comedy. 2 million, blimey. Live bidding that ends in 2 weeks' time has already reached 1.1 million. They reckon £2 million it will go for, because people will be watching it and they'll be going, well, I'll go for 2 million, because if there's only 77 of them, it's very good. Jean says, I've got COPD, always wear a mask. I admit sometimes it's a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, but it's saving your life. That's why, you get the idiots. The people say, oh, I don't need this, I don't need that. Good. Steve, TfL should use the tour buses with an open top. Ray and Vi say those people who are exempt should be made to sit up there. I went on one of those buses once. So you remember, over in Hollywood, we went over to interview Julie Andrews, and we decided to do a tour in Hollywood on one of the open top tour buses. It's similar to the ones that we have here. Our one broke down twice. And we ended up, we set off in broad daylight and sunshine and finished up freezing cold night time because the buses were so dreadful. Sarah says, you're so right, I hate central heating. I'm at a certain age when it makes my face go bright red. I look like an arable farmer, convinced it spreads germs. I think it does, actually. It's the heat that means you spread germs. So, the colder you make it, the better. I mean, you can always put more clothing on, can't you? My hands get cold and my feet get cold. But in bed, warm as toast. What have we got? We've got 5:15.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 17 minutes past 5 is the time. It's Tuesday. I don't know what you're doing today, actually. I mean, you can go out to the sales. I think we seem to be getting relatively back into it. I said to you before that Christmas goes by so quickly. Just when people used to moan at me. You always get the old moaners. They moan about everything. I haven't got this, haven't got that, he's got this, he's got that, and all that kind of stuff. They're generally people who are very jealous of what everybody else has got except themselves. And I started talking about Christmas way back in September. Mainly because I love the lead up to it. I like the excitement of going to the garden centres, and they've got all the Christmas stuff out. And the garden centres will still have it all out, but it'll be discounted now. Now you can go out and buy stuff. In fact, most of the Christmas food in Marks and Spencer's is discounted at the moment. They've got yellow stickers on it saying you can now buy it, which is great. So I suppose you could buy it, freeze it, and then use it. I must go and check for sausages in Pigs in Blankets again, which is quite a good idea. And I like it. And then it's finished. Now we don't talk about it. You've got to wait till the 6th of January to take down the lights and to take down the Christmas tree and stuff like that. So, I mean, we're lucky in our area that the council recycle Christmas trees. You leave them by the side of the road and they come along and they've got a machine and they push it into this box and it sort of chops them all up into bits and pieces and they use it on the council garden. So it's a brilliant idea, actually. Brilliant idea. Jim says masks should have been made compulsory from the early days. They should be supplied in packs of 7 with the day of the week colour coding, ensuring a fresh mask every day. I can't believe that people don't change them all the time. It's like if you wear the material masks, you wash them and then you dry them out and then you can, you have about, I was buying packs of 3 or 4 of them and like that. And I've still got in the boot of the car, I've still got boxes of the throwaway masks, but I don't like them. I mean, they were all right to start with. And I can remember how much I paid for them when they first... Now they're cheap. You can get 50 masks for about 10 quid or something like that. Paul in Leeds says, Neil Sean, you're right. He used to try and get a showbiz column work for his friend. Yeah, I mean, he knows nothing. Seriously, he's constantly trying to reinvent himself. Royal gossip, Neil Sean. Yeah, he used to think he used to know about show business, but when he used to come into LBC, he went on the computer and took it all off. Took it off the internet. Not a fan. Being a wee bit, Steve, of a Star Wars fan, would love to be prancing around in a Darth Vader mask. With you on the central heating, says Kim. I always put a large bowl of water in the corner of the room. Helps with the dry air. Absolutely. I have 2 little fountains in the sitting, and they drink because the air that you've got in your flat or your house or whatever it is very dry, and it's not very good for throats and stuff like that. And so the water I have bubbling away quite nicely, and then I top it up every day when I turn the candles off. They're called water fountains, and absolutely brilliant. I love them, absolutely love them. In fact, I'm sort of almost become slightly obsessed with these things. Very nice indeed, but they do drink water. Merci, thank you, and they keep the air moist. So you're quite right, actually. Heaters dry the air, and you need to put a bit more moisture into it as well. Another one here. Lorraine says, my sister caught COVID. She said, thank God that she'd been triple jabbed. 48 hours cold symptoms, that's it. And isolated in the bedroom to save her diabetic husband. It worked. He never got it. Yeah, I had a friend of mine, and their son got it, and he spent Christmas in his bedroom with the windows open. That was it. But as I say, you don't want it. You really don't. Another one here. Steve tested positive yesterday, lying here feeling my head is in a vice, having lent it to David Beckham to play football. I just hope I haven't given it to my elderly parents over Christmas. God knows how I'd be feeling without having had the booster, and thank goodness I've got you to listen to. Otherwise it drives you mad. Drives you absolutely crackers. It really does. So we found the comic, didn't we? Also, there's a new bloke in the life of Davina McCall. I don't know why they bothered putting this picture here. He's a Spanish singer called Ricky Moreno, her co-host in a Channel 4 dating show. And so he's going to spend New Year's Eve with her. He's not actually her boyfriend, but he shaves his body. And you can see he shaves his body because it's growing back again. And it just looks a bit sort of, arty-farty kind of thing, people who shave their bodies, but lots of people do it. And licence fee payers have blasted the BBC for booking Gemma Collins for 3 primetime festive programmes. She appeared on The Wheel, Celebrity MasterChef and The Weakest Link, where she really was the weakest link. And viewers took to social media saying, did the BBC think all we want for Christmas is more Gemma Collins? Another said she's a waste of time and space in every programme. But, as I say, like, it'll fade out. Don't worry, if all these things fade out, people who you saw all the time on the television, all of a sudden, disappear and you don't see them ever again. Apparently Wurzel Gummidge star Mackenzie Crook. Do you know, I saw a clip of that the other day. Very odd programme. In the latest story, that they use fake birds on the show. Just suppose they'd have to. It's a rare flock of choffs, I think, or whatever, at Scatterbrook Farm. The crow-like birds are easy to spot as they're black with red feet. So in fact, I watched the clips of it and I remember thinking, I must watch that just to see what it's like. I shall wait and see. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, I don't care. I'm an Aussie, drunk, but I look after people if they're in trouble, says Shane. Yeah, I mean, you've been having to wear masks for ages out there, haven't you, really? Definitely. Another one here. I'm trying to squeeze as many in as possible. Oh, Noreen sent me in pictures, which was lovely, we were talking about Chris and Steve, and it was pictures all taken at the Queen's Theatre when we did Steve Allen show down there, and it was fantastic. And we got pictures of all of us together. There was about 10 of us, and then pictures of the boys wearing these outfits with plumes and all the rest of it. It was not camp at all. One of the butchest things we've ever done. And Noreen had these pictures. It's amazing, actually, when you look back, and these were, I forget when we first started doing the shows. Noreen will remember and everybody else, but we did so many different shows in so many different places, and each place we sold out. Each place, we didn't not have a show that had sold out. Somebody asked me if my show is going to go ahead in February at the Leicester Square Theatre. Well, I've got no idea. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it goes ahead. But I don't know what we don't know what state we're going to be in with COVID by that time. But no, another sellout show in an hour. We sell out very quickly. Can you believe that a woman bought a McDonald's burger and found a snail inside it? I'm always very sceptical of these things. This is a woman who found it in the lettuce of an £18 meal she bought with her 2 kids at a drive-thru. She said, I picked it up and realised it was a bit hard. I looked and saw a shell, and I was like, oh, my God, it's a snail. McDonald's said our restaurant team apologised and the customer was offered a full refund and the option for a replacement meal. You know that most people that complain about these things that are found in food, generally speaking, it's not true. They have ways of proving that this thing cannot have been through the food processing. You've had people before who sort of came up with things and said, oh, yes, this. And then when they have to send it back, it was a case of, well, actually, you put that in there, didn't you? I mean, to find a snail in a bit of salad, I don't know how much salad goes in. And what McDonald's meals have salad in? I didn't know there were any salads in McDonald's meal. Or do they do a separate salad? Perhaps they do a separate salad. There are separate salad. They don't have salad in a burger, do they? Do they? Lettuce, tomato. Oh, not those bloody gherkins. I hate those gherkins. Least popular item as far as I'm concerned. But actually, I obviously haven't had because they were doing big meals a short while ago, weren't they? They were doing double burgers and things like that, which I quite like, actually. But I'm looking forward to going back to what was that place that I used to go to? There was a burger place that came back. We had it in this, not Wimpy, no, Wendy. Was it Wendy Burgers, which are square? I love Wendy Burgers. They're really nice. And you'd order what you wanted. So you'd go in and go, I'll have 2 burgers with cheese and onions. And by the time you got to the end of the line, you paid for it. There was your burger with 2. It was delicious. Absolutely delicious. I tend to find, some of the burgers taste a bit bland. The Wimpy's I used to love years ago. It's like Bird's Eye Burgers. Nothing tastes like Bird's Eye Burgers. I'm a bit funny, actually. But why would anybody think there was a McDonald's on the moon? China's Yutu-2 rover beamed home snaps of the object on the lunar horizon. Others say it could be an extraterrestrial's house. Although experts have said it's a boulder. But you know what people are like? They so desperately want to believe that there is a McDonald's on the moon. I quite like the idea, however far-fetched. A dog owner discovered his 11-month-old pup could be an extremely rare hermaphrodite. Carl Davis, apparently took Ginger Cockapoo Pip to the vets with a suspected prolapse, only to be told the lump could be male genitalia. Never heard of that. Well, I've heard of, I've heard of hermaphrodite, but I've never heard of cockapoos. I quite like cockapoos. They look quite good. They look to me like those things you'd have on your bed as a child, and you sort of put your pyjamas in it. George Michael's bedded the world's most famous female model at the peak of his career, says his childhood friend, who sells him down the river at every opportunity. He says, sometimes George got with women too. We don't care, actually. Why don't you just leave it alone, OK? You've decided to be a little bit boring. British scientists have recruited TikTok stars to encourage children to study physics. I don't even know what TikTok is. Apparently it's little videos which last seconds or something like that, which is... I don't know. The Institute of Physics has ditched traditional methods and hired social media influencers, like the UK's fourth most popular TikTok star, to raise interest. The 21-year-old who has 16 million followers said it would be amazing if my content can play a small part in helping people. Is this the one that they've just signed up Gemma Collins then? Why she be an influencer for anything? I can't imagine. But I like the idea that the Loch Ness Monster... fake, of course, never existed, never did exist. It's all a load of lies. But a snack in the shape of the Loch Ness Monster is on sale on eBay. Another of the Cheetos corn puffs of Nessie is more reasonably priced at £210. This one is for sale on eBay for £630,000. I mean, who in God's name about the seller said this Cheeto reminded me of Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster. So they put a picture up of the Loch Ness Monster, but this is the fake. There aren't any genuine pictures of Nessie because it doesn't exist. So, in fact, basically, you're wasting £630,000 for nothing at all. It's just a lie. It's just a lie. And somebody said, final sale, absolutely no returns, please. Purchase with confidence. There's another one here, Nessie Cheeto for 217 quid. And the seller says it stands up vertically. They're all fakes. OK, it's fakes. There is no such thing as a Loch Ness Monster. Never has been, never will be. It's just they keep it going because it's an industry. You know, that was it. It's just a little bit of an industry. There's an 83-year-old motorist in the paper today who caused a pile-up by driving at high speed on the wrong side of the road. I think people should be tested, actually, but you get to 83. John Rennie's been fined 1,500 quid after he admitted driving dangerously and causing a crash. He drove at high speed on the wrong side of the road. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, 83... Do you think that people should have second driving tests? I think so, because at 83, generally speaking, you're going a little bit round the bend, aren't you? And if he was on the wrong side of the road and he was driving at speed, that would be, one way to lose your life very, very quickly. Still to come, more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, including the story of the Egyptian pharaoh, Amenhotep, who's been seen unwrapped for the first time in more than 3,000 years. What they've done is they've used high-tech scanners. Ooh, we love stuff like that. I don't think they should do this. I didn't like it when they unwrapped Tutankhamun, and he's now lying there, just covered over by a little sheet. I mean, poor soul, honestly, he died when he was about 18, I think, 15 to 18, and they took a picture of him stark naked. Don't want to see things like that. Thank you very much indeed.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to the 28th of December. So it's Saturday. Will be New Year's. Wait a minute. Friday's New Year's Eve, is it? Can't remember. We're up to the 28th now, 29, 30. So the 28th, 29th, wait a minute, 31st. So the 31st is Friday. So that's when you'll be celebrating, but socially distancing. How's that going to work? And then New Year's Day is on the Saturday again, which means that most people will get the Friday off. A lot of shops will close early on the Friday for the New Year's Eve. And then you'll get Saturday, Sunday. Because it happened on the Saturday, do you get the Monday off again? I can't remember. Yeah, we do. Loads of holidays. Far too many holidays. Far too many. I see that Place in the Sun's Laura Hamilton, who's obviously desperate for publicity, they've come up with all sorts of stories trying to make it all very interesting. Now has considered boob reduction surgery when she was just 15. I think really concentrate on presentational skills. I think it makes it a lot easier. And ABBA, Taskmaster's Alex Horne. Do you know, I never understood Taskmaster. I've watched it on numerous occasions. The biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen on the television. Using a load of people that I really wouldn't be bothered about, and they'd sort of get them to do things. And it just doesn't work for me. You know, they're going to bounce a ball and it's just rubbish. It is rubbish. It's got to go. But Alex Horne has faced hecklers and critics over this year as a comedian and a musician, but nothing could prepare him for the wrath of ABBA fans after he slated them. And for the first time in his life, he got trolled on social media. He made the mistake of dissing them. In an interview, he said, one of the few things that makes me angry is any music by ABBA. They're so overplayed. Yeah, a lot more talented than you, Mo Pal, aren't they, I would think? You know, so ABBA top 5 for Alex. The Winner Hates It All. No thank you for the music. I Have a Nightmare. I don't. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Anything but ABBA after midnight. Honestly, trying to make a name for yourself, little Alex Horne, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I don't know what the audience figures for that programme are, but I shouldn't imagine they'd be too much. I was watching 8 out of 10 the other day. Sometimes that's good, sometimes it's not. Now, actually, I remember, no, was it Countdown? Yes, because I think the person who presents Countdown, Jimmy Carr, now he's had all his cosmetic surgery and his hair transplant. He's had all these bits and pieces done. 8, is that what Taskmaster's viewing figures are? Blimey. So what do you think, ladies and gentlemen, Taskmaster's viewing figures are? 800,000. Axe it immediately. What a waste of time and money. What a waste. They've got to book the theatre. They've got to book 2 presenters on the show and about 5 or 6 so-called celebrities. Get rid of it. What a waste of money. What a waste of money. Dear me. Can't believe it. 800,000. Hardly worth bothering. Blimey, I'm doing better than they are. So another picture of the Beckhams. You know, we've all dressed up. I don't know what they dressed up for. There's no logical reason. And they seem to have got David Beckham standing on tippy-toe to make him look a bit taller, but he's not. He's a little bit of a short bloke, poor soul, but they're desperate for publicities about themselves, you know, photographs and all this kind of thing. Also, what have we got here? Wholesale prices blamed for increases. Families facing a £2,000 energy bill. They say from the price cap, £60.25 a month, the average energy bill rise. And from April, national insurance will rise 1.25%, costing the average wage earners just about 14 quid a month. And council tax is going up. For what? For what? Had any service recently? No, dear. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Trevor says you might be doing regular lateral flow tests, but how often do you do a PCR test? The PCR test is the test you post in a priority post box so the sample can be tested in a laboratory. The lateral flow tests are as accurate as it's going to get, I think. PCR more accurate. Yeah, but I don't do a PCR test. Only if I've got symptoms, and I have no symptoms. Ta-da! I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky. Why? Because I wear a mask. I wear a mask, and I'm very careful. Protesters and supporters clashing at the Boxing Day tradition. The Avonvale hunt is mobbed. And people who live in the countryside will say, oh, you don't understand what it's like. And people who live in the town go, it should be done away with. And so fox hunts gathered for their traditional festive meet. They're now saying that smokescreen trail hunts be banned. Thousands of people flock to these things. And one prestigious hunt was forced to call in bouncers to protect riders because animal lovers are saying, you know, because what they do is, I mean, I don't think they do it so often. I think there might be a couple of them had a few problems where they chase the fox, or they do what they call drag hunting, which is where the scent of the fox is dragged around, and that doesn't seem to satisfy them. You know, the law does allow trail hunting to continue. So that's people on foot or horseback following a scent along a predetermined route. It effectively replicates a traditional hunt, but without the fox being chased, injured or killed. But in fact, it was only the other week they did actually have a fox that was killed, and they went, oh, sorry about that, because the hounds, and bearing in mind, they will murder their own dogs. Once the dogs lose the scent, I've seen it happen. They had hidden footage of a hound being taken out. Once it doesn't run with the pack, they take it out and they shoot it because it's of no use to them whatsoever. You can't turn them into pets. So, you know, you would think that people would want it, but no, it's a hound, and they kill them. They don't have any hesitation. I don't actually see the point of having it. I don't understand who funds all these things. Who funds all these hunts? Are they all rich people? Is that what it's... Because it must cost an awful lot of money to have a pack of hounds which have got to be looked after to chase a smell. They're not. You've got the horses. You've got many of them look like they're Thelwell characters. Thelwell used to do pictures of sort of rotund people bouncing around on the back of horses. And when fox hunting was at its prime, I used to say, why don't we make it fair? There's no point in having 40 people jumping over people's land, going through people's gardens and everything else with all these hounds, when the poor fox doesn't stand a cat in hell's chance of sort of winning. Why don't we just arm foxes with 12-bore shotguns? And all the foxes could sit there, go on, bring it on now, let's see how well you do here. Because it's all very pretty, it looks very nice, it's just that the end result is, or was, that the fox gets ripped to pieces. That's all it is, that's all they're interested in. The fox who's been there longer than these little people. It's as simple as that. But people don't think about that, actually. A lot of people talking about, who's wearing masks, who's not wearing masks, why Gemma Collins appears so often on the... It was a load of old hooey. Seriously, she's very lonely, very unhappy. But here is this mummy which has come to life. This is the face of an Egyptian pharaoh, and revealed for the first time in centuries after being digitally unwrapped. The experts at Cairo University used a scanner to unveil the mummified remains of Amenhotep, who I think that's how you pronounce his name. And let's face it, he ain't going to be complaining anytime soon, who died at 35. The uncovered details about his appearance, his jewellery and painted burial mask, say by digitally unwrapping and peeling off the virtual things, you can see they were found in 1881. Cause of death unknown near Luxor, reigned from 1525 to 1504 BC. And you can see the pictures of what his head looks like when you see it digitally. So this is I'm looking at his coffin face now, which is not unsimilar, not as lavish as Tutankhamun's, which was, when they found Tutankhamun's, that was the amazing thing, because they had the outer coffin, then they took that off, and then there was another mask, and then they took that off, and there it was. Never before seen. Never before seen. And when you look at his picture, apparently his teeth were in good condition. The rest of him, of course, his eyes had disappeared completely. It's amazing, isn't it, when you think how old he was. I mean, he'd been, first time in centuries, but they did notice he had good teeth. But they say he was about 35 when he died, which was probably considered a good old age. Because Tutankhamun, as I say, I'm sure he was 18 when he died. He was very young. He was very, very young. But this one, they've worked out he was about 5'7" tall. So he wasn't blessed with height. But because they can see through things, with like an X-ray, just to see what somebody looks like, I think they should leave them. Don't you? Then what they do is try and recreate them. Oh, Tutankhamun was 19. They think he died of an infected broken leg. 19 years old. Nothing, is it, really? Nothing at all. And then you look at these things. There is a place, I think it's in Mexico or something, where they have the Valley of the Dead or something, and they leave people... Actually, in one of the countries, they leave the dead outside so that the birds can peck them. And we used to have the same in this country. When we executed people on Tower Hill, if they were beheaded, which many were, they would take the heads, cover them with tar, and put them on Tower Bridge and London Bridge. But they covered them with tar to stop the seagulls pecking away at the heads. But it's interesting when you look at these things. They've just done up the Cairo Museum, I believe. It sounds fantastic. I'm fascinated by this thing. I've always wanted to go. You can go inside some of I think the Great Pyramid. You can go inside. If you type in on YouTube, inside the Great Pyramid, it's absolutely amazing. They've put walkways in, so you can go in and see what the pyramid looks like from inside, which is just... it's unbelievable when you think how they built these things. They've got walkways and everything else and staircases, and you go up them. I mean, it looks like you take your life in your hands, but they were huge. But the pyramids, the inside, have maintained the same. They've got lighting in there now, so you can walk along these walkways and see what it looked like. I mean, it's just like being transported back into time. It's just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I was always fascinated. There's people have done videos of it and everything else. And when you think they had to build these things, all for the pharaoh. All for the pharaoh. And somewhere deep in the darkest depths of the pyramid was the pharaoh's tomb. And in the case of Tutankhamun, he didn't have a pyramid, bless his heart. He was just buried in the Valley of the Kings, and they found him. luckily, they didn't know they'd found Tutankhamun because they weren't really looking for him. They were just looking for graves that hadn't been looted, because looters were the one thing, because they knew that the pharaohs would be buried with all their worldly goods. And so when they were due to come back to London, Carter and what's-his-face, and they just went one more day, and they were digging around in the Valley of the Kings, and they found what they thought was a set of steps in the sand. So they dug down, and there was a door at the bottom of it, all covered in sand, and they then discovered that the door still had the seals on it. It hadn't been broken into. So they opened the seals, they went in. You can imagine a rush of air from thousands and thousands of years, and they cut through a small hole in the door, which hadn't been broken into by the body snatchers and the people who were grave robbing. And I think it was somebody said to Carter, "What can you see?" And he said, "Wonderful things, wonderful things." And it was all in there: the chariots, the boats, everything, food, trays. And they went through and they started taking all these bits and pieces out. And then they found the tomb. And that's when they found that fantastic mask that you can still see to this day. It's amazing. Steve, in India, in the Parsi region, says Bev, is that where they leave bodies on the roof? That's what I thought. I remember reading about it some time ago. Strange, isn't it? Very strange. I was cheered up last night, Steve, says Nigel, watching a repeat of the last episode of The Vicar of Dibley. I don't remember that. I mean, I bought the box set, but I can't remember actually what the last bit was. You'll have to tell me. I can't remember these things. Question, will we still have Jubilee in June weekend if the Queen dies? I don't think so. What would be the point? What would be the point? But I mean, no, I mean, listen, she shows no sign of slowing down. She seems to have boundless energy. I mean, she had about 20 people over for Christmas at Windsor Castle for a little bit of a meal. Mind you, the people at Sandringham were really fed up because they'd got the food in and the turkey and the crackers, and then she cancelled Sandringham and it all had to be transported to Windsor. The only person who didn't get to go was Sarah Ferguson, mainly because nobody seems to like the poor girl, so she's obviously a bit dreary. And they decided, because when Philip was alive, he wouldn't have her anywhere near Sandringham, so she had to stay in a little cottage on the side, and the girls went to see her together with Prince Andrew. But now I thought she'd be allowed back into the fold for Christmas, but it appears not. 14 minutes to 6.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I'm still looking at the pictures of these mummies. Actually, if you go to the British Museum here in London, and it's a good place. In fact, all the museums are good, actually. I used to hate museums when I was a child. My dad would go, right, we're coming up to London, we're going to go to a museum, and your heart would drop. You think, oh God, not a blooming museum. They were so boring, but they're now so sophisticated. You know, even the Natural History Museum, the Geology Museum, the V&A is almost too good. You know, there's things in there from London where they've removed whole rooms out of long since forgotten houses, and they've assembled them again, and you can join the V&A like you can join the Natural History Museum, and you get to go to all their exhibitions, and it's fantastic. About 60 quid for a year. Well worth it. I always promise people it saves you having to queue up for anything, and it's great. So I love all the museums, but the British Museum have a room full of mummies. In other words, they've sort of lifted them. And I was always in two minds over them, thinking, say the family object. And then I thought, they don't have any family, do they? And I sort of worried about them a little bit. But I was always sold on the British Museum because there is a mummy who's got ginger hair, and it appears to be growing. I don't think it's growing anymore, but that was the story that I was sold on to go to the British Museum. And I've been there for various exhibitions. It's fantastic. It's got everything. And it's just great. So there you go. The brain was removed but not preserved. Rest of the body dried with natural salt, treated with oils and resins and tightly wrapped in bandages. And they used to wrap everything up. They used to do cats, dogs, or mainly cats would be done. And when they x-rayed them, you could see the actual animal inside. But so now they use medical CT scanners. Animals sacred to the gods like bulls, crocodiles, cats and falcons were also mummified. Imagine mummifying a bull or something like that. I mean, quite a big thing, isn't it, really? Have to call round an Uber cab to take that one off to the pyramid. But some of them, I was led to believe, got buried with their servants. Servants were there to help the pharaoh in the afterlife. So that's why they had food, they had their chairs, they had everything in there so that when they got to the afterlife, they were looked after. Now, whether or not they locked up the servants alive or whether they killed them and then put them in, I've got no idea. But that was the story that I'd heard. But the British Museum, very good, very, very good. And what does it contain? Contains the Rosetta Stones. You can go and see the Rosetta Stone, which is possibly the most photographed item in there. School kids crowd round it, and it's fantastic. So I do like going to museums now. As I say, I used to hate them. And I tell you one thing they have got. They've got great cafes and restaurants and things. The Imperial War Museum is amazing. It really is fantastic. And the Rosetta Stone, this was discovered in 1799, and it was found in, I think it was in a cave or something like that. Anyway, French soldiers digging foundations found this inscribed slab. It became the key that unlocked the hieroglyphic script of ancient Egypt. And that's what it was. The soldiers were troops in Napoleon's Egyptian campaign. They were preparing for the land battle on the 25th between France and the Ottoman Empire. The stone was swiftly recognised as a valuable relic of antiquity, and news of the discovery sped quickly. And when they first brought it over here, my father queued to go and see it because my father loved stuff like that. He would spend hours going through bookshops and everything else. And I think there was also a Tutankhamun exhibition where they brought stuff over. I mean, people are fascinated, like, you know, the exhibition which is on in London at the moment of the Titanic. They've got stuff that nobody's seen for a long time, if ever. And so that's why it's always so interesting. It's like I like things like that. I like the history of the place. I've always been a big fan of history and all those sort of things. So, you know, when you look at this Titanic exhibition, they've got 200 original objects never before seen in the UK. They've got handwritten letters, keepsakes, personal belongings, and all sorts of things. And what this exhibition will do is sort of take you through the narrative so you feel as though you're there. I went to the one in Vegas, which has got a piece of the Titanic. It's called The Big Piece. And it's a piece of the side of the ship with the portholes in and everything. And I think it's called is it called The Big Piece? I'm pretty certain it is. And when you look at it, you go, that's actually a member, because you think that when you see this, it's just absolutely amazing. They've got it there, and you can go and see it, and they've got ice, and it trickles, and they've got tablecloths and bedding and everything else. It's at the Luxor. But The Big Piece, there is a better picture, actually, than that. So I think there you go. That's the side of the Titanic with the portholes in it. What they did, when they brought it up, they got it to the top, and the chains broke, and it went all the way back down 2.5 miles, and had to bring it back up again. So it's amazing. It weighs 15 tons, measures 26 by 12 feet, a section of the Titanic's starboard side. I mean, it exists. That's the amazing thing. It's just absolutely stunning. So you can have a look at the rivet work that went into it, the amount of rivets that were holding this thing together. Phil the farmer. I don't know why I've said that. I'm sorry. The Welsh Folk Museum, St Fagans near Cardiff. It's amazing, and it's free to visit. What do they have in the Welsh? Oh, it's a folk museum. Oh, right. Sorry, I thought it was a farming museum. A folk museum. Oh, wow. Me dad, says Mark, wouldn't take me to a museum, so I went with me mummy. You're right, you're barred. You'll never see the light of day ever again. We do bar people for worse, actually. Much worse than that. But no, museums are an awful lot better than they used to be. An awful lot better. Oh, I wonder this year. No, we're not, are we? There'll be no New Year's Day parade in London, which Bob Bone has been doing for donkey's years. I myself did it for about 9 or 10 years, and I was one of the commentators. And but I always made sure, and I only did it on the proviso that I did Parliament Square, because that's where the parade started from, and it went all the way up Whitehall, round Piccadilly, down a bit of Pall Mall, up to the top, down by the Ritz and everything else. And I thought, if I was at the Ritz doing the commentary, you'd have to wait about an hour and a half before the blooming parade reached you. So I always did down in Parliament Square, and they used to put me on a thing. The one year I was up there, they said, that we're bringing in the parade. 10,000 young people take part in it. All the cheerleaders from America, from all the marching bands, everything. Really sensational. And they said, we've got a cherry picker for you, Steve, and it'll be located by Westminster Bridge, and you can go up on there, then you can see the parade. They'll all be holding numbers, so you can look at your script, and it will go, float number 33 is so-and-so. And I said, that's a good idea. So, of course, I'm on a cherry picker. I'm controlling it. And I was smoking at the time, so not only have I got a packet of cigarettes, I've got a cup of coffee because I was so frozen, I've got my microphone, and I've got all the scripts, and this thing is swaying in the breeze. I'm like high. I'm like 50 feet up in the air, and there's everybody crowded round the bottom of this. It was built onto a like a Land Rover. I'm petrified, absolutely petrified. This thing is moving, because it almost goes up vertically. And I thought, I'm not very good with heights anyway. I was even worse in those days, even worse. But they were always fantastic. The New Year's Day parades were great. And I used to host the concerts the night before in the Central Hall, Westminster, where you would see these marching bands also had an orchestra, and they were fantastic. They really were. It was quite gratifying to see lots and lots of young people, because it's a big deal in America to be a member of the marching band. Or, I mean, you can find them on YouTube. Look for Ohio's got a fantastic one. A fantastic one. Steve, when we were kids at school in the 60s at the Oratory, says Glyn in Chelsea, the museums were an educational source to us due to the closeness of South Ken and the underpass. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. I mean, in fact, you can walk from the Oratory quite easily to the museums. I loved it. I won't pay to go in a museum, though. I'm a bit funny. They actually try and get money out of you at the Science Museum and things like that, and I just am going to the shop. Because I think, wait a minute, I own this. You know, I don't want to pay to go in there. I'm British. Make the tourists pay for it. Much easier. Steve, I can't believe you've not mentioned a word about food, says Chris. I don't think a Steve's breakfast show is ever complete without a mention of some mouth-watering food. I mentioned sausages in Pigs in Blankets earlier on, because I bought a load, and Lynn and I had those, and I'm probably gonna have some of those today, which is very exciting. What to have them with, I don't know. Probably mashed potato. I'm quite a big fan of mashed potato. I have it every so often, which is quite nice. What do we got here? There's a little baby who is smaller than a bottle of Coca-Cola. They always do that, don't they? They print a picture of a bottle of Coca-Cola and then a baby next to it. You think, how sweet, it's lovely. Also, the bravery of a Second World War tank hero whose actions held up the German advance towards Dunkirk for 3 days has been revealed 81 years on. Sergeant Eugene Strickland's fearlessness during the Battle of Arras in 1940 helped enable the evacuation of over 330,000 Allied troops just a few days later. How amazing. Now his story's been told by his archaeologist son, Tim Strickland, in his book Strick, Tank Hero of Arras. It's people like, I told you I went to a flying museum years and years ago. I can't remember which one it was, actually. It's probably the most famous one. And there was a guy there sitting underneath a Wellington bomber. And he was an old boy. And he was sitting underneath the bomber in like a chair. I think it was the Army Flying Museum. Where is it? Where is this one? Stockbridge. No, it wasn't Stockbridge I went to. It wasn't Stockbridge. It was another one. It's more famous than Stockbridge. London homepage. No, I don't know. I can't. No, it's not Northolt. I can't. Oh, it's so annoying now. You know when you get this thing in your mind about it's full of aeroplanes. Well, that doesn't help, does it? It could be anywhere, really, I suppose. But this old boy was sitting there, and he was part of the Wellington bomber crew, and he used to sit in that gunning thing, which is underneath it, which looked like a sort of a dome, and he was in there, and he'd written a little book about his exploits, and he was selling them to make a living. That's how special he was, and I bought one. I bought it. It was only a £5, and I thought, you know, for what he gave, a £5 was cheap. Very, very cheap. But it was just the fact that he was sitting there and people were passing him by, and then he just wanted to talk to people. which I thought was lovely, actually. Andrew. Oh, no, I haven't got enough time, actually. I have to do that a little bit later. We're talking about, actually, Ian Payne's show. And he said, let's not be too sentimental about foxes. Oh, you're one of those killers, aren't you? You're one of those people who wants to go out and kill them because they eat... excuse me. Blimey. They eat chickens. Well, they don't, actually. What they do is kill chickens. They don't eat the blooming things because I think James O'Brien lost all of his. And it's only a matter of time before a child gets badly hurt. Well, if you're stupid enough to leave your door open and let them walk in, well, then you've only got yourself to blame, I'm afraid. So, unfortunately, you know, you can't use the urban fox attacks because they're very few and far between. Very few and far between. But also, they were here long before us, Andrew. Long before you even. Imagine. News at 6. Here it comes.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 3 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC, and it's still a bank holiday. So you're going to go all the way through to Friday, and then if you're working, you might have worked a couple of days. So you'll be working Wednesday, Thursday, partly Friday. Then you'll go home early. So you can celebrate New Year's Eve. We're supposed to be socially distancing. People will be having parties all over the place. You know what it's going to be like. It's going to be, you know, and nobody will be wearing a mask. So, you know, the figures are going to rise after New Year. And then New Year's Day is the aftermath. And I'm here between 7 and 10 on New Year's Day. And I've done it, you know, quite a number of years, actually. And it always, I mean, I'm always quite pleased that, you know, I do drink. Don't get me wrong. I do enjoy a few sort of bevies. And it's a case of I see the after effects around London in the morning, and you probably see it around your area. If you're one of these people who works driving a bus or driving a train, you'll find people in party clothes at 10 o'clock in the morning staggering around, not having the faintest idea where they are. And I always think, thank God I'm sober. It always makes it much easier. So poor old Andrew, he said, let's not be too sentimental about foxes. A caller to Ian Payne's show described her entire family of chickens slaughtered by a fox. Not a single chicken had been eaten. No, they just kill them. But then what you're supposed to do, you know, if you've got half a brain cell, is if you have chickens, then you lock them up every night. They have to be locked up in the chicken house, and it's got to be made fox-proof because fox hunting and foxes are very, very clever. They know how to, it's like pigeons. They're very, very clever. And foxes will kill pigeons if they get the opportunity. They'll kill just about anything. But bearing in mind, that's what they do. That's what they do. And some people look after them, some people don't look after them. And Andrew says they'll walk into back gardens fearlessly. Well, of course they will, because that's their territory. But, you know, nobody's going to get, you know, sentimental about a few chickens being killed. Not remotely interested. You know why? How many chickens are raised for meat in the world each year, Andrew? I bet you haven't got the faintest idea. Shall I tell you? 50 billion chickens, which works out about 136 million chickens killed each day worldwide. And you're worried about a few people killed in somebody's garden? I don't think so. I don't think so. So 136 million chickens. In fact, there was a place, I think it was on the television, I remember seeing it, or perhaps I read it on the internet, and they can process 2 million chickens a week. This is just in this country, because we eat a lot of chicken. All those things you see in the supermarket, it's chicken. So the fact that a fox will just, you know, kill them, they don't necessarily eat them. I think it's the feathers or something else. But, of course, they raid bins. But I can show you round here crows, jackdaws and everything else that can sit on top of a rubbish bin and pull the rubbish apart and eat the things. You see, I mean, crows are huge. Seagulls, you know, pigeons, everything around here. They all know how to open these things. So, you know, foxes are little cuddly things, and we love them. You know, the fact that they're hunted by people, you know, just because somebody phones up Ian Payne's show and says that her chickens have been eaten. 136 million a day. 136 million chickens are killed. You know, don't see anybody rushing outside. That's absolutely outrageous. How can you kill them? Crows have a 2.5-foot wingspan and are about 17 inches long. But I've seen them sitting on the waste paper baskets and the bins and everything else, literally because they can smell the food in there, and they just literally rip the bag apart and they'll eat it. Obviously, a fox, and I've seen them doing it, if people leave bin liners down with the thing, foxes do not climb into rubbish bins. They really don't, I promise you. But if there's bags on the ground with food in, they can smell it and they'll rip it apart to get to it. So what are you complaining about, Andrew? You should be very lucky they haven't been round your house. I mean, there's loads of rubbish food. They don't need to do anything else. The food is there. Oh, this looks nice. Bubble and squeak cakes with poached eggs. Oh, dear. How nice. I had something the other day. What did I have? I think I had a steak stew with dumplings, which was actually quite nice. Well, it looked quite nice on the picture. When I actually cooked the blooming thing, it didn't look that nice at all, actually. I was a wee bit disappointed. But today, pigs in blankets, which is always good. We like our pigs in blankets. There you go. I love dumplings. I know. I spoke to a friend of mine the other day, and who says I hate dumplings. And I said, isn't it funny? I absolutely love them. By the way, the air place I was talking about, and well done to Steve and my AP this morning, is Duxford. Duxford. It's Europe's largest air museum. Walk through the same hangar and buildings as those who served at RAF Duxford. You can see aircraft take to the skies from the airfield where Spitfires first flew. And it's £22. Blimey, it's not cheap, is it? £22.70 to go. But small price to pay, isn't it? You can get up close. I saw a museum on the television the other day, and they've got the biggest collection of Spitfires in this museum. There's about 7 or 8 of them that they've got. Because that would be... I don't think I'd want to go up in one. Thank you very much indeed. Spitfire and Hurricane Memorial Museum. That's quite nice, isn't it? Where's that one? That's at Manston in East Kent. Lovely. Very nice. You need to go and see these places. Seriously. Not just for elderly people, it's for all of us. It's for all of us. Look at that. You can explore that Spitfire and Hurricane aircraft. How these... I mean, when you look at it... And then when you finish doing that... Go and buy the film Battle of Britain. OK, you do that. Steve, you can take away the food now. I've had enough of looking at food. Anymore. That's a lot of dumplings, isn't it? But there you go. Steve, my sister Susie Burbridge was the Lord Mayor of Westminster a few years ago, and we came up with the New Year's Day Lord Mayor's Parade. What a day. Also, Dad, says Simon, was a rear gunner on a Wellington bomber in World War II. Worst place to sit. We published his book with all his sorties, Wise Without Eyes. How lovely. How lovely. My dad was RAF. And he's got, he had lots and lots of memories. We've still got his suit. Isn't that strange? I don't know what we're going to do with it. Nothing, I don't think. I went to the Titanic exhibition in Belfast a few years ago. It was all about the making of the ship. Amazing when you saw how big it was and all the luxury the first-class passengers had, said Claire. Yeah, although when you compare it to some of the big ships going out nowadays, the QM2 and things like that, it was quite small. Quite small. Another one, Sue in Newbury says the Army Air Corps is based in Middle Wallop. What a lovely place. That sounds nice. Middle Wallop. And James says, Steve, your favourite, black pudding for breakfast. No, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Everybody's saying Duxford. Yeah, you all knew. You all knew. And Steve... Says Anne, I'm just lying here listening to you, and as usual, a smile came across my face. As always, you're on top form. Well, not always on top form, but I mean, as near as damn it. Johnny Colchester knew it was Duxford. Tricia thought it was Hendon. No, Duxford it was. Duxford. And you should go. Definitely. Steve, your throat not dry yet? I'm surprised, says Chrissy. No, I don't get dry throats. Never have had, Chrissy. Says, I haven't heard you slurping your tea today. Well, you've obviously not been listening properly. Get some new batteries, you'll hear properly. Then you'll hear me slurping. I slurp every day. Always do that. It's part of the show. Steve, I saw the second part of a very British scandal. Actors and sets, very lavish. We seem to export this snobbery to America. They love it. The Americans love this sort of thing. Anything that was... a sort of a Merchant Ivory film, the Americans lapped it up. They can't get it. They think we all live in this sort of Dickensian world. And I thought it was amazing. They were talking about, the thing, because we do them better than anybody else. The Americans can't do Merchant Ivory stuff. They really can't. And I thought it was lovely. It's just that we don't live like that anymore. The very British scandal is basically sex, secrets and suspicion. There's a house that's just come up for sale. No, it's not. It's not a house. It's a flat. And I believe it was part of a British scandal some years ago. And I remember thinking, I'd quite like to live in a house that's got history. It's like I've always wanted to live in a house that's got a priest's hole. I've always wanted to live in a house like that. There's one house which you can visit now, and the priests, because the priests used to be hidden, and there was a man who went around building priests' holes into houses so that the priest could hide in there. One of them was so unique, it was in a toilet. The toilet slid aside, and the priest's hole was in there. They were mainly during a time when Catholics were persecuted. I mean, priests were often imprisoned, tortured and killed, and they were disguised within a house to baffle search parties. And so there was one in a toilet. There was another one where the staircase lifted up. The whole staircase lifted up. It could be bolted from inside, so they couldn't get in there. And they were amazing places, amazing places. So, in fact, if you type in priest holes, you'll find also, and you have to try and work out where you think the priest holes are, but they'll show you them in some of these lovely houses. Jill in Ireland says Duxford, Steve. Duxford has to be, doesn't it? Really, you're so right. What else have we got? What else have we got this morning? You know what you've got to look forward to next year? Another dreary book from Prince Harry. Don't know what he's going to be moaning about this time. Honestly, what an ungrateful little so-and-so he is. Next, the next crisis you're going to get is soaring bills, gas and electric. Another one here. Kevin the Milkman says foxes absolutely love eggs. They kill the chickens to get to the eggs. We have problems with foxes taking boxes of eggs off our customers' doorsteps. Yeah. You basically have to hide it. I used to get that with tits. And my milk bottles, they would peck the top of them. So my milkman, when I lived in Staines, he sold me a box. And he'd put the 2 pints of milk in there, and then you put the lid on to stop, basically, the birds getting at it. You have to think about these things all the time, honestly. There's enough things out there, especially during the winter. Dawn Neesom's up because she's retweeted my Welcome to Tuesday, folks. I'm with you all from 4, to be honest. I can't wait. It's been a funny week this week. It always goes a bit funny, but for those of us working, it doesn't seem, peculiar at all because it's what we do. It's what we do. Steve, my friend's dad was in the RAF and in the Second World War. When he passed away, they had a reception at the house and dedicated a room to pictures of him, his medals, and also little books where he logged every single flight. I'm feeling very productive listening whilst I'm doing my chores, Steve. You're keeping me going. That's good. Because I think it's clean-up time, isn't it, now? But you don't have to sort of take everything down yet. You can leave your lights and your tree up for quite a while. So, Kevin the Milkman, morning to you. I hope you're busy at the moment. And one says, Sarah says, our council supplies small food recycling bins to put out for collection. And the foxes round our way managed to tip them over to get the food out because people don't close the lid properly. So we put a couple of bricks on the top so they can't be tipped over. See? You can do it. It's not difficult. Not difficult. I don't think so. And I've never heard of those. Little boxes. What have we got here? Older women who... You're going to love this one. Who eat alone have a higher risk of heart problems, experts say. Why women? Why would it not apply to anybody? A study of nearly 600 menopausal women, aged 65 and above, said the importance of having somebody to eat with had been overlooked. My mother just used to complain about the speed that I used to eat. She'd say, slow down. Slow down. She said, you're eating too quickly. And you go, no, I'm not. I just sort of eat normally. She said, you'll get indigestion. I never did. I never got indigestion. But that's what she always used to say. Eat more slowly. 6:15.
This is LBC.
The moment you hold your grandson for the first time. The moment you say goodbye to a loved one for the last time. The moment it's time to hand over the family business to your daughter. Owen Mitchell's legal and financial experts understand the complexities of life. We offer a tailored service to help you plan for the future and protect your legacy so you can enjoy the moments that matter. Authorised and regulated by the Solicitors Regulation Authority.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Still a bit nippy in here, but I think it's good. It keeps the COVID away. And John says, hope you had a great Christmas. First day back, roads nice and clear. I know they weren't too busy. I don't know whether it's busy today. You just get the odd tourist wandering around London. Best time to see it, I suppose. And Melvin says, on your recommendation, I searched for and found It's a Wonderful Life. Lovely film, but I've yet to see the ending. Oh, it's lovely. You'll like the ending. It's good. Dawn Neesom's doing her, of course, her Daily Star column today. God knows what it's going to be, because it's sort of COVID seems to dominate everything because of the figures and everything else. There's a very good double-page spread in the Express today on Dan Snow, an interview with Dan Snow, whose father is, of course, Peter Snow. And he says people are welcome not to have the vaccine if they stay home. There's no human right to go to a nightclub. I wouldn't want to go to a nightclub. We've got a bar here. I keep telling everybody I'm probably boosting their business. And it's open till 3 in the morning. And there's another bar round the corner which is open till about 5 in the morning. And you come and you think, don't these people have jobs? And then they all stagger around trying to find a cab to get home. But we love Dan the Snow. Absolutely. He appears on The Weakest Link tomorrow at 6:30 on BBC One. Well, he's super intelligent. He's very intelligent. In fact, he knows my boss. My boss here at LBC went to school with him. Because when I interviewed Dan, he said, is Tom in today? And I went, he is. And I took him round there and they had a good old natter, which I thought was quite nice, actually. I thought that was very pleasing. But he's married. He did very well. He married Lady Edwina Grosvenor, and they live in the New Forest, and they've got 3 children. And he's got dual nationality. He's got Canadian heritage as well, which is good. He's a nice man. But he's looking forward to getting back on the road. I should imagine he did very well on The Weakest Link. Lady Edwina Louise Grosvenor is a philanthropist and prison reformer, founder and trustee of the charity The Clink, and a founder of the charity One Small Thing. She's a sister of Hugh Grosvenor, 7th Duke of Westminster. That's what you call very well heeled indeed. Steve, the Vicar of Dibley. Geraldine got married to a gorgeous hunk. Alice, Jim, Owen, Hugo, they arranged the wedding, says Sue Ann. Oh, right. So she got married. Of course, I still, sort of feel a little bit upset that the lady who played Alice died. And, again, a huge shock. She died a little while ago now. But I was waiting for somebody else to die. Emma Chambers was an English actress, played the role of Alice Tinker. And she died, do you know, back in 2018. I can't believe it. Back in 2018. But, no, she was lovely. She was absolutely lovely. But I did buy the box set of Vicar of Dibley. I buy all these box sets. I can't help it. It's just an addiction, I'm afraid. Steve, part of RAF Marston is being used as a government processing site for small boat arrivals or long-term residential centre. Oh, well, there you go. We live and learn. Bomber Command Memorial in Green Park is a must. Oh, absolutely. And how? Remembrance Sunday service in Westminster Abbey. Also an unbelievable experience. You can hear a pin drop, says Simon. Oh, well, listen, you're telling, you're preaching to the converted here. I know all about the services. I've been to the service up at the Royal Albert Hall. And again, you hear a pin drop up there. Absolutely fantastic. But you must get round, Melvin, to seeing the end of It's a Wonderful Life. Some of the best bits. Some of the best bits. What else we got in the paper today? Oh, the bells chiming for a week of mourning for Desmond Tutu. Everybody seemed to like. He just smiled all the time. Perhaps it was the way they'd rearranged his teeth in his mouth. Because whatever it was, he smiled all the time. And if you want children to eat every picture you see of him, he's always happy. He's always happy. So he's in another happy place at the moment, I hope. Bless his heart. If you want to make children eat their greens, look as if you're enjoying them, psychologists say. Youngsters who saw videos of adults looking happy eating raw broccoli ate, on average, more than twice as much. So there you go. So in other words, look happy when you're eating things. Somebody said it was the colour of food that puts people off. If they did it in bright pinks and oranges and yellows and things like that, then you could probably understand it more. Because I used to hate, years ago, mushrooms. Ugh. And I didn't really do my greens. I did peas and, carrots. Then I went off carrots, and then I went on to mushrooms. I loved mushrooms. And now I can eat broccoli, wilted spinach. I can eat just about anything, actually. Marks and Spencer's do a nice thing, which I think is wilted spinach, mushrooms and cream. Sounds like a heart attack in a bowl as far as I'm concerned, but I absolutely love it. I love it. In fact, I might have some today, actually. Perhaps it's on special offer. I like things which are on special offer. Could a lollipop ease a sore throat? This is the question they're asking in the Daily Mail today. And the answer is, I'm not going to tell you. You'll have to buy the paper. Can't give away everything that we read out on the papers. And also, scares show we must beef up security. There's a woman pictured banging on Prince Andrew's car window this month. You do get mad people. There's a woman... I don't know whether it's in this... I think it's in this country. And she's obviously one of those... I call them simpletons. It's easier. And they're doing a band thing in the middle of a shopping centre, and it starts off with sort of drummers, and they come out of the shops and all the rest of it, and then they assemble into a group of about 30 people. They're fantastic. And this woman just walks into the middle of them and stands there with her fingers in her ears. I mean, she's obviously not very well, and it kind of sort of... Eventually, I think somebody went, just go away. They had to call the police to somebody, I believe, in Covent Garden, who was sort of, out there disrupting the acts. That's the trouble. Here we go. Lots of party goers. You can party with abandon at New Year in England, but the Welsh and Scots face curbs. And so there's people out with no overcoats on, West Yorkshire, freezing cold, loads of people in, where are they? Party goers in cowboy hats. So, it's in Wigan. Nobody wearing masks, not one person. God heavens. I hope you don't come down with it, I really. And revealed nearly all pregnant women on ventilators with COVID haven't had the jab. And there's one mother here says, my daughter might still be alive if she'd been vaccinated. But she wasn't. That is the trouble. That is the trouble. The story about the asylum seekers pretending to be children is in the Mail today. Where else would it be? And the number of asylum seekers has now reached a record high. More than 1,100 who claim to be under 18 were found to be adults. I'm just always amazed that people pretend to be children when you could see quite clearly that they're adults. It doesn't make any sense to me why you do that. I suppose you sort of get sort of better treatment. And lots of pictures of Hunt people and activists wielding placards in Wiltshire. And they also are going back onto that. Do you remember there was that school primary teacher who was pictured hitting her horse, kicking her horse? And of course, the press leapt on her like a ton of bricks, as indeed everybody else did. And it turns out she's lost her job in both places now. You can't go around hitting animals, absolutely not. And a policewoman is here confronting activists in Wiltshire. Even some of the activists are not wearing masks, which of course they should do. And there's a pair grappling in Lewis, as a woman seems to mediate. So it's people who, scuffle and they do everything else. And in Essex, they do the same. And in Gloucestershire, they're all over the place, But it's a case of you have to sort of just go a little bit easy. Jeffrey Archer writes to the Spectator magazine's advice columnist Mary Killen, a star of Channel 4's Gogglebox. We like Mary Killen very much indeed. Incidentally, complaining tongue-in-cheek about his wife Mary's failure to retire, listing the various unpaid good causes she espouses. I was rather hoping she might come home and take care of her 81-year-old husband, he adds. Miss Killen's advice, also tongue-in-cheek, I presume, says, I urge you to make yourself useful or risk her being snapped up by somebody more dynamic. She wrote about me one year, actually, did Mary Killen, which I was very grateful for, which was very nice. So David Beckham has a picture taken, but he's had to stand on tiptoe. And they've, to make himself look a bit taller. How tragic. How tragic. And another one here. George III's biographer, Andrew Roberts, responding to a Times literary supplement claim that an essay by the young monarch describes slavery as repugnant, responds, it's in chapter 1 of my book. Likeable Andrew never passes up an opportunity to blow his own trumpet. I love it. I love it. Boris and his girlfriend, they're on a beach in Dubai. What is it about Dubai that people go to? Oh, sorry, it's Boris Becker. I thought it was our Boris. I get confused. There's so many of them nowadays. And the prices boom for luxury homes outside of London. There's a piece in one of the papers today on homes which are still up for sale. One in Knightsbridge is £75 million. £75 million, which actually looks quite... If you had 75 million, you wouldn't buy it because it's not as exciting as you would want. There's one called Harford Manor, only 30 million. It's set just outside Windsor. They've got a nice one here in the Bishop's Avenue. What they do in Bishop's Avenue, you can go and I drive around there occasionally, just have a look at all these really posh houses. Sometimes they knock down an old house because they want the site to put up another house. This one's 17 million. St Pancras Chambers have got a penthouse for sale, customised by the owner, model Lily Cole. This is for sale for 4.6 million. Seems very cheap, doesn't it, really, when you consider some of the other one. Here you go. A mansion spread over 5 floors in Knightsbridge that was, until recently, the Panamanian Embassy. The biggest of the 5 ensuite bedrooms takes up an entire floor, and it's yours for 75 million. Nice one here in Roehampton. It's got a wine cellar, which is always, always needed. David Beckham's 5'11", poor soul, honestly, almost childlike. Not very tall, is it really? 1.8 metres. I'm 1.8 metres. I think I'm about 5'10" and 3/4. So it's only a quarter of an inch between me and David Beckham, but still very important. Langdale House, as I say, in Roehampton is 10.25 million. But the whole road in Roehampton is all these, houses that look the same. If you're going to buy a mansion, go and move out of London. At least you get some places to go and live in and everything else. This is I can't do it. It's an interesting. Looking at the witchcraft trials that we had in this country, 4,000 people were arrested, accused of being witches. 2,500 were executed, burnt at the stake. Burnt at the stake. Fingernails were ripped out, people were garroted, thousands killed in a frenzy sparked by King James. Tortured and burnt, but the worst, I should imagine, being burnt at the stake, because it just went on for such a long time.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, 26 minutes to 7. 26 minutes to 7. Philip Schofield says young celebrities have the best chance of winning Dancing on Ice. Do you know why? Because they don't mind falling over. Unlike Gemma Collins, who spent most of Dancing on Ice not dancing, sitting on her fat bum, I'm afraid. Billy Joel admits he'll never write new pop songs because he can't hit the notes, that he'll still be out there singing. What was the other one? Oh, a brutal new reality show will see guests knocked out for real. I don't know if they mean physically knocked out. It's a bit bizarre one, isn't it, really? What was the other one, actually, that I quite like? Oh, there's a dating profile expert. It's another load of old rubbish. It's people who pay serious money to meet somebody. This one earns, quite a lot of money per month, advising people on how to find somebody. Go to a pub. There you go, free. Send me a tenner. Send me a tenner. Just go and stand in a pub. You'll find somebody to talk to. Or failing that, if you want to meet people, get a job in a pub. You'd always talk to people, far more so than if you worked in a restaurant. What else we got? Hospitals and their charging. Electric cars will kill gear changes. Most people, because you can take a driving test for automatic cars. I've got an automatic car. I can do gear changes, but I prefer automatic, much, much easier. The new penguin colony found by the Navy quite appealed to me. I quite like that one. That's going to be a good one. Also, 83% of schools have made history lessons woke. The Morris Men, we did. Our plan to fight the obesity crisis is doomed to fail, mainly because we've got fast food places everywhere. People do cook over Christmas, but if there was a shop where you could go and get the entire Christmas lunch all cooked for you, that's what people would do. And happy birthday to Dame Maggie Smith. How old is Dame Maggie Smith? She's 87 today, star of Downton Abbey and Harry Potter. She's got 2 Oscars for The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie and California Suite, and 5 BAFTAs. I met her son once, and I said, is she as fabulous as we think? He said, yes, she is. It's as simple as that. I remember thinking, how cool, your mother is Dame Maggie Smith. Also born on this day, in 1943, was Richard Whiteley, the TV host. He used to do Countdown, and he died 2005, said to be a firm favourite of the Queen Mothers. Stan Lee was born in 1922, but died in 2005. He was the US comic book writer and tour de force behind Marvels, who helped create Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, and the Incredible Hulk. Alan says, I'm a member of the Imperial War Museum. I pay £5 a month. You get free entry to the charging sites, which is Duxford, also the Churchill War Rooms and HMS Belfast. 10% discount, Duxford Air Show tickets and access to members' area. Oh, it's very good. I advise everybody to join these places. A, because it keeps them going. Secondly, if you join the V&A, you get to go to all their exhibitions for free when they have their really sort of big exhibitions. You get 10% discount in their shop, 10% discount in their cafeteria, and they all do it. They all do it. And the other one, which is my favourite, is the historic royal palaces. You get to go to the Tower of London, you get to go to Hampton Court Palace, you get to go to the banqueting suite. I mean, loads of places, about 5 or 6, I think. And you can go every day if you want. You only pay that one fee. It's about £60, I think. Most of them are about £60 a year, about that. But no, very good value for the Imperial War Museum. So another one to check. And somebody who says here, we have food recycling bins, but no one round here but me seems to have read the missive from the council informing you if you put the handle in the up position and slightly forward, it locks until put down again. You don't need bricks, says Sandra. They're probably all different in different areas of the country, aren't they? I should imagine. Steve, I was brought up in a large country house, all I remember was builders coming in to fix things and an entire army of cleaners. Says Jemima, we never had the house to ourselves. I'd love to have lived in a vast country house. You see them because they use them, don't they, for filming and stuff like that. Jay said, Mum was born in 1924. She'd tell us about Grandad, and I can well imagine him doing it. Him warning the local hunt, if they ever cross his land after a fox, he'd shoot the riders, not the dogs or horses. They know no better. His attitude was he's kill the animal humanely, not to have a bunch of dogs tear it apart. Well, I've heard of people where the hunters arrived in their garden. As they said, if you live out in the countryside, if they're chasing the fox, the hounds will just go tearing through. That's their sole objective. And Sue Ann says, Steve, there's a picture of Gemma Collins, Zed boyfriend, and bags of presents, Versace bags, in a onesie. It's a bit tragic, isn't it, really? For an old woman of 40, I mean, goodness sake, honestly. You think by now she'd grow up a little bit, but after you've seen her on The Weakest Link, you will worry about her intelligence levels. What else have we got in the papers? Derry Girls star Jamie Lee O'Donnell says perfecting an English accent for a new prison drama crew was tough. Now, that reminded me, and I did it the other... Oh, there we are. Is this in Gemma Collins' place? Oh, this is little Rami in a onesie. Best you can manage, is it, love? Best you can manage. The house is a bit pokey, I have to tell you. It's not the biggest place you've ever seen. Not the biggest place, but never mind. It's the best you can get. But it's nice to surround yourself with Versace and Dolce & Gabbana, because she has to give away loads of things. So, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes, I'm afraid. But fancy printing a picture like that and putting that up. It's very embarrassing, isn't it, really? Other stories. The Morris Men, I thought, was quite a good story, actually. I don't know if you get Morris Men round your way, but you should definitely go and check them out, or get to go and see them if you can. And somebody says Stan Lee died in 2018, not 2005. We didn't say that. We said he died, Stan Lee, in 2018. Richard Whiteley died in 2005. You must listen more carefully. There's nothing worse than people who are slightly deaf, So go and have a check. What else we got here? Dan Walker. God, he was boring on the Strictly Dancing programme. I can't believe it. I wanted him to be a bit more exciting than he was, but frankly, it was like watching paint dry. And I always think that anybody who's on the dancing programme, if you're a news person, you shouldn't be allowed to do anything like that. Because otherwise it takes away all your credibility of, here I am, I'm a serious news person. No, you're not, dear. You're somebody who puts on sequins and prances around on a floor, but not very well. The Duchess of Cambridge's impressive piano playing alongside somebody called Tom Walker at Westminster Abbey has left royal watchers wondering if we might hear her sing as well. Well, you see, they might find her for the sausage song for next Christmas. They're looking for a member of the royal family to take part. So this year you've had pop royalty with Ed Sheeran and Elton John. I'd never heard of Tom Walker before, but he rose to fame after the release of his single Leave a Light On, which only got to number 7 in June 18. I don't think he's done anything since then, so I didn't know who he was. He trained at the stage school, London College of Creative Media, and he got a contract soon after. Who did I hear the other day? Is it Adam Clayton? Adam Clayton? Might be Adam Clayton, I don't know. He was singing, I'm sure it was Adam Clayton. There was a picture of him. No, it's definitely not Adam Clayton. He's the one who's in U2, isn't he? This was another bloke who I think might have sung with Queen, replacing Freddie Mercury. And I can't remember what his name is. Adam Lambert. He sings at a benefit in America, and he's doing a Cher song, and it reduces her to tears. He's so good. I mean, he's sold... I can't believe it. He's an American singer-songwriter. He's sold 3 million albums and 5 million singles. He's got a fantastic vocal range, but he sings this song. But I think when Cher did it, it was very upbeat. He sings it as a ballad. It was knockout, absolutely knockout. He got a standing ovation. There you go. Believe by Cher, the 41st annual somethings. It made her cry. She can see, I mean, just such an amazing voice and an amazing performance. You should definitely check, actually. Alan in Clayhall says, I'm also a member of the Historic Royal Palaces on your recommendation. 2 years I didn't go, but I know my membership keeps them going. It does. They don't get any funding from the government. And I always recommend it. I always think it's fantastic, actually. I always think it's fantastic. You must definitely go there and check them out, because you can go time and time again. And, you know, if you're retired or you just like going to different places, go. Seriously, I love it. I can't find the lollipop story, which I find a bit strange, actually. Can lollipops stop a sore throat? And suspects should be referred to in court by the gender they have chosen, according to guidelines for judges. Victims of crime could, under the controversial measures, also be required to refer to trans offenders under their new gender. It means, for example, that a person who self-identifies as a woman and yet who still has male sexual organs should still be called she in court. This is this 540-page guide to judges by the advisory body of Judicial Council. Here you go, lollipops. These are throat soother lollipops. You get 12 lollipops for $7.99. They've got botanical extracts, marshmallow root, and the antioxidant elderberry, plus vitamins A, B6, B12, C, D, and E, not suitable for children under 4. Sucking on any boiled sweet soothes a sore throat by stimulating saliva production. Ooh. Well, there's posh. I never knew about that. Although, somebody says here, I'm not aware of any evidence that these lollipops offer any benefit over and above a packet of barley sugars. God, I haven't had barley sugars for ages. They apparently could be problematic. They're sucked slowly, meaning natural bacteria in the mouth are given a prolonged feed, so the enamel on the teeth can be damaged. Got run out of 10 as a review. So it's what you call a bit of a failure, actually. Sidcup Julie says, I think Adam Lambert's a very handsome man. What a voice. What a voice. I mean, absolutely, what a voice. Absolutely fantastic. Really is. And when you watch Cher, who's dabbing her eyes, it just shows singing can have an effect on people. 6:45.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Very interesting in the paper today, talking about the asylum seekers, over 1,000, pretending to be children. One of them, this adult, he spent 6 weeks as a GCSE pupil at Stoke High School in Ipswich. Siavash Shah, who was believed to be from Iran, was pictured on social media by a fellow pupil who asked, how is it there's a 30-year-old man in our maths class? And classmates shared old pictures from a Facebook account that appeared to belong to Mr. Shah, showing him with a full beard, a hairy chest and swigging a beer. And then the trio of traffickers who made £1 million from the Channel crossing. They couldn't care less whether these people live or die. It makes no difference to them. One of them said, I only did it to pay for my crossing. The money has disappeared, of course. And all we've done is send them to prison. One of them, called Fiat, prison for 4 years. Shorsh, prison for 2 years as well. Not long enough, is it really? He says, I only repair the engines and things like that. They're basically compulsive liars. And, the system in this country is such that you don't really have to spend very long in prison. That seems to be it. Is it going to be a cold lang syne? Apparently not. It's going to be 16 degrees. And so when you look, today, outbreaks of rain, but we seem to be getting that all the time. So good idea, they say, if you're going out on New Year's Eve, to take an umbrella, but of course people won't. And so after we've suffered with miserable weather over the Christmas weekend, there is some minor consolation on the way, although it might be a good idea to carry an umbrella. And I don't see, actually, for anything down south. It's mainly patchy rain, few spots of rain, largely cloudy, and the average temperature high of about 16 degrees all the way through. Whether it changes at the end of the year, I've got no idea. No idea. Because at the moment they haven't done the long-range weather forecast, which I think they should do, just so people are well aware of it. What was the other one? Oh, a senior... Wait a minute, let me have a quick check, actually. A senior paramedic made suggestive remarks to a female trainee. He compared himself to Benny Hill. Oh, right. Not really sure about that, actually. Benny Hill is now seen as a little bit outdated, isn't he, with his the way that he actually operated. But at the time, it was the biggest selling television programme that you could ever do. Done up the road from me, actually, in Twickenham at these studios, which aren't there anymore. Johnny Perry says, how interesting. He says, I see that Queen, the band, have also picked Adam Lambert as a band member. He's absolutely got the most amazing voice. He really has got an absolute fantastic voice. He covers such a big range. Oxford Union accused of gagging free speech. They have a debating society. Do you remember, actually, you can buy the Oxford Union. We know that because apparently Gemma Collins was down there only a short while ago, and it turned out it was an advert for a supermarket, which is, it dates back to 1823. They're now going to assess the impact of guests before allowing them to visit. Particular deliberation is likely to apply to critics of the transgender lobby, pro-life group, and those who advocate for Israel. It's interesting. Historically, even the most controversial speakers were allowed to visit, including O.J. Simpson in 1996 and Nick Griffin of the British National Party. However, the society plans to restructure its invitations. Can't wait to see how that one's going to work out. A spokesman for the Oxford Union welcomed the review, adding, "We will defend any person's right to freedom of speech within the law." But 8 in 10 secondary schools are making changes to their history lessons to pay attention to diversity. The main changes relate to Black and Asian British history, women and disabled, the working classes, and LGBTQ plus issues. Blimey, it gets more complicated by the day, doesn't it, really? And so a comprehensive in the Southwest with a similar makeup said it had developed its Tudor portrait module to become a global Tudor module, and a comprehensive in Bedfordshire said it had added topics that were relevant to its mostly ethnic minority population, including Islamic kingdoms, West African kingdoms, the Black and British experiences of Indian and West Indian soldiers in war in the Arab-Israeli conflict. Blimey, life used to be so much more simple. So much more simple. Prostate screening, just like breast cancer, apparently. They've said 5 years now. They've said 5 years because I thought some of the other papers were saying 3. So currently there is no proven test to check for prostate cancer, which is the biggest killer in men, hotly followed, I think, by testicular cancer. And prostate cancer expert Professor Mark Eberton from University College says we could have a national screening programme in 5 years. It's now possible to provide a 10-minute scan for men, which costs around £100. And so it could be done, every 5 years for older men aged 55 to 75. So I had it done a short while ago for £100. I can't remember what it cost actually, but it's fairly quick to do, and as I say, only costs £100. You can get it done. I think you probably need a referral, but if you actually get the referral, then things are a lot easier. I'm not sure though. Do people want to know? Steve, I'm making fish pie today. Will the frozen mash which you buy from Iceland be suitable? You could probably lay it all over the top. Yes, it's just little bullets. So it just means you're sort of, yes, you could use it, definitely. I'm pretty certain, actually. The same benefits, Steve, Adam Lambert did a duet with Cyndi Lauper of I Got You, Babe. Oh, right. Of course, another one from Cher. What was she doing there? Was she being honoured or something like that? There were all sorts of people there, but he was amazing. Shoppers hitting the Boxing Day sales may have felt like high streets were busy, but the numbers hunting for bargains has plunged since the pandemic. In fact, 40% down. Rail passengers facing chaos, they did yesterday, by staff shortages, strikes and engineering work, mainly COVID, I'm afraid, and the buses have been affected. TransPennine Express, ScotRail, Avanti, West Coast, Northern Rail, LNER and Greater Anglia all reported problems. And I believe that the RMT are going to play havoc with everything because they've got strikes planned, haven't they? So you're going to get that. I don't know why they're doing it again. They're probably moaning about some strange, peculiar law, which means that people have to work a little bit harder. And all they do is they just go, right, that's it. We're going to sort of take everybody out on strike. Bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, really? They really don't care about us. They really. Steve, Chris says, are you going to break the record on the New Year's breakfast show and open up the phone lines? Oh, yes, definitely. No. I don't think so. Highly unlikely. We've never done it before. We've done it on New Year's Eve before, but we've never done it any other time. We did it many years ago, but not for a long time. Just going back to the witches, the ones who were tortured. It was all to do with the king, who was obviously quite mad. He accused the witches of creating storms to sink his ships. So consequently, out of the 4,000 who were arrested, 2,500 were executed by being burnt at the stake. They thought that was the way forward. Whereas, in fact, anybody who was burnt at the stake in London, their friends, if they had enough money, would buy bags of gunpowder and put them in their pockets, so that, as opposed to having to suffer with the flames, which could drag on for quite some time, I should imagine, they would blow themselves up. And it just meant it was over a little bit quicker. I mean, there was one teenage maid stripped and her fingers were pulverised. One poor soul because they really believed in this kind of thing, was forced to say she'd had sex with the devil. And so they burnt people at the stake, and they were public executions. Doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. I don't know what they thought they were achieving, but they didn't achieve anything. Mind you, we have witches now, don't we? We have white witches. Michael says 2 jars of pear and red currant spicy chutney on their way to you. By Jove, I tell you. Very nice. Safe travels home and sleep well, says Foz. Sleep well? I have no intention. I've been to bed. And Steve, your show is the nuts, says Chris in Fulham. I think that means good. I think so. I'm never too sure, actually. On the subject of country houses, Steve, in the 80s, my parents built on the land next to their cottage, but during the build, the local authority ordered them to extend the new house in order to cover up a hole in the ground for some reason. In the end, they had a house which was twice as big as they originally wanted. I remember a house down in, I think it might have been Essex, and the bloke built it, and he hid it behind bales of straw because the council had said no. And then somebody told on him, and they said, he's built a house behind that. So the council went down there, had a look, and went, take it down. Take it down. They weren't having anything to do with it. Lots of people have done that before. They've tried to sort of circumvent the council's sort of rules, because if you get planning permission, it's a miracle. Most of the time they want you to make different little changes to it. I've seen it loads and loads of times on the television, especially on programmes which we watch people building the most fantastic houses. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to, oh no, blow me down, we don't have a bank holiday today, do we? You might actually have to go back to work. Some of you very grateful. Anything, these holidays go on forever and a day, because it's now Wednesday, it's now the 29th of December, and the next time that you're going to be going out spending money, presumably, is going to be Friday evening, where I think all the people in Wales and all the people in Scotland who have the lockdown and they can't go out to bar are going to be coming down here. I suspect London's going to be absolutely chock-a-block, but I'll be able to tell you about that on the Saturday morning when I'm here for the New Year's Day breakfast. Fish and chips give kebabs a battering. Also, the vows of many to cut booze down after lockdown, including, wait for this one, Katie Price. That's nice, isn't it? I hope she keeps to it. She never managed to keep anything going at the moment, really. To police the eco-mobs, the people who used to glue themselves to the roads, 4.3 million and 7,000 officers. Ridiculous, isn't it, really? I mean, to be honest with you, I'd just leave them there, let the traffic go round like an island. Anyway, nice to have your company. I hope you're well. It's going to be wet and miserable for New Year's Eve. But at least it's not freezing cold, which is very nice. What else have we got? The numbers of people with COVID has gone up again. Yes, I thought it would do. I have a sneaking feeling it'll go up even further. Plus the motorist who was stopped by the police. Because you know that the police have got these things in their vehicles now. They've had them for some time. And as you go past them, it will ping them up if you've got no insurance, no tax, no MOT. It pings up. They have these cameras in garages as well, so they can find you very quickly. This old bag, 55-year-old, gets stopped driving down the motorway. Hello, go the police officers, and hello, she says. It turns out she learnt to drive as a 17-year-old when Margaret Thatcher was in number 10 Downing Street. Unfortunately, she's never actually taken a test, so she was driving without a driving licence. So basically the police said, oi, out, baggage, out. They've taken her car away and she won't get it back. She's been driving for 38 years without a driving licence. Bearing in mind, if ever she'd had an accident and killed anybody, you couldn't do anything about it, because because if you don't have a driving licence, you don't have insurance. Don't have insurance? Why would you bother getting an MOT for the car? So she's been driving. Anyway, the car has been delivered to the nearest compound. And driving without a licence can lead to penalty points. So I've seen people do this before. They go, you've been driving for 38 years, we're going to give you 6 penalty points. You go, what difference does that make? They don't have a licence. It's amazing. So they will be carrying out lots more over the festives, because it's still the festive season as far as I'm concerned. I don't care whether, we're up to the 29th of December. When you think about it, we're 4 days on from Christmas already. Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. The Queen's got 2 new coins to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee, which I'm pleased about. And I'm praying, as indeed we all are, that the Sussexes will take a vow of silence and perhaps zip their lips up and stop talking. We're bored witless with them. Thank you. The Crusade, which is the key to reprieve for locks. I don't know if you've heard about this one. This is... This is a bridge where they've put locks on it, all over the bridge, locks, and people have put little messages on there, and the council want to decorate the bridge. You know, basically the council just want to screw up your life for you, and so they want to decorate the bridge, so they want them all taken off. And there's been such a brouhaha that the council said, we'll leave it for a little bit longer. Don't want to upset people, do you? Because otherwise they'll vote you out. Then you'll have nothing to do. And I've got a great story about the man who never was. Now, I don't know if you remember this story. I've talked about the film before, and this was during World War II. They decided that they wanted to convince the Nazis that there was going to be a big invasion. So, to do this, they concocted, true story, based on a fact, they needed to find a body. They needed to find a dead person who had died through it. They wanted to make it look as though it was drowning. As it turned out, this particular person had not died of that at all. He died of something else, but it was enough for them to create a character. And they called him Captain Martin. I think that wasn't his name at all. I'll tell you the story a little bit later on because it's really interesting in so much that all these years later, this story has come back. And I'll tell you why it's come back a little bit later on. But bargain shops getting a pounding from the big stores. Apparently, you can buy some tea bags in Poundland for, I think it's £5, but you can get the same tea bags for about £3.50 in one of the big supermarkets. John Bishop said making Doctor Who was fine. The Daleks terrified him. And a man who lit a firework thinking it was a cigarette set fire to his pregnant ex-partner's flat. So she's now homeless, and he's been taken into custody because he's a drunk and a druggie. Fancy lighting I've never heard of a firework that looks like a cigarette. You'd have to be really off your face, wouldn't you? Mind you, talking of off your face, the stupid drug dealer who's in all the papers today, he decided, I mean, he really is dim. Most of them are. He decided to put his Christmas tree up, but he's decorated it with bags of, let's just say white powder, shall we, and £20 notes. So it was so easy to find because Thicko of the day is sort of trying to print, yeah, I'm really successful and all that. They all do it, don't they? They can't resist it, showing you bundles of money and watches and all sorts. Actually, talking of watches, there's a very good story about some bloke, and he makes replica watches of famous watches, so Patek Philippe or Rolex and everything else, and he makes them for people who apparently have got these watches, but they're too frightened to go out and wear them, which, of course, is a load of old bunkum, because if you've got a watch like that, you're going to go out wearing it. What's the point of buying it if you can't wear it? So he makes these replica watches, and they sell, well, in his books, for £2,500, which is a blatant rip-off. You can get much better. I myself possess a couple of Rolexes, a Patek Philippe, and they're not called fakes. They're called, what are they called now? I can't remember. There's a name for them, which is sort of like, it means basically it's a copy in every which way, shape and form. It's automatic, it's the right colours, it's the right weight, it's everything, and they sell for about £400. He's selling the same thing for £2,500 for people who don't want to wear a Rolex. Well, I suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, that if you can afford to buy a Rolex at $150,000 or $200,000 or a Patek Philippe at, God knows, up to huge prices, you're not going to be bothered about having, you know, a fake, because you're going to go out wearing the thing. Because most people now can't tell the difference. You cannot tell the difference. The copies of these watches are so realistic. They're the right weight. Years ago, you would buy one. You used to go to, say, Singapore or Hong Kong, and you'd be standing there, and a little boy would come up to you on the streets. He'd go, you want to buy a watch? And you go, what have you got? And he would produce a catalogue. He would open up a catalogue, and you would pick out the watch you wanted. I've done it myself. And you go, you stay there. And he would disappear off around the corner and come back with your watch, and then it'd be $25. But they used to, I've still got it, actually, from all those years ago. The strap turns your wrist green because it's made of some sort of base metal, which is all a bit bizarre. But on these other ones, the copy, they come in, not only do you get the watch, you get the box, the paperwork, you get everything. The boxes are the most beautiful thing. I should really bring one in and show the boys. But it's perfect. Even the box looks like it's worth every bit of the money. Every bit of the money. It's as simple as that. So, you know, when he's charging $2,500, my God, you know, you can make a small fortune on these things. Somebody says, it's my birthday today. I'm now free to go out after isolating due to COVID. Christmas was ruined, so I hope to have a better day today. Yeah. It is possible, I think. I think it's quite rare to get it twice But the one thing you need to do is to make sure that you've got the booster. The booster is the thing that means that you can get through it. Because I know a couple of friends of mine at the moment. One's an older person and the other one is a younger person, and they're having a dreadful time with it. Dreadful time. And the amount of people with it have gone up again. Went up the other day, record numbers. So, all those people sort of going, it doesn't make any difference, I'm not going to catch it. Blooming well are. You can pick it up all over the place. Not just on the buses, but just about anywhere. You know that we have 2 podcasts every day on this programme. Well, we've only just got the little bit extra back in today because we don't do it over the festive season. We think you've got more than enough to worry about without having to download my podcast. But I heard from the podcast department today. They sent me a text, obviously not here now, that would be ridiculous, saying that for the first time I have 2 podcasts in the Amazon top podcasts of 2021. I have my show podcast, my little bit extra. I'm actually in there. I'm on the list because we've had 21 million downloads, and that kind of pushes you up the list a little bit. So I'm a bit excited by that. It's very nice. So thank you very much indeed. So if you wouldn't mind downloading as many as possible, please, I could be very grateful, because the more that you the more that you download, the more chance there is of getting a pay rise. And I don't want to be mean about it, but, it does come down to that, I think. Steve, not a copy, it's an homage, says Darren. No, there's a name for these things. I can't remember what they're called. The boxes, so I've got 3 of these boxes. I don't know if they're wooden or whatever they are, but inside the watch is wrapped in tissue. It's got all the code numbers. It's got everything. They're absolutely perfect. I was looking through the catalogue a short while ago thinking the more bling it is, the more I want it. But luckily, I don't drive with my arm out the window where you could... And also, I wear my watch on my left-hand side. If you wear your watch on the right-hand side and you're driving along, the chances are somebody could see it. And some people are very good at seeing whether the hand is sweeping or ticking. Are the watches called replicas, says Mark? Do you know, funny you should say Chelmsford, because that's where some of them come from. There's a bloke down there and he sells them. Now, as far as I remember, it's illegal to have copy watches out or replica watches, but these things are so perfect. It comes with a document. There's a printed little booklet telling you all about the watch and telling you this is its number, and they're all automatics. You don't need to wind anything. There's no sort of batteries in them, whereas the one I had from years ago was batteries. But they do look good. When I first saw, because somebody showed me one, and I thought, wow, that looks sensational. And I've got one of these Mariner watches. I can't remember who makes them. It could be Rolex, actually, or something like that. And it's perfect in colour and the dial and everything. It is just, you wouldn't know the difference. I think it's called a replica. I think it is, actually. The man who never was a homeless man. He committed suicide. No, he didn't. No, he didn't commit suicide. This one died, but they had to find somebody who died of something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was very interesting. They did find his father, and his father said, yes, you can use my son's body. And they used it to try and fool the Germans into thinking that we were going to be doing a certain invasion. It wasn't. It was to detract them from where we were actually going. And I'll tell you the full story this morning. So, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Me and thee until 7 o'clock this morning. I can't believe it. 7 o'clock this morning. But most of you will be back at work. So, in fact, we should be back up to full strength. And that's why we're here till 7. It's 4:15.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Alan says, Steve, the counterfeit watch or replica watch is an unauthorised copy of an authentic watch. High-end luxury watches such as Rolex. Yeah, you're not going to do a Timex. You're really not going to do a Timex, I promise you. It can only be high-end watches. It's like the girls who go to the markets. And because friends of mine have had market stalls, you see them there and they're wearing Chloe sunglasses. They've got, VB jeans. It's all fake. Even Dr. Dre headphones, 25 quid, as if. It's fake. People go to the market. I myself, used to know a guy who had a stall next to a friend of mine who sold women's clothing. And he sold towels. And he had Versace towels. And they came in all different colours, black, gold, green, whatever colour you wanted. I bought a complete set of them, all fake, because they looked good. They really did look very good. And I remember thinking, it's marvellous, isn't it? But when you see certain people walking around a market, I've seen fake Joe Malone candles in markets. I've seen, there's nothing that people don't replicate nowadays. You know. Catherine says the story of the man who never was is very interesting. Watched it on Freeview. Yeah, I've got it. I've watched it no end of times. Dee says, I've had a £14.99 chain store watch going strong for many years, and guess what? It tells the time. What else would you want to watch for? Oh, Dee, come on. It's bling. It's bling. You know, if people, look at you and you're a certain person, and they look at your watch, you go, oh, I see you've got a Patek Philippe. And you go, oh, yeah. In fact, Nick Ferrari is particularly interested in watches, and he looked at my watch a short while ago, which I bought a long time ago, and it's a Raymond Weil watch. And I bought it, donkey's years ago, and it was £800, which I thought was a small fortune for a watch. And it works perfectly well. It does date, time. You're right, it just tells the time, but it's because it looks nice. And Nick is always interested in watches. He likes looking at watches, and I quite like them as well, but I'm not that bothered. The only reason I bought these other counterfeit or replica watches because I thought it was so clever. But I remember that they did a thing in Covent Garden years ago where they found a stall that was selling all these copies, not these particular ones, but the other fake ones, and they put them on the ground, laid them all out, and they brought a steamroller in, which crushed them all to pieces because, I don't know whether or not you're not supposed to have them, or whether or not they're sort of illegal to buy. But whatever it is, they do look perfect. They really do. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Holidaymakers could be getting scammed by sun cream. Dawn Neesom's got her awards, which is quite a good idea. We'll be coming up to that. And believe it or not, even Anne Widdecombe in her column today has come up with she wishes that the Sussexes zipped it and stopped opening their big fat gobs, because nobody's interested in what she's got to say or what he's got to say. He's an ex-member of the royal family who nobody particularly bothers about him at all now. He lives over there. He can stay over in America as long as he likes. It doesn't make any difference to me, because I just think there's going to be an ending to this story. I don't know when it's going to be, but there's certainly going to be an ending. I don't know why. I just think there is. Fears for thousands of children stuck in illegal schools that have no licenses. They just sort of set themselves up and parents pay to send their kids there, which is very interesting. Happy birthday to Marianne Faithfull. And George Jameson has died at 86. And you're going to say to me, who's George Jameson? And I'm going to say, here's another one with a very interesting story. George Jameson wasn't famous as George Jameson. He was famous as April Ashley. April Ashley was a sex change years and years ago, and went through hell, got an award from the Queen for services to the community and to all the different people, had a restaurant at one point, and became really, I suppose, one of the first people to actually have a sex change operation, but suffered as a result. People used to sort of really, really give her stick. And she was amazed. There was quite a few people. There was another one who wrote for the Sunday Times, who started off as a man and then had the sex change and then got accepted, because we've moved on a little bit from people sort of being worried about things like that. And now I don't think anybody cares. Nobody cares. Listen, if you can accept RuPaul's Drag Race on the television as normal television, well then why should anything ever bother you? It really wouldn't. I don't think so. Apparently, the Windsor Castle crossbow suspect had a 2-year grudge against the royals. He's alleged to have threatened to kill the Queen in revenge for a colonial bloodbath. That's why we've had him sectioned. It's a lot easier to actually section somebody and then sort of worry about trying to look after him and see where it goes. But at least they're also now looking at banning crossbows. They don't want people to go out and buy crossbows because these things are lethal. And, of course, I bet you anything, sales of these things have now gone through the roof. People go, I can get a crossbow. But I tell you, they can kill you. No two ways about it. Katie Price has vowed to turn her life around. Oh, we've heard it a million times, love. We really have. It's like, oh, this is the marriage. This is the one that's going to last forever. Yeah, until the money runs out, and then you have to get married again. And then you'll destroy them and you hate them and they hate you as well. So it's a little merry-go-round she's on at the moment. She's planning an 8th autobiography, as if her life has consisted of anything apart from dreary stories, of which she doesn't write. She can't write. She has no idea how to write, so everything is ghosted. Everything she's ever done, her autobiographies, a couple of the books, all ghosted because she has no talent. She's turned Jordan into some sort of bizarre mad woman. So when she says, I'm going to give up drink, and I sort of go, well, that's brilliant. That's a lovely idea. You won't do it, of course. Somebody says, why are you going on about booster injections? You're running short of material. This is somebody called Paul Matthews. Oh, Paul, I'm so sorry, darling. Have you not read the papers? Oh, pop it. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for you now. Should we educate you? Let me educate you, Paul. I feel duty-bound to help out the terminally stupid, of which you appear to go top of my list. The booster you need because it helps you try and get through COVID, OK? If you only have the 2 vaccinations to start with, then there's a chance you can have a really rough time with it. I mean, I'm hoping that you're not one of those people who's had that, Paul, but never mind, still time. And then if you have the booster, that then makes it a lot easier for you. Stop reading the internet, OK? Bring yourself into the real world. Try and be a grown-up. Try and be an adult. And understand there's now 800 people died the other day of COVID. I know that doesn't make any difference to you, Paul. I know you really couldn't care less because you're one of those unfeeling people. You know, if you were a more feeling person, perhaps you'd make it a little bit better. But, you know, as for you, I should imagine you're probably stuck in that place with no friends, nobody to talk to. And so that's why we talk about the booster injections. So, believe you me, I've never run out of material in 43 years. Never. I can sit here with no newspapers and never run out of material. That's why they pay me like this. It's very entertaining, but I'm going to put you out of your misery, Paul, because I don't want anybody else to read the rubbish that you submit. So we're going to bar you. I know it seems a bit harsh, and I know people will say, oh, for goodness sake, Steve, but it's to save you, Paul. It's to save you. We're helping you out of it. I don't want people to laugh at you. OK. Who was the child antique expert in the 80s who was on the Antique Roadshow, went into transition? Well, he wasn't an antique expert. He turned out to be a fraud. He turned out to be a fake. And he was a little boy. I can't remember his blooming name. But he went on the Wogan show, and it was basically a load of old rubbish. He was coming up with all sorts of mad things, and his father was in prison for something. The whole family a little bit odd, and they put him on Celebrity Big Brother, but I can't remember what his name was. What was his name? Lauren Harris. I haven't got that on my screen. No, I've got nothing on my screen, apart from end of show script, which is very useful. Yeah, Lauren Harris. And he sat there being terribly twee and all the rest of it and talking about antiques. And it was just all a load of old codswallop. It was a load of old codswallop. And then he transitioned. And there you go, Lauren Harris. And then turned up as a child known for the knowledge of antiques. But as I say, that was a load of old hogwash. And then started turning up on television as a personality, but turned out actually not to be a personality, and claimed he'd had an affair with somebody very famous, a very famous comedian, who instantly denied it, but not a personality at all on television. In fact, there was something that wasn't quite right about Lauren Harris, and I can't remember actually what she does now. I've got no idea. But she did spend most of her time on Terry Wogan's show because they were fascinated by this little Lord Fauntleroy character, because that's what he used to look like. And then he turned up on Big Brother I don't know where he got the outfits from. It was such a shame because it looked like badly dressed drag, whereas the outfits, could have been really, really good. And he just sort of disappeared. And then all of a sudden, Lauren appeared and then went on the television, and then all of a sudden it's gone quiet. There you go. There's a picture of the so-called comedian that she allegedly had an affair with, Russell Brand. There was an odd one. There was a very odd one, but it didn't come to anything. It was one of those, in inverted commas, celebrities who had novelty value. And so if people have got novelty, like Lady C had novelty value. And so they put her on a few television programmes, and she, sort of went on about... Oh, and then also Lauren Harris went on that programme where people take all their clothes off. What's that programme called where people take all their clothes off? Naked Attraction. She went on there. I nearly passed out. I couldn't believe it. Lauren Harris turned up And but then she decided to have a tantrum and stormed off, which was probably the best thing she'd ever done. But she went on to Naked Attraction. And she sort of felt at one point, I think, that the whole world was against her, but she did nothing to help herself in any way, shape or form. But I thought it was really bizarre. I mean, she was that desperate for publicity. She went on Naked Attraction. And I always think if anybody goes on to Naked Attraction, you've really got to, I mean, you've either got to be hung like a donkey, in which case, you know, don't bother going on there. What is it? There's people on there that go, and so is a vet's nurse or something. And you think, but everybody's going to know who you are. You know, you're going to go on there and you're going to, wait a minute, that's my next door neighbour. She's a police officer and now she's naked on television. And you get people with tattoos and piercings and they stand there stark what's-it naked, demonstrating themselves. I mean, some of them, I've seen a couple on there who look like they're professional models. They don't look as though they're just ordinary people. And then they do a pensioner version of it. And it's really bizarre. I mean, it really is very, very bizarre that people would ever want to go on television and take their clothes off and stand there while somebody judges you, mainly for how big or little. And the camera zooms in on your bits. You'll have the presenter of the programme saying, well, let's have a look here. So are they nice spherical objects? And I think, what? How could you do things like this? And you think to yourself, and then at the end, they actually show them with their clothes on, which is equally as bad as seeing them with their clothes off. But it's obviously people like it. I'm waiting for the celebrity version. Far more entertaining. You'll find somebody like Duncan James who'll take his clothes off at the drop of a hat, you know, give him a shilling and he'll take his clothes off. Because it's got to be around the corner. There's celebrity versions of just about everything. Why not Naked Attraction? Just as long as it's not Lauren Harris. Thank you very much indeed.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Apparently people who collect watches are horologists. Yes, we knew that. We knew that for a long time ago because they did it on Only Fools and Horses, because they found the lesser watch. Susan in the Brecon says, I met April Ashley many years ago, a truly fascinating woman who taught me a great deal about tolerance and empathy. Absolutely. But of course, she was part of my growing up. So that's why it was very interesting. 84850, Catherine says, have a question that you'll probably know the answer to. Christmas television. Who decides which channel gets to show what at Christmas? Well, it's who they've signed. So if you've got Holly Willoughby, she's not likely to turn up on any other channel apart from ITV. Philip Schofield will only turn up on ITV. There's loads of people. You get comedians who will turn up on lots of different things, but the shows are made by outsourcing a lot of things. A lot of radio programmes are outsourced now. A lot of radio programmes are outsourced because I can't hear you. Why did I not hear? Oh, is your button not working? Oh, no, nothing. Yeah, the BBC outsourced. Yes, absolutely. Lots of their programmes. A friend of mine used to be a producer on one of them, and it was outsourced to another company. And I remember thinking, that's interesting. It basically takes it away from them, and somebody else puts it out, and they do an agreement to sort of, you know, put the show together. They have a duty to sell the show to them, and it has to be, you know, provided so many weeks out of the year. And also, if somebody goes off sick on the programme, they have to replace the person on there. It's all part of the deal. I don't know whether we've got any programmes like that here at Global. I don't think we have, actually. I'm pretty certain that it's all in-house, as far as I know. I don't think anybody is outsourced here. We do have outsourced podcasts, yeah, but all my podcasts are just lifted from the programme. Fancy getting into the charts. I can't believe that. There you go. Here's another one. Here we go. Looney Tunes. Everybody knows the COVID numbers are fabricated so that people will get the booster. What would be the point of fabricating them? I mean, that's why these people are so thick. They can't help it. They've got no idea. They don't have an answer as to why that is. They probably think the government are telling fibs. Steve, I watched the Man Who Never Was over Christmas with my old dad. It held my attention from start to finish. I found myself, says Chris in Tring, constantly wondering how they'd managed to pull off the mission successfully. Out thinking, well, it's because they gave him... The television version was slightly different from the real-life version, but it was still the same thing. They had to give this man an identity that they would fall for. So they gave him a girlfriend. They had a letter in one of his pockets. They had to dress him top to bottom. He was dressed up in the film. And they had to get the body into a torpedo tube, and they had to get it on board a submarine so that they could shoot it out, but without the crew knowing that they were shooting out a body. And so he had a briefcase, which was handcuffed to his wrist, which had details of the attack plans. They gave him a new identity. They put cinema tickets in his pocket, some money, a packet of cigarettes, a lighter, a bill from his tailor for some shirts. It was all done. It was cleverly constructed, and then they just expected him, with the tides, to wash up on the shore. And that's exactly what happened. And he was then found, and they then, because he had the briefcase chained to his wrist, they were able to open it and see all the plans for the war. But it was just amazing, just amazing. Anastasia says, Steve, I'm going on the big clean. I don't even know what that is. What is it? What is it? The big clean. I love it. I love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll weave everything in. This cabin fever show, the big clean. Oh, here we go. Is it a comedy? Is it a comedy, or is it the big? What do you mean you're going on it? What does that mean? Are they taking real people? Which is interesting. So it's Radio Time, the big clean. And it's got Joe Cook and Al Law tackling dirty and cluttered homes. Oh, right. So obviously you have a dirty and cluttered home, and you're bringing them in. Well, everybody'd love that, wouldn't they? I would assume. And I'm presumptuously guessing that you're fascinated by illusion, says Mary. So appreciating a brilliant fake is natural. Absolutely. When you say fascinated by illusion, I mean, I'm a magician, so I would think that would be absolutely correct there. I've been a magician for a long, long time. I'm a collector. I'm a collector. That's what I do. I collect things and love doing so. So anyway, so they've got this program, The Cabins, and it's basically a bunch of people who've got nothing better to do with their lives. And some of them are young, some are getting on a bit. And I think they live together for 24 hours, then decide if they want to continue or escape. It's the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen in your entire life. There's hot tubs and all the sort. It's basically like Love Island, but it's in a cabin. It's a similar sort of thing, and they've got loads of people, who otherwise you wouldn't want to go anywhere near. There's one here who's a hairdresser from Scotland. She says, I think possibly I might be a bit of hard work, but she obviously thinks she's got personality, so she's putting herself on the television together with somebody called Timmy, who's also from Scotland, and he says, I'm really geeky, so I'm really big into my superheroes. He's obviously the most boring man under the sun, and they're putting him on the television so that he can bore the pants off you as well. Denny is a makeup artist from Hertfordshire, and she says, I'm very picky. I know exactly what I want, and if someone isn't going to give it to me, there's absolutely no need for them in my life. Oh, God, you're a pain, aren't you, to start with? You really are. You're a bit of a nightmare. I'll get yourself sorted out, love. Richie is from Burton-on-Trent. He's sort of a pretty little boy. He's a nursing assistant. He said, I'm quite big on teeth. If somebody's not got good oral hygiene, that puts me off. So, Callum is from loads from Scotland. Loads from Scotland all of a sudden. He's 23, and he's the woman that he can be himself around. He says, I don't go out dating, so this is a good chance for me to be around someone for long enough to create an emotional attachment. I'm looking at your picture, Callum. I think unlikely. OK, don't want to be rude about it, love, but not really for you. George is from Leicester. He's a salon boss. And his type is a man... Oh, he's gay. So they obviously have both gay and heterosexual on this programme. OK. He says a man with a good personality who isn't obsessed with the gym. Well, that excludes probably 95% of people you could go out with, because every gay man goes to the gym now. That's the new thing. Everybody goes to the gym. Everybody goes to the gym. I personally don't go to the gym, but there you go. He says, I wear sunglasses all the time. That's my hidden talent. Probably conjunctivitis, dear. Chris is from London. His type is a man who is smart, ambitious and adventurous. And he says, I want somebody I can bounce off. Basically, I want someone who can laugh at my jokes. Yes, I don't think you're going to do very well either, I'm afraid. You're not really sort of into it. Roxanne is from Recruitment. She said, I'd like to say I'm good at accents. I have a hidden rapping ability as well. At one point in my life, I was convinced I was going to be a rapper. But you've ended up on a tatty old show on television, dear. Bit of an embarrassment, isn't it? Harry is from... Everybody's from Scotland. Is this the Scottish version? Anyway, Harry is an entrepreneur. For that read, nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. He said, someone who is up for a laugh. He said, I'm happy to be matched with either a man or a woman. In life, I attract personalities. It's not all about gender. Yes, I suspect you'll be kicked out very quickly as well. And what was the other one? Somebody called Corey, who's from London. He's a rep at a leisure centre. A rep at a leisure centre? What does that mean? A rep? I mean, does he work at a leisure centre? He probably promotes it. Oh, right. No, not Arcor. God, no, definitely not Arcor. He wouldn't go anywhere near one of these places. You couldn't get Cor into a leisure centre if you ferried him there in an Uber. He said, I'd like to be the person to kind of mirror me so I can see myself in them and vice versa. God, they're all dream worlds, aren't they? It's like watching the people who go on to The Apprentice. You know, I love watching them because they're living totally in the unreal world. Totally in the unreal world. Steve, hearing you talk about April Ashley, do you remember Tula? Absolutely. Tula had a sister, and Tula also was a sex change, but Tula took it one stage better. She became a Bond girl, and she advertised vodka. Caroline Cossey. She appeared in For Your Eyes Only. She was outed as transgender by a British tabloid, News of the World, which, of course, we don't have anymore because it was a pile of doggy-doos. You know, that's the kind of thing that they were. But I remember her. She appeared topless with her sister. She's 6 foot tall. You can imagine you're not going to miss Caroline at all. What she does at the moment, I've got no idea. But she appeared to marry a couple of times, actually. I mean, she was a Bond girl. She was stunning. Absolutely stunning. You know, it was absolutely amazing. But she had a sister, and then they said, would you like to pose together? So they did posing topless. But she used to do the one where it was an advert for, could have been Smirnoff or something. She was towed behind the Loch Ness Monster on a pair of skis. So she was, and she had all this hair. You know, it's lovely. I love it. Love it completely. Steve, I'd love to see Celebrity Naked Attraction, says Anonymous from Birmingham. I'm not surprised, actually. There she is. That's Caroline. There she is. Born in 1954, so she's 67. 67. Yes, she's 67. And another one, the cinema version of Operation Mincemeat with Colin Firth is being released in the UK cinemas. That's why, Sandra, they're coming up with it now, which is interesting. Steve Allen goes, Liam, you're actually like the government who've never lied before. Yeah, but I mean, what would be the point of lying about COVID? There's people dead. I mean, dear God in heaven, you can't be that thick. It's so embarrassing, isn't it, really? So embarrassing when you don't understand figures. What would you lie about something like that for? But put it this way, if you don't want to have the booster jab, don't have it. I couldn't care less. Makes no difference to me what happens to you. That's your business. That's your business. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. They've got Davina's hot tips. If anybody's got hot tips, it will be Davina McCall. And then there's a whole list of people, again, of those that we lost in 2021. And what else we got? The British daughter of a Holocaust survivor has found 2 US aunts she never knew existed on an online DNA site. Wow. And here's the man who's worth billions, Jeff Bezos. Got a very attractive girlfriend called Lauren Sanchez. I wonder what it was about the billionaire, Mr. Bezos, that first attracted her. And they were having a Caribbean break. Also, for some strange reason, Mylene Klass was out there and son Apollo. They were in the Maldives, where Fern McCann was with her daughter Sunday. Good old Fern McCann. What do you do for a living, love? Nobody's ever worked that out, have they? You're sort of a bit of a, I don't know, just somebody who appears online about things. Here's a strange thing, Steve, about driving offences. If the offence is serious enough to warrant a prison sentence and a driving ban, the miscreant's ban is served while they're in prison. Sounds a bit... Well, I don't understand how the law works in this country at all. Phew. And, Steve, you heard the American Magician was Harry the Hat on Cheers? No. No, I have not. No, he was probably just made up, I should imagine. Emotional Oti Mabuse is reunited with her family in South Africa more than 3 years apart. Why it's taken them 3 years to go back, I've got no idea. And Joanne Clifton from Strictly has revealed she broke down after being told she may need a knee replacement. Oh, easy peasy for those in hospitals. Easy peasy. Seriously, I don't know why anybody ever gets worried about things like that. Vinyl sales have soared. I've got friends who collect... They love vinyl. They said you cannot beat the sound of vinyl. Vinyl just sounds completely different to anything else, but it's now at the highest level in 3 decades. And they were selling some records the other day. What were they selling? It was one of David Dickinson's programmes, and it was very interesting because somebody had 3 Beatles records, singles, with the big A on them, which was advanced copies, so there weren't as many of them. And they went for like £800-900 each one. The bloke had been offered 300 quid for the whole lot. The Sex Pistols, I think God Save the Queen, on vinyl, on a single, a 45, only went for about 30 quid. I thought it would have gone for more than that. because they only lasted, I think it was with A&M Records, and I think they only lasted, the Sex Pistols, 10 days with A&M Records, because they were a bit of a fake group. You know, it was all a little bit, I always used to think that Johnny Rotten, John Lydon, was a bit of a fake, a little bit of a fraud. He was all, I am an anti, and he used to go, yeah, that's lovely, dear, it's very sweet. And then he started advertising Country Life butter. And he kind of sort of went down in my estimation. I was a little bit depressed, actually, by that. I'll tell you the story of Glyndwr Michael, the homeless man who died after eating rat poison. This was the plan which lured the German forces to Greece, allowing the Allied invasion of Sicily. He's believed to be buried in a cemetery in Spain. But for years there have been rumours that the tomb is empty. Or why? I've got no idea. Or contains the remains of another man. There's a historian and writer who believes that his corpse should be exhumed because they promised his father in the film version that they would bury him, giving him a decent Christian burial. What would be the point of not burying him there? You know, nobody would know who he was under his real name, but he was, I think, Colonel or Captain William Martin. He was in the film, recovered by local fishermen. It's an interesting story, mainly because there's a new film out about it, as you can well imagine. So we'll dive into that in a moment, 14 minutes to 5.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Somebody wanted to know what graphene oxide? You've obviously, I can't believe in this day and age, Matt, you don't have a computer. You know, everybody's got a computer. 5-year-olds have got computers. All you do is you put it in there and it tells you that it was a fake story doing the rounds, that it appeared in the COVID vaccine, which of course has been proven not to be the case. But I thought you'd have known that, actually. I love it when somebody will sort of send in something and you think, could you not find this for yourself? Or are you a little bit dim? You know, all you have to do is go to your computer, type it on. Google's the best search engine going, and it tells you everything. You know, it's just the way it is. So there's a new film. It used to be called The Man Who Never Was. Now it's Operation Mincemeat. It stars Colin Firth and it comes out in April. And it's the story of the vagrant who changed the course of the Second World War. This is a bloke who was a homeless guy who died at the age of 34 after eating rat poison. His body was used in Operation Mincemeat, a plan that lured the German forces to Greece, allowing the Allied invasion of Sicily. His body is believed to lie in a cemetery in Huelva. I think that's how you pronounce it, in Spain. But for years, rumours have circulated that the tomb is empty or contains the remains of another man. A historian believes that his corpse should be exhumed to solve the mystery once and for all. Oh, awful, wanting to dig somebody up again. Well, just to satisfy your curiosity. He said, I'd be delighted if the Spanish authorities agreed to an exhumation, not least because it would give this guy the recognition he deserves. He's got 2 films out about him, pal. What do you mean, the recognition he deserves? His body, with the fake identification of Royal Marine Major William Martin, was pushed into the sea off a submarine in 1943, chained to the briefcase which contained the documents which I told you about earlier on. So they're going to retell this film with, I don't know why, it worked perfectly well first time around. Why are they making it a second time? The mission was designed to cover up the planned amphibious invasion of Sicily by the Allies and was approved by Winston Churchill and General Dwight D. Eisenhower. As I say, this is all in the first film. It's all in the first film. I don't know why they bothered remaking it. Perhaps they run out of ideas. So the body was transported. It was in a tube in the firing mechanism of the submarines. They were able to shoot him out of the tube, and he then floated around, and eventually he floated onto the southern coast of Spain. Recovered by local fishermen, they looked at the briefcase. So they took him in. Of course, he was dead because he'd been dead before he was even put into the submarine tube. As a result, the land was liberated far more quickly than expected, paving the way for a full-scale invasion of southern Europe. The epitaph on the Spanish tomb of William Martin now includes a postscript identifying, the real man himself, but the Spanish researchers claim to have evidence the body was not of the first guy, but of a British sailor who died in the sinking of HMS Dasher off Scotland in 1943. They also say that the corpse may have later been removed so a post-mortem could be carried out by German doctors, because what they had to do is find something that somebody had died of. They couldn't just take any old body. It had to be somebody who they couldn't find out how he died, so they would work out that he drowned. OK, so it had to look as though it was a drowning, but because he didn't die of drowning, he died of eating the rat poison. They had to make sure. So also, I think Antonio Fernandez Girardo, whose father and grandfather helped to examine the body of William Martin in Spain, also support the exhumation. Somebody said, I don't believe we have the full truth about the identity of William Martin. We're living in Spain at a time when we're reopening graves from the Civil War every day. Why can't we do this one? Well, it seems a bit cheap that they're doing it just so they can plug a film. You know, whoever it is in that grave, they deserve to be in a grave. And it was you must get the film out. I mean, I don't know what the new one's like. They're always making new films nowadays, including The Amazing Mr. Blunden. But I think actually it would be better if you watched the original film, because it really is so clever. It's so cleverly done. And there's two girls, merci bien, two girls in it, one of whom plays his girlfriend, but she doesn't know that she's playing his girlfriend. You know, it's good. The Amazing Mr. Blunden is the new one now, directed by Mark Gatiss, written by Mark Gatiss, and starring Kitty Archer and Simon Callow. But I prefer to watch the originals, you know, because for modern teenagers, Lucy and Jamie, adventures arrive in the form of a mysterious old man with a job offer. As caretakers for a ruined old house that's said to be haunted with his help, Lucy and Jamie must travel back in time to 1821. And it's lovely. It's a great film. I've watched it so many times. And, of course, so many of the cast are not with us anymore. I can think of three off the top of my head. Lawrence Naismith, who played Mr. Blunden, who looked perfect as the part, Diana Dawes. And, of course, it was Peter Sellers' wife, who also played in the film, who also is not with us again. Somebody says you should rename your show The Gullible Show, as you believe everything the government and the scientists say. You see, I mean, did you go to school? Are you an intelligent person, or are you a simpleton? I suspect probably you're a simpleton. Of course I don't believe everything the government says, but we're not talking about everything the government says. We're talking about people dying. Unfortunately, you're another one of those gits who doesn't seem to worry about people dying. You don't really care, do you? So there you go. Actually, looking at Lionel Jeffries did the original film of The Amazing Mr. Blunden. It was adapted from a book called The Ghosts, and you can buy the book and the DVD together, the original of it, because I've got that as well. And Rosalind Landor was in it. Lawrence Naismith he just looked like Mr. Blunden. Lynn Fredericks. I can't remember how Lynn Fredericks died. Lynn Fredericks was married. She actually played Lucy, the young one. And I'm trying to think how she died. Now, whether she died, she played young, but she wasn't. She wasn't actually young. She was one of those lucky people who looked a lot younger, but I think she had emotional problems. I'm pretty certain. Wait a minute, let's have a quick... That's right. An autopsy failed to determine the cause of death. Some in the media speculated she died from the effects of alcoholism. She was cremated at Golders Green and interred, her ashes, with those of her first husband, who was Peter Sellers. So it was amazing. But her mother, in 1995, said there was no truth in any of the drug or alcohol problems. But it was such a shame, but it was so interesting. She was playing somebody much, much younger in the film. As I say, I thought the film was brilliant. I absolutely loved it. Steve, Nikki Bell says Ben McIntyre wrote a brilliant book about Operation Mincemeat. It's great if you listen to it as an audio book. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I just prefer the film, The Man Who Never Was, because I thought it was so good that they were trying to find out if he was genuine. And the Germans were over in this country, and they sent over a spy who spoke perfect English, but he was German. And he had to try and find out. So he went to visit the two girls who shared a flat, one who worked at the War Office and the other who was her girlfriend in the flat. And they thought that she had been out with Major Martin, but of course she hadn't. But her boyfriend had just been killed. So when this German turned up on her doorstep to ask about the boyfriend, she was able to go, I loved him so much and I can't believe it, and all the rest of it, and all this kind of thing. So she was playing it, but she didn't know she was playing it. Very good. Very, very good film. So get the original first, and then you'll know the story, know the lengths that they went to try and fool the Germans, which we fooled on numerous occasions. The other one we should get as well is called Monty's Double. I think it's called I Was Monty's Double, which the music in both the films were absolutely great. Monty's Double was a film, again, it was also known as Hell, Heaven or Hoboken, a film made in 1958, and it was the book by M.E. Clifton James, who bore a striking resemblance to Montgomery. And the film is based on that. As D-Day approaches World War II, the British officers, Major Harvey, played by the fabulous John Mills, and Colonel E.F. Logan, played by Cecil Parker, plot to give the Germans misinformation about their military strategy. When they go to the theatre and they see M.E. Clifton James playing Monty, but he's playing himself. He bore a striking resemblance, and they went, that's the man that we want. And so he played himself. They actually got him out of retirement, really. And they said, let's make the film about him. So I Was Monty's Double is a great film. Really, another one of those fantastic films. Shane says, what a good film, The Man Who Never Was. The Man Who Never Was. I have the DVD. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I should probably go and see the Colin Firth one. I'll wait till what comes out on DVD, and then I shall do it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, don't waste your time on these COVID deniers. They're looking for a reaction. No, I mean, they're very sad and lonely. That's the trouble with them. They're very sad and lonely until they end up in hospital. And then, of course, they need our help. So, you have to be kind of nice to them in a sort of a roundabout way. Lauren Harris, going back to Lauren, recorded 2 singles. Her debut single, I Am a Woman, was released in 2015, then released a follow-up called Uppadoo, and has dated men called Antonio Mendez and Bruce Hills, but is single as far as 2021. Well, I mean, just disappeared from being sort of everywhere to being nowhere at all. A little about Lady C. 1 minute she was everywhere and we all got bored with her. And then the next minute she disappeared. But if you want to see her and see her in action where she belittles everybody, you have to go to YouTube and put in Lady C's arguments. Oh, go away, she says to these people in the jungle. Go away, you're so stupid. And I used to think to myself, you sad old woman, honestly, what can you do now? Connie says, am I barred as well? Well, I don't know yet. I haven't decided, Connie. I'll make a decision today. Bear in mind, we're coming into the new year. I might have to lose my caring side. I don't want to be too caring. I might have to make some New Year resolutions. But we have got the news coming up for you very, very shortly. We're going to take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Please don't write in if you're an anti-vaxxer, because we lose you so fast you'll never know what hit you. It's a case of we don't want to bore people with your thoughts on it, because it's not one of those sort of programmes. It's a bit one-sided, I'm afraid. Also, more people we've said farewell to in 2021. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, even people that we'd forgotten about, but all worthy of a mention. So we'll do that, and we'll see you in 3.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to, oh goodness, we've got to go back to work. It's a case of you've had a week off. Goodness gracious me, honestly, you're very lucky to have the week off. And now we're back to normal. So all the shops should be open today, which is good news, because I've got to go and get my COVID testing kit, because I've sort of run out. So I'll be getting one today, which is quite good. But I'm being very careful about it. Very, very careful. Billy says, I'm listening to you replying to the anti-vaxxers. It's pure gold. Well, you have to sympathise with them, Billy. It is my duty to be nice about the terminally stupid. I cannot help people. It is like going out with a loaded gun and playing Russian roulette. It's as simple as that. The people all in hospitals mainly are people who haven't been vaccinated. And to actually, it makes perfect sense. It's like somebody saying, do you want to get the common cold this year, which could develop into pneumonia, or would you like to get a free jab, which helps you against the common cold? You're going to go, I'll have the free jab. I'll have the free jab. I don't understand why they're all so peculiar. But then you see some of them and you go, well, really. Oh, somebody said, wasn't Lim Frederick married to David Frost? Yeah, not very long, though. I think she married him in 81. I think it was finished by 82. But then Peter Sellers, she married in 77. 3 years later, they'd finished. Her longest was the first person she married, Barry Unger, from 82 to 91. But she died in 94. Died in 94 in Los Angeles. But I think that film was great, The Amazing Mr. Blunt. She did about 30 films and television things. So there you go. There you go. Steve, not sure why we're talking about these great old war films, but mention The Cruel Sea, says Paul. Well, the reason we're talking about them is because they've done a new version of The Man Who Never Was, called Operation Mincemeat. I mean, the Cruel Sea was Jack Hawkins. Now, you remember why Jack Hawkins was famous. Jack Hawkins was an English actor, and he had, I think it was throat cancer, and they took out his voice box. And he went on stage to give an award, and he had a hole in his throat. And if he blocked it, he could speak. It was quite an amazing thing to see. Quite an amazing thing to see. Very, very brave man. And so he spoke like that. It was very staccato. But in the film The Cruel Sea, which, came out years ago, it had Donald Sinden in it as well. And it was fantastic. I think it originally came out in about 1953 or something like that. Directed, I think, by Charles Friend. And again, one of those good films. But there's so many good war films. But so many of them, which we forgot at the time, were basically propaganda. The Germans were also coming up with lots of propaganda films. But I think we beat them. OK, I'd like to say that we actually beat them. But there's loads of films. It's like one of my other favourite films is Battle of Britain. If only for the music. And only for the fact that it's got the British cast to end all British casts. It's got everybody in it. Lovejoy, the old lot, they're all in there. And the music is sensational. Absolutely. And at the very end, you get those famous Churchill words, roughly along the lines of, we owe so much for so many by so few, But beautiful film, beautiful film. I'll watch it if ever I'm feeling in one of my sort of melancholy things, some of my melancholy days, I'll watch a film like that because I think it's just great. I can get quite excited by it, really. Steve, blimey, week off, back to work. All right for some. I've been at work throughout. I'm glad all this Christmas nonsense is over. Oh, I'm not. I'm still doing the Christmas nonsense. Oh, yes. In fact, yesterday, Lynn cooked, because I told you we had all these sausages and pigs in blankets, and I ate a whole packet of them with some mashed potatoes. She cooked them for me. Oh, that's how good people are. And people go, do people look after you? Absolutely, of course they do. I'm borderline, croaking my last. Goodness sake, of course they do. So I ate a whole packet of these things, and I had as well some little Brussels sprouts. It was delicious. Today, I've got to do a couple of invoices, a couple of bits and pieces, and then go and get me COVID test. Then I'm all good for the weekend. I still don't know what to do at the weekend. I'm working. I'll be working on the Friday morning, as per usual, and then I'll be in on the Saturday morning for breakfast between 7 and 10. But I'm deciding whether to take a taxi in which case, because I have an account with a taxi company, in which case it'll be double money, I can just tell. Well, I'm thinking, I don't know whether New Year's Day is double money or just New Year's Eve. I'll have to check, actually. And because that would make it easier getting in. But, of course, I mean, here we are in the centre of London. I know what the rubbish is going to be like. The rubbish is going to be, there's going to be thousands of bottles because people are going to go, oh, we have to go into London and celebrate. I don't know why. There's nothing to celebrate here. There's no fireworks. There's no jumping up and down in Trafalgar Square. There's going to be loads of people without masks on. Very good place to come if you want to collect COVID. If you were thinking, I wonder what it's like to rest in hospital where you can barely breathe. Well, why don't you pop down to London? We'll give you a nice little send-off. Scott says another superb war film, Battle of the River Plate. Never even heard of it. It's amazing how many films there are that I've never heard of. But you can buy box sets of war films, and we did them well. We did them very well, actually. Very, very, very well. Steve, did you know John Madden, the American football guy, died today? Thank you, Grace. I've got no idea who John Madden is. I've never followed American football at all. The Battle of the River Plate, by the way, came out in 1956. This is the story of the Allied forces chasing the vessel all the way to South America, but after several failed attempts to sink the enemy ship, the Allies find themselves hatching a desperate and audacious plan. Ooh. It's got narration and everything, but John Madden is here. So John Madden. Paul Ritter died. His last film of Operation Mincemeat, says Alan, thank you. But it's amazing how many people have got all these things. But John Madden was the American football coach and sportscaster. He was another one who did the Super Bowl 11. See, I've seen these things. I don't know how people go to them. The only thing I like on YouTube is when you get the big arenas in America for playing sport, they do this thing at the beginning and they sort of show the team running and everybody's clapping and wearing... They all wear the jerseys. I mean, they're far better dressed than our lot. And then they go into this bit of music which goes, dun, 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 dun. And it's a dance that they all do and they jump up and down. Have you ever seen it? It's done in Mrs. Doubtfire. Robin Williams does it on a table in the front room. I can't remember what it is. Type in on YouTube and it's... Oh, try putting in jump up and down, because it might find it. Jump up and down, and it's, jump, and American football. Try American football and see what it throws up. There you go. Wisconsin, they're jumping up and down. You have to listen to the music, and it's fabulous. You get the whole stadium who does it. They all jump up and down because they're American. They're like that. And it's just, the student section is huge in these matches, and they show this bit. Just after this is where it's going to go down, 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 down. You'll love it, I tell you. They all jump up and down. It's so exciting. Only the Americans can jump up and down at football games. Whereas really, I'm thinking, I wish this stadium had collapsed, because they're all jumping up and down, and they love it. We don't do anything like that, do we? I'm very upset. We should do stuff like that. We should definitely. Have you watched I've watched The Cruel Sea over and over again, Steve. Jack Hawkins was the ship's captain. My own father, says Scott, was a World War II Royal Navy Day veteran serving on board patrol boats. Thank you. Ice Cold in Alex was on the other day, says Keith. And Lynn Frederick was also in Henry VIII and his six wives. She was Catherine Howard, says Nicola. Thank you. Stella says... thank you for taking the time out to read my text. As for the anti-vaxxers, I'm very pro-vaccine. Won't have any jabs going. Oh, listen, we don't care about them, but you have to pretend you care about them. I don't really care about them because I just think they're a bit sad. It's a bit poorly educated. Actually, it was something else I was listening to. It was, I think it must have been Richard. He was talking about working class. And the first thing that jumped into my mind was... Nobody's working class now. Noel Gallagher was talking about it the other day, going working class. Oh, you're not working class. You might have come from that stock, but you've certainly elevated yourself. You're a champagne socialist now, pal. You live in a multi-million-pound house. There's no such thing as working class. Years ago on the trains, there was first, second and third class. Now there isn't. You drive around a council estate, technically supposed to be working class. You'll see more 4x4s and people with Christmas lights than any other place in the entire universe. It's called Jump Up and Down, Jump Around, House of Pain, says Paul in Leeds, and Sula and everybody else. It's really good. It's really good. I get excited about it because Robin Williams did it in Mrs. Doubtfire. Bless him. That's another thing you can look at. Robin Williams, somebody's put together a lovely clip of Robin Williams in, what was that film where he played the school teacher? He was and they also went, Captain, my captain. What was it blooming well called? It'll come to me in 1 second. Sometimes you get a complete blank. Dead Poets Society. Have you ever seen it? Robin Williams teaches poetry in this public school. This is the bit here. You have to watch this. I've just directed them to watch little bits on the. It keeps them amused. And he's been kicked out of the school, whereas a lot of the boys love him. And they would do anything for him. And the schoolmaster, who's allowed Robin to come back into the class and pick up all his bits and pieces before he's thrown out, is saying, can you read this bit out? He said, no, that's been torn out of the book. There's all these bits that have been torn out. But this most memorable thing is Robin Williams at the end of this film goes back in again, and the schoolboys have been told, get on with your work, don't look at him. He's getting all his stuff out. And as he walks out, one of the boys is going to stand on the desk and say, they made us say these things about you. And he went, I know that. And they gradually all stand up on their desks. It's the most moving thing. It really is. And Robin Williams just goes at the end, thank you, boys. It's very touching. And somebody's put on, no, thank you, Robin, because he took his own life. But again, he had sort of issues. But it's the most stunning film. And it's this bit where he's going to speak. Here he goes. Lovely. I love it. Every time I watch it, it tears me up because I just think it's so good. And Robin Williams was so good in the film. And the boys were demonstrating all their love and affection for him. Somebody says, are you patriotic? Are you serious? Am I patriotic? Hello? Am I patriotic? Well, I'm not when it comes to Prince Andrew and his dreary ex-wife and their children. I'm not remotely interested. But for the Queen, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there are certain members of the royal family. Big fan. Of course I'm patriotic. I'm British. By Jove, I tell you, if you're not patriotic, you're not British. I love it. I love it. And, here's another one, actually. He said, you can't go 5 minutes without banging on about COVID. Oh, another listener down the pan. Record audience for this programme. And, of course, as I told you at the beginning of the programme, we're now in the Amazon list of the best podcasts of the year. Both my podcasts are in there. So, just because you're going to get COVID and be taking up space in a hospital bed, don't think that you're in company with a lot of other people, because you're not. You're all by yourself. All by yourself, but it doesn't matter, actually. Have you seen the series Band of Brothers? No, but I think I have heard about it. It's got Dexter Fletcher in from Grange Hill. A bit like Saving Private Ryan. I never saw that either. I've got it, but I never saw it. It's 5:15. Let's get the nothing. We'll do this.
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your conversation. I saw Dexter Fletcher in Bugsy Malone. Yeah, they keep showing Bugsy Malone. Whilst you get a chance to see the French film called The Chorus, well worth it. Leaves you, that's tears as well for that one. Francis goes, since when has class got to do with how much money you've got? You saying Wayne Rooney is upper class? No, he's a champagne socialist. That's what he is. Away and have a word with yourself, goes Francis. No, you away. You away. Go and take your second-class bus somewhere. Great knowledge about the late, great Jack Hawkins, Steve. Loving this conversation about old war films. 12 o'clock high. I mean, there are so many good films, actually, and mainly black and white. I don't think they'd work in colour, would they? We went to Pegasus Bridge in Normandy. Amazing story told by the guide at the museum. The cafe there is owned and run by the daughter of the World War II resistance fighter, also now a film, I believe, says Janet. Oh, you'll find these people everywhere. Seriously. I'm watching, what is the programme called? It's a bloke who goes around and he buys military material. He buys tanks. He buys everything. He's got a bit of a shouty voice, talks like that. And he'll cough up loads of money for tanks and uniforms and all sorts of things. And it might be called combat dealers or something like that. But he talks like that. And I can't quite work out. And he always wears camouflage clothing. And it's quite interesting. But when he's talking to somebody negotiating prices, he doesn't talk like that at all. I'm not sure if he puts it. He's working class, of course. And another one here says, I feel like I've been hit by a truck. I've got a temperature of 102. Ooh, let me guess. Let me guess you've got COVID. But don't worry, it doesn't exist, as you know. I bet people who've actually got COVID listening to this programme are going, what do you mean it doesn't exist? Well, you get the anti-vaxxers, the simpletons in life, which is very sweet. In Which We Serve. Yes, very, very good film. Very, very good film. And, Steve, why don't you advise the anti-vaxxers to watch the Royal Institution's Christmas lecture on television at the moment? Professor Jonathan Van Tam is talking about the viruses. Oh, they don't believe it. You know what they don't until they get it, and then they expect us to look after them. I don't think we should, actually. I think we should be the same as Singapore. No, sorry, you've got COVID. Have you been vaccinated? No, we're not treating you. I'm so sorry. You're taking up beds. Most of the beds are taken up. Self-isolation is needed now to cut, the problems with the NHS. Up to 800,000 people are estimated to be in isolation. But, of course, it doesn't exist, does it? Just a government-made-up thing. That's why these people are so thick. That's why it's so funny. You can only laugh at them, really. So this is the bloke, Accidental I love this. Accidental Partridge. It's quite nice. Is he another one who does he believe in vaccination, or is he? Is it? Oh, wow. God. Oh, he's on now. He's on now. Thank you very much indeed. I love these things but you can't, listen, it's like you can't convince people there's no such thing as little green men and flying saucers. You cannot do that because they want to believe in it. They probably also believe in the fairies at the bottom of their garden. Andrew Castle said Spielberg's West Side Story is the best film he's ever seen. Yes, I think Dawn Neeson said exactly the same. I can't imagine why anybody would not want to like West Side Story. The music is fantastic. The dance numbers, I mean, fantastic. You know, which is great. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Chrissy says, I admire your relentless effort in boosting the booster programme. Listen, Chrissy, it's to say you don't have it, you stand a very good chance of getting COVID. OK, I mean, that's all it comes down to. It's not any big deal. Not any big deal, but don't let the antis rain on your parade. I don't think they've got the energy to do anything, let alone rain on my parade. Nobody rains on my parade, believe you. Me. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Can you stop giving away the whole plot? Of which one, Den? Which one? What, you mean a film that came out in 1954? I know, we really must be very careful of that. Perhaps I should put up an alert just for people like you. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here. Dexter Fletcher voices the McDonald's adverts. Does he? I interviewed him years and years ago. Scott says another great film is The Eagle Has Landed. Yes, very nice indeed. And what else have we got? Wait a minute, I've lost my blooming piece of paper now. Hospital cases climbing. Oh, no, they're not. I'm so sorry, I just made that up. I'm part of the government's plan to trick you, which is great, actually. And apparently there's somebody written into me, another one. I don't think they use their proper names, which is probably best, actually. They said, you don't want the jab. People who don't want the jab. Listen, I couldn't care less if you don't want the jab, Popsykins. I've already said to you, you want to get COVID, you get COVID. Nothing to do with me. It's your decision. You know, it's like people who drink themselves to death, people who want to smoke. You want to kill yourself? Kill yourself. It doesn't make any difference. You can only be advised, can't you, by somebody who obviously knows an awful lot better. That's why you're writing to me. I'm not writing to you. OK? Get my drift? Have you ever seen the film Awakenings with Robin Williams? No, I saw a dreadful film he made called Bicentennial Man. Worst film, I think, in living memory. But he had dreadful financial problems. But Bicentennial Man was... it looked like Robin Williams because he was sort of done up like a robot. I just didn't get it at all. I really didn't. But I like a lot of his other stuff. Loved it. Do you know I turned on the telly this morning, as I'm prone to doing, and there was Jimmy Tarbuck doing an audience with, which must have been from years ago, because every time they flashed to somebody in the audience, they were dead. There were no people. He was talking to Harry Seacombe and Frankie Vaughan and Michael Williams, who, of course, was married to Judi Dench. I mean, loads of people. And I remember thinking, good God, I don't know what year it came out. Jimmy Tarbuck was on it. Cilla Black was there. Lionel Blair. When did this one come out? 94. But it was one of those programmes that they used to do on ITV. They would get the celebrity, no matter who it is, and then they would fill the audience with, like, every person who'd ever worked on ITV. So you had, sitting in the audience for Jimmy Tarbuck, you had Bruce Forsyth and his lovely wife, and everybody. Cilla Black was sitting at the end of a row. There was just everybody, and they all had questions. He even had, there was one of the other ones he had on it. I can't remember. There were so many different people there, and I remember thinking, wow, this is like a who's who. Paul says, Steve, anti-vaxxers are nature's way of getting rid of a subspecies of low intelligence. Oh, I think it's hilarious. But the trouble is, you cannot help people. People who are so blind they can't see the end of their nose. You can't do anything about it. Went the Day Well is terrific, filmed in Turville, as you know. And have you seen the film Aces High? That's got Malcolm McDowell and Christopher Plummer in. I like Christopher Plummer. Of course, he died, did he? He was one of ours who we lost last year. 84850. And have you ever seen... Oh, somebody else asked you about another film. Das Boot, which is about the German submarine, says Nicky. Yeah, Aces High was, I think, Malcolm McDowell. Peter Firth is in it. And that one came out 1976. 1976. Christopher Plummer, as I say, very good in these. I mean, all these. So it's 1970. You must be able to get all these things. They're all available on DVD. But a friend of mine goes, "Oh no, get them on catch up and stuff like that." And I always think to myself, no, I like the idea of buying a film and keeping it. Of course, the trouble is for me, I've got so many of these blooming DVDs that if I can't find the film I want to watch, and I've generally got most of the films that I want, I have to buy it again. So I end up buying lots and lots of different films. But I've got the same copy about 4 times. I mean, if you ask me how many copies of The Amazing Mr. Blunden I've got, I can tell you it's about 10. Because I keep buying it, because I keep losing the blooming thing. And in fact, I found a copy the other day because somebody sent me a copy of it. So I watched it. And I delighted in it. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Coronavirus crisis, only for proper people, intelligent. You know, the other thick ones, I can't do anything about you. You have to go your own little road. All eyes on January. Because they reckon, because they were taking pictures around yesterday, London, busy pubs, Cardiff, nothing. Nothing at all. Leeds, people sort of pre-celebrating for sort of, you know, crossing the party line, I suppose, even though the government has said, listen, if you go out without a mask on, there's a very, very good chance of catching it. It's very contagious, this one. And if you haven't been vaccinated, you're really going to suffer. The symptoms are dreadful. I've spoken to loads of people over the past few weeks, and they've all said the symptoms are just dreadful, absolutely dreadful. You'll make you want to wish yourself away, which is a big shame. Other people that we lost, Tanya Roberts. I'd forgotten that we'd lost Tanya Roberts. This is way back in January. Now, you'll know Tanya Roberts because she starred in Charlie's Angels and in A View to a Kill. We also lost Phil Spector. I don't know whether you can say this. Music producer and murderer, Phil Spector. That's what the papers have said because he was convicted, of course. We lost Jerry Marsden at the age of 78, known for You'll Never Walk Alone, which wasn't his in the first place. I said the other day it was taken from Carousel. We lost Larry King, the American TV and radio host. Cicely Tyson, we lost. Paul Ritter, as I say, was only 54. Only 54. Prince Philip, 99. I thought the Queen was very good with her speech, which got the biggest audience on television over Christmas. 9 million. 9 million. Nobody came anywhere near it. Anywhere near it at all. Who else we lose? We lost Nick Kamen. Now, you might not remember Nick Kamen, but I remember him vividly. He was the model and singer who famously starred in the Levi's laundrette advert. And it was in the morning when I wake up. And it was, I put my blue jeans on. And he sat there in the laundrette in his pants, well, in his boxer shorts. And he became very famous. And he died at the age of 59. Very, very good-looking guy. Jim Steinman was the man who wrote a lot of stuff for Meatloaf. There you go, 7.4 million viewers watched The Queen on BBC. Which is interesting, isn't it? The most viewed programme, Christmas Day. Phew. Steve, worst film ever made, The Spice Girls, the movie. I didn't see it. I was too busy. I think I was watching The Cat or something. I didn't sort of get round to watching The Spice Girls. Who else did we lose? Oh, blimey, we lost so many. So many. Don Everly. Half of the Everly Brothers. Dream. 84 he was. Ed Asner, who played Lou Grant. 91. I told you, people in showbiz last a long time. And we lost Jonathan Coleman, the TV and radio presenter. 65. 65. Very, very young indeed. When he first came to London, he came to see me. He was saying, he said, I'm looking for work. And at one point, John O'Coleman did work for LBC. Because he was working for another one of our stations, and then he finished working there, and he came to us to do it. It was a bit of a sort of a disappointment, really, because he wasn't really a speech presenter, but he had a great person. He would always turn up because he was Australian, I suppose, in a pair of shorts and a flowery shirt, one of those Tommy Bahamas things, which are very popular. Dean Stockwell. I didn't know anything about Dean Stockwell. He was in Quantum Leap, apparently. Stephen Sondheim, as you know, and Frank Williams, the Formula One team owner and team principal. Plus, who else do we lose? Olympia Dukakis, the American actress. She was in Steel Magnolias, one of my favourite films. And the stand-up comedian who shot to fame and opportunity knocks, that would be Tom O'Connor, the actor and comedian in 8 out of 10 Cats, the captain. Sean Locke we lost at 58. And people like Charlie Watts, great shame. All these people, Desmond Tutu, of course, Janice Long, Geoffrey Rowe, the Cornish comedian, but you probably know him as Jethro. And that was just a handful of those people that we lost this year. Great shame.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 27 minutes to 6. Nick Cayman's advert. I think they must have had a couple of adverts. They had, I mean, I distinctly remember it was Blue Jeans by David Dundas, but anyway, they also used Marvin Gaye's Heard It Through the Grapevine. It was another one we lost years and years ago now. Ages and ages ago. Christmas 50 years ago, says Jonathan, I watched Lassie on television with my grandmother. She soon dozed off and woke up during the next film, Planet of the Apes. Imagine, can't you? Not realising the film had changed, she asked who Galen was. When I told her, she said, oh, Roddy, you used to be such a good-looking boy. Thank you, Jonathan. I never watched the whole Planet of the Apes. I thought the makeup was terribly clever. And I quite liked Lassie as well, you know. Steve, please refer to the non-vaxxers as nitwits, non-injection traitors who insult the spikers. I don't think we need to worry about them, seriously. Listen, if they don't want to do something, there's no point, you know, they need patting on the top of the head. You've got to watch the film The Awakenings. Very good. Yes, I don't know why, it doesn't sort of intrigue me at the moment. Another one here, which says, why are being asked to wear masks which are useless against Omicron or the variant? We didn't say that. What you need to do is you need to wear the mask because it will help you and it will save you from other people. It doesn't stop COVID. We have to point that out. In fact, you know, the chances are, I mean, somebody said to me I think there was a Belgian weightlifter who actually, or the strongest man or something, he's an anti-vaxxer. He took to hospital, signed himself out, went home, dropped dead. You know, because he didn't want to have the vaccination. And if you don't want to have the vaccination, don't bother about it, but just keep your sort of your Neanderthal views. Here he is, the anti-vaxxer. 41, kickboxing champion Frederick Sinistra tried to treat himself at home for the little virus. He was in hospital in Liège in Belgium, and then he sort of left there. He decided to get himself out, and he drops dead of COVID. What can you do? He was an anti-vaxxer. You can only say, listen, if you'd had the booster jab, might have made it a bit easier. But, you know, you can't do anything about these people, can you? Steve, I'm in agony with COVID. Tarbuck was funny, says Jilly. I mean, to be honest with you, I found it a bit strange. I sat next to him at a dinner once, and when he took over hosting, was it Sunday night at the London Palladium, and he was the cheeky chappy, but what he used to nick everybody's material. And so he was telling all these jokes. I mean, it would make a very good book. In fact, probably a book out, I should imagine. But he did Sunday night at the London Palladium. He came on and he was singing as well. He was doing all these songs from the 60s. The trouble is he was neither a good singer nor a good dancer, but he kind of bluffed his way through it, and he was, you know, swinging. He's 81 now. He's 81. People just call him Tarby. He's got children, Lisa and James. His parents were Joseph Frederick Tarbuck and Ada McLaughlin. So there you go. Host of Sunday Night at the London Palladium in the mid-60s, and he'd come on, and nobody'd ever seen anything like it. The Palladium used to pack itself out, and he'd introduce people up, you know, he'd say, oh, we've got the whole Russian weightlifting team up there on the balcony. They'd all stand up, or dancers, or whoever it happened to be, or big celebrities out of movies. It was quite something to watch. But the audiences were very good. The audiences were very good. I absolutely loved the audiences mainly to see who was in the audience, to hear, you know, and to see who ITV classed as a celebrity. So that was good. More of your texts and emails in a sec. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. 42 years to hit the target for women in the forces. They need a 30% recruitment goal, says Labour. Somebody just said to me, they said, I'm never going to listen to you ever again. You think, thank God for that. I've got far too many people at the moment. I can easily shed you, but of course you know they won't have gone anywhere. They'll still be there going, oh, yes, still listen. Which always amuses me. And Steve, I want the government to bring out COVID passports. Oh God, not something else. It's trying to get the actual vaccine out at the moment and get your sort of flow testing equipment out, because they're in big shortages, and you should be testing. You should be testing. I mean, whether or not a COVID passport would work, I don't know, because it seems that 1 minute you test negative, the next minute you test positive. It's as fast as that. But of course, don't tell them. It'll be a surprise. We like a little surprise. And so these anti-vaxxers can't get into shops or restaurants or matches or theatres and infect me or others. Well, that's what they're doing, but they don't care. They don't care. That's why, you know, you're helping yourself by wearing your mask. It's not going to stop you getting COVID, but it's going to make it a lot easier. But the vaccination is the big thing you need. The booster jab's the thing that you need. And but of course, they're not for the other people. But then there's more for us, which is great. Steve, I watched Poirot, Evil Under the Sun. How hot is Nicholas Clay? Says Bex. I don't think I saw Evil Under the Sun. Is it a remake? Is it a remake? Because I saw Murder on the Orient Express, and that appeared to be a remake. Evil Under the Sun. There you go. 1941. Can't be. 1982 film, which was a British mystery with Peter Ustinov, Jane Birkin, very famous, and probably Colin Firth. He seemed to be on everything at that particular time. Peter Ustinov and also, who else we got? Maggie Smith, Colin Blakely, Diana Rigg. Blimey, it was an all-star cast, wasn't it? Also Roddy McDowall, James Mason, one of my favourite actors. Maggie Smith, honestly. It's her birthday the other day. But Jane Birkin. Very good. And a great film, actually. Great film. So if you've not seen Evil Under the Sun, it's another one to put on your list of films to watch. So I shall definitely be tuning into those. Shane says, we had that ad down here. The young fellow takes off his jeans in a laundromat. I thought they used David Dundas' song. Well, I did, but it's got down the other one, Marvin Gaye, which surprised me. Blue Jeans by... David Dundas, Blue Jeans. What advert was that on? It'll probably be on an advert that we'd forgotten about. David Dundas. He was Lord David Dundas. He was titled. He was titled as well. I remember interviewing him for the Jeans On advert. Unless it was just an advert for Levi's, nothing to do with the laundrette. So we'll have to wait and find out. Actually, an audience with Kenneth Williams. Oh, he was marvellous, wasn't he? There was a raconteur. That's the only reason that they invited him on 2 chat shows, because he could talk for the world. And they put him on there. There you go. Levi's Off the Cuff features Jeans On by David Dundas. Levi's Off the Cuff advert. What was that one? I don't even remember the blooming thing. But it was obviously, they had lots of different people on it, including Marcus Rashford, Hailey Bieber and Jaden Smith. Wow. Well, really? And Naomi Osaka. Good Lord above. Well, what year was that then? But it featured Jeans On by Roger Greenaway and David Dundas. When I wake up and I put on my jeans and I feel I put my blue jeans on. I put my old blue jeans on. And it was Levi's 501s, which when you bought them, you had to sit in the bath with them on, because it was the only way that you got your jeans to fit you properly. So you'd sit in the bath and the thing would shrink. And it was great. Unfortunately, you then climbed out of the bathroom. You had blue legs because the dye in the jeans. And they used to come with bits and pieces. It was Brutus jeans, David Dundas. But they used to come with pebbles in your pockets. I can remember buying jeans and you're like, what the God, what is that? And it was pebbles. I don't know, it was something to do with sort of washing them. They were stone-washed jeans, because people used to like to buy faded jeans. And there was a shop in Covent Garden, it's still there, and they sell other people's jeans, other people's Levi's, which have been worn, because people like wearing jeans that are worn in. Steve, the comedy The Titfield Thunderbolt, says Scott. Yeah, it's a bit old now, isn't it? A little bit dated. It's nice to see it, though, for the coaches. It came out as a box set. Lynn says, Ken Dodd was one of only 5 people to have a second audience with. Well, the trouble is, if you were an audience for any of Ken Dodd shows, you never got to leave. You'd be sitting there till hell froze over. In theatres, they had to put a contract onto his contract with a little addendum saying, if you do not finish by this time, there is a £10,000 penalty. Because the people would be standing there and he'd just go and go and go and go. I mean, it just went on forever and a day until the end. I went to see him once. He was doing a magic show up in Blackpool, and he was getting on a bit by that time, but he was still capable of just knocking it dead for the world, and he went on. But all the theatres that he performed in, they had to put the clause in the contract so that he didn't overrun, because people were locking the doors. They said, we're going home now. We've had enough. And he'd still be halfway through his stuff. He used to love it. He was amazing. Steve and team, I couldn't stand Lassie, says Stephen Stockwell. I used to get upset over The Littlest Hobo. Oh, I like things like that. And Lassie was all right. I just didn't like the dog. It should have been something else. But then I liked... What was the other one? There was another one about some bloke, and I think he had a grizzly bear as a friend or something like that. Whether it was the same sort of thing. I liked Flipper. Flipper was very good. Very good indeed. Steve, it was the Brutus jeans advert. The Levi's advert was Nick Kamen. But he died. Isn't that funny? Well, I say it wasn't funny that he died, but it was the fact that he died young. All these people, you know, when Janice Long died the other day, and I remember thinking, blimey, she was only 66. Very quick, because she'd been working up until, I think, about 2 weeks before she died. Great shame, great shame. What have we got here? Actor Hugh Jackman has revealed he's suffering with COVID. He's tested positive. He's in a Broadway revival of The Music Man. Performances have been cancelled. They're cancelling them left, right and centre. Even Andrew Lloyd Webber's had to cancel Cinderella, which is not good, till February. Because you've only got to have one person going down with it, and that's it. So that's why, you know, wearing the mask's so important. But, of course, you know, not for those people who don't really care about it. Il Divo star, do you remember Carlos Marin? His ex-wife has revealed they were planning to marry again before he died. He got COVID. He was only 53. They'd been together for 2 years throughout the pandemic. Speaking ahead of the funeral, she said, we were going to marry. It's not going to happen in the end. They'd stayed good friends for ages. But he picked up COVID, died on December the 19th. Because it seems to, if you don't have the vaccination or you don't have the boosters, it brings you down fairly quickly. Fairly quickly. Carlos Marin. They sold as Il Divo, an assembled group put together by Simon Cowell, and they toured around the world. They sold 28 million records. Because for some reason people like to hear people singing opera and light operetta and stuff like that. I mean, I'm addicted to Andre Rieu and his concerts. Andre Rieu he's got his own orchestra, and it's just Grizzly Adams, thank you. I thought that was something else. Andre Rieu is best known for creating the waltz-playing Johann Strauss Orchestra. He's 70. Is he 72? Well, he's a blooming good 72. That's all I can say. His wife devised the concerts, and they go around the world. He's here next year. He's coming, I think, to this country, and he brings this huge staging and his own orchestra, and there you go. He's doing the SSE Arena, 20th of May next year. Wow. That's in Engineers Way. It doesn't sound as exciting now, does it, really? Engineers Way, you know. So he's coming back to the UK, and he's amazing. I love watching him. The audience love him. They absolutely adore him. People from this country and from Germany and from Austria. Austria was a bit in the news, wasn't it? At Innsbruck, they turned away 100 Brits because they hadn't got the right inoculations. They went, nope, you're not coming in. Not coming in, so they turned 100 people away. Other people did get in, but not many. So Innsbruck, 110 Britons denied entry over the new COVID rules. But, of course, it doesn't exist, does it, for those people who are sort of with their head firmly stuck in the sand? Steve, was the shop that sold second-hand Levi's called Flip? Yep, it was called Flip. And did you ever watch Skippy? Did I ever? Somebody stuck in a mine? What are we going to do about it, Skippy? That was all that thing did. To be honest with you, I think it probably would have killed them if it had had the opportunity. It's 14 minutes to 6.
This is LBC.
Sal loves camouflage print. She's decorated her entire house with it.
Here, boy.
Even her pug Billy has a camo coat.
Billy.
After she finished her renovation, she transferred her outstanding balances onto her Barclaycard, interest-free. Now she's found a way to pay down her debt. Sadly, she can't find anything else. What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Search Barclaycard balance transfers to find out more. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR variable, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company, Nice. Saddest film ever, says Maggie. Old Yeller. A young boy's dog had to be shot as it had rabies. I remember the film, but I don't think I ever saw it, so I couldn't remember that. Old Yeller. That's an old one, isn't it? That's Walt Disney. You can always tell Walt Disney, can't you? Made in 1957. 1957 with Tommy Kirk, Beverly Washburn, Kevin Corcoran. Interesting. And Dorothy Maguire. Old Yeller. I wonder if I might even have that, actually, on DVD. But where these things are, I've got no idea. I've literally got thousands of DVDs. Thousands of them, because every time I saw something, I would go to Amazon and I'd type in Old Yeller, and then it would say, people who bought Old Yeller also bought this, so I'd be buying those as well. Clarence the Lion in Daktari, says Beverly. Well, Clarence was the cross-eyed lion, and they used to do a thing with the screen. That was very good, wasn't it? I quite like that, actually. American Classics in Covent Garden for 501s. Yes, Absolutely. And Steve, last December I had COVID. Oh, it's just all made up by the government. You didn't really have COVID, did you? Yes, you did. And I had to queue outside for 2 hours in the freezing cold to have my timed appointment test. Ended up in bed for 8 days feeling terrible. My GP called every day, kept an eye on me and realised I'd also caught a chest infection, sent 2 lots of horse pill antibiotics, which made a huge difference. And I've just had COVID again. But since last time, I've had 2 vaccinations and the booster. It was as if like having a slight head cold, which lasted 3 days. And whilst isolating, I did lots of jobs. I was full of energy. Thank you very much. But, of course, people don't believe in it. Let's keep it quiet from them. Let's not give them the booster. You know, let's wait and see. But they'll soon come crawling. They do that. But it's so funny when somebody goes, I'm never going to listen to you ever again. And you think, thank God for that. Thank God for that. If ever there was a programme that can afford to shed a couple of people who are off with the pixies, I'd be the programme. Thank you very much indeed. Steve. Ian the Milkman says, we've got a lot of milkmen listening to my programme. You know why? They're delivering milk. And so they should be. The Blue Jeans song was used on an advert for Brutus Jeans, not the Levi's. I know, there was so many... Fancy having... You don't see that, do you? James says, proud to have been greedy this year. 2 COVID jabs, the booster jab, the flu jab, pneumonia jab, and the shingles jab. By God. Must be like a pincushion, I should imagine. I just had the 2 pre things, the booster jab, the flu jab. Because I go sort of fairly high up on the list. Gentle Ben was a TV series, was a bear. There was a bloke... No, wasn't it The Life and Times of Grizzly Adams? I seem to remember this bloke standing on a mountain looking out over these forests. And I'm sure it was Life and Times of Grizzly Adams, because I quite like the actor who sort of played him. He just looked like he was a man, you know, he's a trapper. Oh, right. So I didn't know the story. Dan Haggerty played James Capon. And it was lovely. It was sort of a somewhat fictional thing. The Life and Times of Grizzly Adams, a 19 independent feature film produced by Charles E. Seller Jr. And I thought it was great. Falsely accused of murder, he's a trapper, Dan Haggerty, who becomes a mountain man with a bear for a friend. Unless they really were. I mean, but there used to be a bear who used to turn up on everything. He was huge. He was about 12 foot tall, a real bear. And he was trained... Because they have these places in America where they train just about any animal you could ever think of. And this bear was trained, and they used to take him out, and he would sort of... He was amazing. Jimmy Tarbuck was actually telling a story the other day, which was quite funny. And it was about when he was doing a show with Harry Seacombe at the London Palladium. And Harry Seacombe was always one for playing jokes. And as Jimmy Tarbuck was going on stage, his music started and he was going into a song. Harry Seacombe grabbed the back of his white suit and pulled it, and it ripped. And he pulled the whole section out of the back of it. And so Tarby went on stage and he did all his usual thing. And he was determined that he was going to get his own back on poor old Harry Seacombe. And there was a part of Harry Seacombe's act that had a donkey and a trap, and Harry Seacombe was sitting in it together with an actress. And this animal would take the cart round the stage and Harry Seacombe would sing, and it was great. And somebody said to the man who owned the thing, why doesn't this donkey go to the toilet? He said, the trick is, don't give it food. He said, if you give it food before it goes on stage, he said, you're in big trouble. So Tarby had heard this, and the bloke had said, and also sweets, absolute no-no. He said, I was over the road. He said, and I bought the biggest box of licorice all sorts you could find. He said, and the animal was in the wings waiting to go on. He said, and I fell it. He said, I fed it all these licorice all sorts. He said, it's going round the stage and it then decides that's when it's going to go to the toilet. He said, and it goes to the toilet all over the stage. And Harry Seacombe was sort of beside himself, and it came off stage. He said, why did it go to the toilet? He said, it's never done. The man said, it's never done it before. I don't know why it did it this time round. He said, somebody must have given it sweets. Meanwhile, while they're chatting, Tarby's feeding it more licorice all sorts. So it goes round the stage a second time, and the second time it goes to the toilet all over the stage. One of those good stories. I love Mr. Tom, says Grace. Makes me cry. Grace is in Manchester. That can make you cry as well, can't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one says, did you ever see the jeans advert parody by Smith & Jones? No, I loved that. I love Smith & Jones. Alas, Smith & Jones. Hysterical in the laundrette, says Dave, who's in his lorry. Thank you. And another one. A lot of people talk about their sad films. Amazing how many sad films there are. Carlos Marin, Steve, died. Yes, we know, Jenny. We mentioned that. We've mentioned that 3 times so far, actually. He took ill with COVID. Yeah, he was only 53. 53. Do you remember BJ and the Bear? No, I don't. They obviously liked using bears, didn't they, in television programmes? BJ and the Bear. I used to love BJ and the Bear. Oh, yes, wait a minute. I might know who that is, actually. A comedy series. Theme music by Glenn A. Larson, who did tons of stuff. So the theme song was BJ and the Bear theme song. It was a comedy. A related show is The Misadventure of Sheriff Lobo. Oh, there you go. Judy Landers was in it, Claude Atkins and Sherilyn Walter. But I don't remember it. I used to watch a show on the television, and it was with Jose Feliciano. And I remember thinking I loved, because he was the man who did the single, Come On Baby Light My Fire. And Jose Feliciano was fantastic. It was absolutely fantastic. And he did this thing, and it was something, what was the heck the name of his TV show? Something in the Man. And I bought the box set again. Me and my box sets, I love them, absolutely love them. And they were absolutely great. Chico and the Man. That was so good. That aired in 1974, and the song was Chico, and Jose Feliciano was just brilliant. So I went out and bought the album. I bought everything. And Della Reese was in it. Della Reese was a big singer. But Freddie Prinze was Chico Rodriguez. But the song in it was by Jose Feliciano. So now you know. Steve, I've got a rescue cat called Bobby. I've not seen him, but the litter tray's been used, says Jilly. Bit of a worry there, isn't it, really? Do you remember the audience with Bruce Forsyth? What a legend he was, says Chris. Well, he was old showbiz. We're very lucky because in Twickenham, where I live, we have the house which is funded by the Royal Variety Performance, and they look after lots of people in show business. And they've got lots of fantastic staff who look after the people, and some very famous people been in there. Very, very famous people, including some who you would still recognise today. And the only one they didn't like, I think, too much was Charlie Drake. He didn't go down too well in the house for some reason. It's a lovely place. It really is. I've been there loads of times. I went to see Alan Freeman when he was in there. He didn't last very long indeed, and he was a shadow of his former self. But loads of people were in there, and all the rooms are named after showbiz legends. So there's a Barbara Streisand room, but the staff are really fantastic. It's called Brinsworth. And it's a converted house. They did it years ago. But the story goes they didn't like Charlie Drake. So when he passed on, his blue plaque is under the overflow outlet for the toilet on one of the walls. Just so, you know, the Rain on My Parade is very good. Another picture of somebody from Love Island, but it's not Love Island, it's Cabin Love. And this is the nursing assistant, Richie, who looks as though he's sort of, I don't know, he's obviously got some delusions of something. I can't imagine what it is. We'll wait and see what he talks like, which is always the best way. Have you got a New Year resolution? No, absolutely not. No, I mean, to be honest with you, BJ and the Bear was the chimpanzee, says Donna. Yeah, I know, we looked at the photographs. I didn't work it out either to start with. But Bear was a chimpanzee, which is good. So, New Year resolutions, Ross is not to go to the gym. What's the point? What is the point of not getting... You don't want to go to a gym. Good God in heaven, that'd be the last place you want to go to. What, be fit? Heavens above, no. No one doing anything like that. And people looking at your body and... Oh, no, definitely. There's people in this building here that go to the gymnasium. You know, and they come back here looking all buff and everything like that, the sweat dripping off their lithe bodies, you know, sort of trying to make themselves look interesting. And I've said to them before, it's not making any difference, this. Seriously, if you want to bulk your body up, eat more. Don't go to a gymnasium, you know, where basically there are people who walk around who don't even sweat. That's what I find depressing. You can imagine, me, I sweat getting changed. I did go to a gymnasium for some time. I went to a health and fitness club to raise money for charity. I was exhausted. Seriously, the trainer, it was like dealing with the Ride of the Valkyries. It was terrible. You know, off you go, running round, and then sit down, and then you're on the rowing machine, and then we're going to do this, and stretches, and stretch your legs wide open, and do all the... I mean, I couldn't wait to get out there and have a kebab and chips. I thought it was terrible. I really didn't enjoy it at all. But some people thrive on going to gymnasiums, and they become what's commonly known as gym bunnies. And gym bunnies absolutely love it. You know, it's an addiction. I think it's something to do with is it your endorphins or something like that, where you work so hard, and apparently it's the equivalent of sex. At my age, who cares? No point in anything like that at all. Holiday makers and the scamming by the sun cream adverts, they might not be as good as you think they are. We've got 2 new coins to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, and it's a happy birthday to Marianne Faithfull. Apart from that, Katie Price has said she's going to cut out booze. Well, let's hope it happens. And the vicious rampage of a squirrel that went mad. They caught it and they put it to sleep, or SLEEP. News is next.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's endorphins, Steve, says Kim. I knew it was something like that. Thank you to Hillary, very much indeed, for a little gift. We've got to work out what it is at the moment. Honestly, I've never had so many gifts this year, which is lovely. It says, share with your fellow presenters. Well, I shan't. So it's diabetic Helva. Diabetic Helva. That's all I can tell you what it is. Listen, even I don't know what Helva is. And look. It's like peanut butter, is it? Look, looks like that. Look at them, they're all fascinated by this stuff now. So it's like peanut butter. Oh, wow. It doesn't say, but this is a diabetic one. Didn't know there was a diabetic, like peanut. It's quite hard. You put it on biscuits, toast. Oh, right. Diabetic Helva. You eat it like what? Like on toast? Or just as it is? I've never heard of that before. This is a bit unusual, isn't it? What's in it? I shall never discover. Somebody will have to write in and tell me, because the writing, honestly, diabetic, and the writing is so small at the back, if I had a magnifying glass, I couldn't read it. But it's beautifully packaged. And it comes from Amazon. The stuff you can... Honestly, I wouldn't even know that you could get this. Thank you, Hillary, very much. She said a long-time listener, Happy New Year. Thank you. The bag's lovely as well. Is this the... Oh, is this the... Do they do this as packaging? This is called gift... Ah, right, that's gift wrap. I've often wondered what they sort of said on the thing about gift wrap. Wait a minute, another piece of paper. When they've often said about gift wrap, and I thought, I wonder what that gift wrap is. There you go. How lovely. You get an envelope and all sorts of things. So, unwrap your Prezi before opening this envelope. Oh, well, there you go. Thank you very much indeed. And it's Turkish. It's Turkish. Well, do you know, I'm educated on a daily basis. I love the packaging. That packaging is beautiful. I shall keep that bit. Shan't be sharing that with anybody. But that's very nice. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I would like a surprise. My brother gave me a Christmas present this year. And I always say to my brother, please don't buy me anything. There is nothing that I need. I don't need it. If I need anything, I'll go out and buy it. It's not that I'm ungrateful. It's just that I think save your money and spend it on something else. And so this year, they sent on my present to me because I didn't see them because of COVID and restrictions and things like that. And it was just a plain envelope. And I remember thinking, I wonder what that is. And when I opened it, it couldn't have been a nicer Christmas present. They've made a donation to Great Ormond Street Hospital on my behalf, and they sent them £100. So Great Ormond Street Hospital sent me a thing saying, thank you very much indeed for your donation. So that's what they gave me for Christmas. It was a donation to Great Ormond Street Hospital for Children, which I was very pleased about. I thought that was a very thoughtful present, very thoughtful. Apparently, Helva is sesame block. It's a sweet. You cut a block and eat, similar to Spanish churron, says Jonathan. Oh, wow. Well, there you go. I mean, crikey. I've never seen it before. Diabetic Helva. So there you go. Perhaps we'll let the boys have a try of it. If it's don't turn your nose up. Do not turn your nose up. I shall force it down their throats if necessary. Well, anybody sort of being a bit, precious, but, couldn't eat that, Steve, all that kind of thing. Definitely not. But it looks lovely. Very nice. I bet you'd be somebody in the newsroom who knows what this is. I, of course, am not one of them, which is a shame, but thank you. Steve. Somebody else telling me about it. Halva, flour base, nut, butter and sugar. Oh, right, so you're just eating it as a sweet. It's ever so heavy. I mean, seriously heavy, even by my standards. English bars braced for border revellers, because what they're going to do is, because of the lockdown in Wales and the lockdown in Scotland as well, they think loads of people are going to come down to start enjoying all our pubs and everything else, which means that they're going to be bringing down COVID, because there's going to be you know what it's going to be like. There's going to be thousands and thousands of people celebrating New Year's Eve. Why? I've got no idea. You know, it must be this insatiable urge that people have for getting drunk on the 31st, and I'm not one of them. For some reason, it just doesn't interest me. I've always worked New Year's Eve. It's only within about the past 10 years that I haven't been out on New Year's Eve, or haven't worked on New Year's Eve. It was very strange to actually not do it, but I actually quite liked it, if I'm being truthful with you, because there were just too many people around in London, and I just found it a little bit sort of threatening. Is it true, Steve, Bob Monkhouse used to sell gags to all the other comedians at the stage door? He did. He used to sell gags. That's what he did. He would turn up at the stage door, and people used to buy gags in those days. Isn't that amazing? I only knew that because I talked to Bob Monkhouse about it. Do you remember the Waltons? Well, honestly, that's a recent programme, Ray. Of course. I interviewed John Boy because he came over here to do a show called Art, where because you know that he's deaf. John Boy Walton is deaf. He wears hearing aids in both ears. But he was such a nice person, and he didn't look any different to me. But at the end, they used to say, "Good night, John Boy, good night," and it was all good. And I went to the lot. I saw the Waltons' house and everything else. We had a small fire on Christmas Day, Steve. Candles and wrapping paper do not mix. No, they don't. That's what I've said. I mean, I do love candles. I'm a big fan of candles, but I'm always very mindful at night time when you go to bed, especially if you've had a few sherbets. So remember to blow the blooming things out, because there is the danger that you might, fall over or something like that. Steve, Talking Pictures Television, family-owned channel that plays old films and programmes. My sort of thing, that is, definitely. Steve, and that's the truth. Pre-COVID, I returned to ballet classes as an adult. I'm in my 40s, utterly exhausting every class. On the way home, I always bought a quarter pounder and fries. Drawn to it only after a ballet class. Friends tell me it's the body craving carbs, protein and salt after a workout. I've worked from home for 2 years straight now with the pandemic. No McDonald's in that entire time, says Andrea in Denmark Hill. Wow, that's good. I used to love a quarter pounder with cheese. But I just wanted the quarter pounder. I didn't want anything added to it. I don't do the gherkin. So just the quarter pounder and the cheese, and that's it. Lettuce, no, I don't do lettuce. Not a rabbit. Definitely not. Oh, God, they've got to be anything worse, actually. We talked about that the other day. An acquired taste, says Jonathan. This is Halva. Well, the boys are going to be the dummies for it today, so they'll be trying that. No, don't shake your head. Listen, when you started doing this programme, you signed the contract, didn't you? The contract is you fall in line with everything, OK? If Steve Allen does it, we do it. You die. It doesn't make any difference. We just have to, we shall derive great pleasure. Great pleasure. But easily addicted to this Middle Eastern sweet. Antidote to hummus, says Jonathan. Oh, right. The origins are in Turkish, Israeli and Egyptian and Persian. Wonderful. Eve says, one career I don't get is court artist. What's the point of drawing a picture of the person on trial, especially as today's technology? Well, they're not allowed to show the person on trial, so they have to do a line drawing. In America, of course, it's completely different. They actually film the trials, so you can watch them live on television. Steve, Halva is delicious, says Jill. There you go. I've just got to convince them. But as I say, they don't have any choice in it. They signed a contract, and it's legally binding, I think you'll find. Anyway, Middle Eastern sweet treat made from sesame seeds. How thoughtful of Hillary to buy you a diabetic one. You see? People are nice to me, which is good. Donnie says, you observing the feast of St. Thomas a Becket today. Is it Thomas a Becket's? That was it. He didn't know that they were going to kill him, did he? And they have a special part set apart in the abbey because he was murdered in there, and they turned up, and then that was it. Thomas a Becket's feast day is, of course, the 29th of December, venerated in the Catholic Church's Anglican Communion, beatified by Pope Alexander III and canonised by Pope Alexander III in 1173. Wasn't a good day for poor Thomas à Becket. Is it Canterbury Cathedral, I believe? The Waltons, says Roger Bliss. A time before climate change, parking fines and COVID. Yes, the Waltons would have been totally immune from COVID. Totally immune from COVID. To please the eco mob, the people who stencil themselves to the roads and things like that. It's cost us 4.3 million and 70,000 officers. Mind you, not as much as it's cost us with that ghastly kids company. And I think that's cost roughly about £50 million. So we didn't do very well with that one. Civil servants have been told don't mention Brexit. And there's a new game show telling you how you can get rid of half of your possessions. What they do is they empty your house completely. I think it's hosted by Stacey Solomon. Whether that's going to be, whether we can, it's going to what? Sort your life out. And so they will go round and they'll empty your house. And then they put back in the stuff that they think you need. Because people keep saying to me, friends of mine go, why do you keep all these DVDs? I said, because I paid for them, that's why, and I want them. I've got no intention of paying for something and then giving it away to somebody. I like the idea of, though I have got clothes I can get rid of, but I discovered a place down the road from me. They buy clothes. It's in a car park, and it's a company called Teddy or something, and whatever it is, and it says, we buy clothes. I've got racks of them. I've got racks of stuff, and I don't know how. Do they do it by weight? Or they do it by weight? Oh, I've got loads of Dale suits. I've got all the. Can you make a lot of money on it? Things like that. I don't know. What does it pay? Oh, it's not a lot. But I could certainly clear clothes quite quickly. I just sort of turn up with them all on hangers. And what do they do with them? Do they then sell them on to other people or mulch them up or something? I don't know. Gosh. Well, I thought about that the other day because it's only down the road from me. Only down the road. Steve, great show. My husband and I are fully vaccinated with booster and really careful with masks, hand washing and distancing. Both of us tested positive for COVID on Christmas Eve and have the full complement of symptoms. So you can imagine what our Christmas was like. So these people who refuse to wear masks or are ready to flout the rules for the sake of a party, including our so-called government, should start thinking about this and the terrible virus, says Dee. Absolutely. Absolutely. But at least it'll be a lot better because you've also been vaccinated with the booster and everything else. The effects will be not great, but you stand a better chance of coming through the other side, Dee. Seriously. So good luck with that one. But listen, everybody's Christmas has been, ruined, I think. Jane says Hulva is delicious, but a minute on the lips, Steve. Lifetime on the hips. Don't want any of that, do we? I might have a little try of it, but I can't believe how heavy it is. It's unbelievably heavy. And it's also because it's got no sugar added. But it appears to have all sorts of bits in it. Well, if nothing else, we've boosted the sales of Helva. Or Hulva. I think it's pronounced Hulva, but in fact it says diabetic because it's Turkish. From a company called Koska. Get more interesting by the day, don't we, really? But it is delicious. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. More of your texts and emails in a moment. It's just gone 6:15.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Zach says, I'd like to buy one of Dale's jackets. How much do you want? I wouldn't sell them to anybody. I mean, I would give them to a company that could reuse them for something else, but I wouldn't sell them to anybody I know. Definitely not. I mean, I had all the trousers altered to fit me. But the funny thing is, they're all branded jackets. They're all either Issey Miyake, they're all top branded names. He didn't wear any cheap jackets. And in fact, the idea is that what they do is they have a budget for all the programmes. You go out and buy the clothes, and then technically you're supposed to give them back, but they don't. They just let them keep them. So I've got all the ties, I've got all the suits, and I've got all the shirts. as well. You know, some really, really flash shirts. Handmade shirts, a lot of them handmade. Still, you know, brand new, never been worn, these things. He just seemed to collect clothes like they were going out of fashion. I used to go away on a Saturday night with bin bags full of clothes, and you take them home and start sorting out. I've got leather trousers. I've got camouflage trousers. Seriously, I've got so many different things. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, no wonder you've got diabetes. It's not sugar that causes diabetes. It's fat from meat and dairy. You are out of date, says Rich in Farnborough. Oh, dear, honestly. Nothing worse than an old moaning Mary, is there, this time of the morning? Goodness sake. Somebody said, in fact, he sent it twice, really, obviously being a bit peculiar. I used to have a pair of Lois jeans, says Sidcup Julie. I don't remember those. I don't remember those at all. Are they particularly fantastic? They sound very good. Lois jeans, £55. Oh, they do them for men's and everything. The trouble is, jeans are so cheap, aren't they now? I mean, you can go and buy a pair of jeans in a shop for about 20 quid, which proves that they must be unbelievably cheap. Unbelievably cheap. So these ones here, they've got jumbo cords. I never did cords. And they used to do jumbo cord as well, which was sort of a little bit too much, I think. But they do T-shirts and everything. Oh, right. So, blimey, they've got everything. I can't do T-shirts. I think you've got to be a very thin person to wear T-shirts. There's no point in looking like an out-of-work darts player, is there, by wearing a T-shirt? It just doesn't kind of wash with me at all. Very sorry for this poor squirrel, but squirrels you're allowed to put down. I didn't realise that. And this is a crazed squirrel which attacked 18 people in a 2-day rampage. Perhaps they fed it sugar. Who knows? The rodent pounced on pensioners, children and pets, sinking its sharp teeth into them, launched itself at householders, putting bins out, and left many to be too frightened to go into their gardens. His reign of terror ended this week when he was caught in a humane trap by Corinne Reynolds, who handed him to the RSPCA. Corinne of Buckley in North Wales was left with a scar on her finger after she was bitten. She said in the space of 48 hours, he's attacked 18 people. They're quite gruesome injuries. He's a bit of a psycho. He's had 6 neighbours. I've got teeth marks on my finger, properly latched on and took the top layer off my knuckle. Scott, 34, had to have a tetanus jab after the grey squirrel bit his hand. He said it just jumped onto my arm and bit me on the hand. It all happened so quickly. The RSPCA said it was very sad to have put the rodent down. It's illegal to release grey squirrels into the wild. So in other words, if you catch one, you have it put down because they're... I don't know why you put them down, actually. Perhaps they're classed as vermin. Well, this one was a bit psychotic. But you know what it is? It's people feed them and they get a bit carried away and they sort of go, it's okay. It's like people who sort of look after all these things, but you should never feed them. There you go. The law since 1981 carries them as vermin. They're often carriers of a virus called squirrel pox, which is why you've got hardly any red squirrels left because they were killed out by the grey squirrels. So we kill the grey squirrels. There you go. And they're trying to reintroduce, I think, the red squirrel back into the environment. Because they look quite cute, actually, but you're not supposed to feed them, but people do. Sidcup Julie says, I had a pair of Britannia jeans and Brutus jeans. I think I just had Levi's. I can't remember. I've had some cheap jeans over the years, but, it doesn't really matter. The first designer jeans are by Gloria Vanderbilt. Oh, God, did you ever remember what she looked like? If ever there was anybody who looked a bit... She was like 190 or something. She was so stretched she couldn't sort of move her face. Gloria Vanderbilt. She must have died donkeys years ago, I would have thought. But she brought out these jeans, and she died in 2019 in Manhattan. And she was a fashion designer, heiress and socialite, but she used to look really peculiar. She was, strangely enough, she was only 60 when she died. I mean, that was incredibly young. But people are sort of saying, oh, is she heir to the Vanderbilt fortune? I think not. They always say that, don't they? They say it about Paris Hilton, heir to the Hilton fortune, which is just basically lies. Basically lies. It's one of those sort of things that they sort of, it's sort of lost in the mystery of time. As I said to you the other day, the idea that Jordan was ever worth 45 million is the biggest lie in living memory. She was never worth 45 million. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living in a pokey little house that's falling apart. Ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I don't even know if you can still get Gloria Vanderbilt jeans. I don't know whether it's like Calvin Klein used to do pants. I used to buy Calvin Klein underwear years and years ago because I quite liked it. I don't know why I thought it was going to make any difference. So you can also... you can still buy Gloria Vanderbilt jeans. How odd, isn't that funny? I wonder perhaps somebody else owns the company now. It's like, but doesn't Paul McCartney still sell Linda McCartney vegetarian food and things like that? Yeah. So there's obviously some need for it. But it's like Victoria Beckham jeans. I mean, who'd want VB stamped all over your bum? I wouldn't class that as being so. And she only makes them for women. So you can microwave the halva for 15 seconds. You won't stop eating it, says Mohammed. Yeah. Looking forward to trying it. So excited. So excited. Generous of Hillary to send you a gift, but there's no such thing as diabetic food. Oh, there is. So what they do is they actually sort of take sugar out of things. But I was always told in diabetic food, they make diabetic food and they do it in other countries. We don't do it here. They used to do in Boots a range of chocolates and everything else. And I remember thinking, oh, that's good. Well, unfortunately, they became a little bit like laxatives, which wasn't so good. Steve, in the early 1970s, says Glenn, the old cinema near Fulham Broadway became a jeans and shirts emporium called Dickie Dirt's. All very wide flares and very floral, tasteless shirts. Did you come across it? No, sadly not. I didn't go to Fulham Broadway. Way out of my price range. And, Steve, raining lots here. Just tuned in, says Anne. Heard you talk about jeans and psycho squirrels. Well, the psycho squirrel that is now a dead psycho squirrel. They had to have it put down because apparently if you capture them, and some people do catch, it's like foxes. You know, you can get somebody round who will shoot foxes that maybe are causing a nuisance in your garden, and you do the same with squirrels. I just like watching them, actually. I think they're quite funny when you watch them, but I didn't realise that the grey squirrel had basically knocked out the red squirrel, so red squirrels disappeared. So in certain parts of the country they've tried to reintroduce them. Lots of water everywhere, especially in Cambridge at the moment, where the river appears to have flooded its banks yet again. We're always getting that, aren't we? And that's what the weather forecast is going to be over the new year. It's going to be rain, 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 I'm afraid. And now whether it then goes back to freezing cold, I've got no idea. Hope not. Hope not. The Met spending £4 million as 6,651 staff dealt with the action. This is from the Insulate Britain people, or as I prefer to call them, those saddos who want to go and sit in the middle of a motorway. Have you noticed they've not been out there recently? You know why? Because they're all celebrating Christmas. They're all doing it. They're all out there drinking and, you know, having a lot of fun and all the rest of it. But we haven't seen them for ages sitting on the roads. It's too cold for them. They don't like the cold. And as most of them are fairly ancient. I mean, I saw them the other time. I mean, my God, they're ancient. They really are. Transport Minister Grant Shapps says he was appalled at the cost. Yeah, me too. Apparently, Insulate Britain said it would rather money was being spent on insulating homes. Yeah, it's funny, actually, isn't it? Some of the people who are supergluing themselves to the road hadn't bothered insulating their own homes. So a few frauds, I think, have crept in there. But it's anything for a bit of a spat, I suspect. Isn't Gloria Vanderbilt Anderson Cooper's mother? Yes. He's the bloke on CNN, says Zach. And also, Mary says she's in Kilmarnock. I reckon London will miss the school bombardment as train services have been reduced. It's been reported there's been a rush on taxi bookings for travel over the border. Watch out, Carlisle and Newcastle. Yeah. And, of course, well, down here in London, the RMT are going out on strike again. Well, fantastic, boys. Best decision. Of course, I noticed they did it after Christmas. You know, want to enjoy yourselves first. So rain, rain, rain all the way through. Somebody else telling me about halva and how to eat it. Were the first designer jeans really by Gloria Vanderbilt? I mean, whenever you saw her in a pair of jeans, because she was stick thin, she just didn't look right in jeans. It's like when you see Victoria Beckham, she looks like somebody who needs to eat a bit more. I mean, she really does. She's painfully thin. The rest of them are sort of, you know, filling out. Dave did something the other day. I can't remember what he did. Oh, it was another photograph opportunity. But I like the idea of a small Chinese pot. It was sold, much to the amazement of the owners, who'd used it as an ornament for years. It's 400 years old. It's blue and white, made to hold artist brushes. It dates from the reign of China's Kangxi Emperor in the 17th century. My pronunciation of Chinese is almost superfluous. I'm very good at doing that. Bought by a British businessman who traded in silk and porcelain along the Yangtze River. He took the 7-inch pot home, passed it down through the descendants, and it's just been sold for 125,000. The Chinese love buying back their history, and this is, I mean, thank God he didn't use it for anything else. You sometimes find people who've discovered something and they've And they've sort of, I mean, it's, 7-inch pot. It's not very big, but 125,000. They couldn't wait to flog it. They'd just been using it for sort of just sitting on the side. Gloria Vanderbilt was 89 when she died, not 60. Oh, it said 60 on my thing. I mean, we might have read the wrong thing. I don't know, actually. Perhaps it could have been something else. But whatever it was, to be honest with you, I didn't think she looked great for 60. Wait a minute. No, she was 95. You're right, actually. Of stomach cancer. So she died in Manhattan. I think she's buried next to her son as well. You can buy an umbrella now that attaches to your head. They've got a Vanderbilt family cemetery. Blimey, imagine being that posh that you've got your own cemetery. It's quite a name, isn't it? It's like Rothschild. It signals money. Whether she was heir to anything, I'm not too sure. The umbrellas that attach to your head, I've seen them before, actually. Doesn't really make much use because when you go outside and it rains, the chances are you've got wind as well at the same time. And just lose it. Gone. I always bring an umbrella with me, but just a small one. Just a small one. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Mary says, even if I am marginally older than you, I still fit my designer jeans. Well, bully for you. Bully for you. She's very good indeed.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. My friend Chris Jarvis is doing pantomime. He does pantomime every year, and this time he's down in Poole in Dorset. He said, shame so many pantos have been cancelled, but he says Michelle Collins sends her love to, so hopefully see you soonish in 2022. So Chris Jarvis, I think he's living near Guildford at the moment. I'm pretty certain that's where he was, but he does lots on CBeebies and everything else. He is ageless. A bit like Michelle Collins, actually. Totally ageless, these people. Whereas I can't work out if I'm aging well or aging badly. I've got no idea, actually. It's just one of those things. And why not sell the homes of the Insulate protesters to pay for the policing bill, says Paul. That'd be a nice idea, wouldn't it? Didn't we send some to prison? So they'll be having a nice time inside. And so there you go. Beauty and the Beast. Is this their pantomime? Chris Jarvis is playing. Well, this is the first time I've seen Chris playing Dame Betty Bonbon Nightshade in Beauty and the Beast at Poole Lighthouse. And as well as playing the Dame, Chris is very clever. He's written the script and is directing the show. Show me a bit more. I love the outfit. So he's been doing 25 years of panto. And so he's donned a wig and frock. Now, I don't know if he's ever done it before. So I'm really looking forward to it. It's a very specific act because each person who does... Oh, he's never been Dame. That's good. Because each person who actually plays Dame, they have a character. Like Biggins has got 3 characters. One is Nurse Tickle, one is a cook, and one is something else. And so he's got those 3 characters that they can put into any pantomime. But this is the first time that I've seen Chris Jarvis in the drag. And he said, I'm really looking forward to it. He said, it's very specific. He's done it on telly. He's 52. I don't think this is possible. I don't think it's possible. The thing is, Dame, he says, you have to play it as a man in a dress. Otherwise, you look like a bag drag act. He said, so I've had to learn how to do my makeup in a certain way. And the wig is very Mrs. Slocum. Yes, it's not Drag Race at all. It's Mrs. Slocum. And in fact, the one thing which is very clever, and Danny LaRue used to do this, when he would put his drag on, first of all, he would block out the eyebrows. So he would have a very thick base coating, and you put it on the eyebrows, and then you put in the eyebrows over the top, because they've got to be thinner than your own eyebrows. And then he would... I mean, I watched him doing it on stage once, and they did it... It's also being done on YouTube. There's a drag act in Vegas where they're, I think it's called Divas, the show. And whatever it is, they look like the people they're impersonating. It's fantastic. And they all do the eyebrows first with this very thick pancake and then draw in the eyebrow over the top of it. There's an art to doing it. There really is. Very good. Trevor says, did you ever wear those Walton-style dungarees when they were in fashion? No, I didn't. And somebody says, I've just tested positive. So I will not be going into work today, and my New Year's Eve disco gig seriously in doubt, which will keep me well, I would think it is in doubt. What are we up to? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? 2 days? I don't think so. Got to self-isolate for 7 days. 7 days. So that's not so good, is it, really? But I don't think... Scott in Dartford said, but you are keeping me going. I would very much doubt whether you can have a disco gig on New Year's Eve. Really, I'd be very, very surprised. The clothes in the car park are not a good way to get rid of clothes, especially if they're good items on hangers. They give you 40 pence a kilo. Everything is thrown in a polythene bag and weighed, including shoes. The only stuff they take is saleable. It's then sent to Africa, where they sell it on to people, says Avril. Oh, right. Well, I can't see anybody in Africa wanting to wander around in one of Dale's suits. I really can't see that at all. But they're more than welcome to try it. The jackets are perfect. Absolutely, as perfect as they were the day that they were bought. The Vanderbilt Mausoleum was constructed between 1884 and 1886. It has 125 internment spaces. Only 28 Vanderbilt family members are entombed there and 2 memorialised on crypts. Wow. Laura says, she comes from Shenfield, I've met Michelle Collins. She's lovely. I've met Michelle on many, many occasions. Many, many occasions. And so I'm trying to work out actually how much money I could make out of all the clothes. I haven't got any shoes, though. That's the only trouble. Shoes have sort of bulk it up a little bit, which is quite good. Steve, I'm on a serious diet after gaining 3 stone in the last 2 years. I've just eaten 6 pigs in blankets, not even 7 a.m, but I am off to the gym later, says Sean, in Cambridge, where, of course, they have much water. Much water in Cambridge, and it's a case of, man the pumps, I think. But you've eaten 6 pigs in blankets. I think I ate 12 yesterday. Delicious with mashed potato. Ready-made mashed potato. I became quite lazy and nipped into Marks. Oh, I tell you, we had the same bloke in Marks and Spencer's. I've just remembered. I go in there to buy some Prosecco and some other bits and pieces, and do you remember I had trouble with him before? He's an old man. He's one of the oldest people in there. He sort of works on the self-service tills. Basically, I think there must be something the matter with him, because the last time I was in there, I had 2 bereavement cards, which I had to buy because we'd had 2 bereavements. And I bought some Prosecco, and they have to authorise it. If you look, under the age of 90, apparently it has to be authorised. And so he said, have you put the cards through? And I said, no. I'll put them through. I said, no, I didn't buy them here. And he looked at me and he said, where do you get them from? I said, you don't sell bereavement cards in Marks and Spencer's. And his answer was, because he's a bit dim, he said, well, I'm not supposed to know everything. So yesterday I'm in there and I buy my bottles of Prosecco and I buy my food and smoked salmon parcels and bits and pieces. And, of course, he has to authorise, and he happened to be standing there again. They don't let him go anywhere else. He just stands by these tills, and they have to key in numbers like that so that you can be authorised. And I've got 2 carrier bags, and when I buy them, I hold them up against Magic Eye, and it charges you 15 pence. And so he said, he then sort of did it on the till, and he said, how many bags have you got? I said, 2. And he went to put them in. I went, I've paid for them. He's obviously got a screw loose or something. And so I said to him as I walked out, because I was the only one there, I said, you've got serious problems. I said, you shouldn't be working in Marks and Spencer's. I said, it's not your sort of place at all. Fancy checking to see whether I'd paid 15 pence for a carrier bag, which of course I had. Because I don't, Steve. Are these people catching COVID, vaccinated or unvaccinated? Many of them unvaccinated. The ones in hospital, unvaccinated, Matt. So, but it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. If you're one of those people who sort of doesn't believe in it, that's good. That's good. Watched an interview with Billy Connolly, says Conrad, about Christmas time. Many jokes made me laugh, and but one of the jokes was about about a psycho, modifying it's the psycho squirrel from Glasgow. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Billy Connolly was terribly rude. It was seriously very, very rude. I couldn't believe. I've forgotten how rude he was. But then there are lots of other comedians who are very rude on stage, but he was really rude. It wasn't borderline. Who's that? Frankie Boyle. Now, Frankie Boyle can really push it to the bounds where you go, oh, can't believe you've said that. He was telling jokes about people I can't even mention on the programme because they're not with us anymore, and he would sort of say all sorts of things about it. And you could hear the intake of breath. But my favourite bits with Frankie Boyle is where he took the mickey out of the audience. Some of it was just priceless. And you can understand, some people were sort of, there were 2 lads he picks on. I can't repeat any of the things he says to them because it's totally unrepeatable. But the boys were so thrilled to have been mentioned, they did thumbs up to each other at the end, and they went with their parents. And Frankie Boyle couldn't believe that the parents had brought 2 lads to his show. And there's a clip on YouTube of all of these bits where he takes the mickey out of people. who've dared to sit in the front room, or people who've dressed up, or he annihilates them completely. And of course, because they don't have microphones, they can't really get back at him, which, but entertaining to say the least, but rude. A bit like Roy Chubby Brown. If you've ever seen Roy Chubby Brown, he's also he does what I would call filth. But then Frankie Boyle does it as well. But it's slightly cleverer. Slightly cleverer. What did I have just before we go to the break? This is Amazon's Alexa device. I don't want to say it too loudly because we've been known to have people getting them set off. It's been overhauled after it told a 10-year-old girl to touch a coin to an electric plug. Apparently the dangerous suggestion came after she asked the smart speaker for a challenge. She's 10. What are you asking it for a challenge? What sort of challenge do you think you're going to get? Plug in a phone charger, it replied, about halfway into the wall outlet, then touch a penny to the exposed prongs. The girl's mother said on Twitter, we were doing physical challenges from a PE teacher on YouTube earlier. And she comes from Minnesota. Thank God she's not in this country. Can't believe any mother would be that stupid to let their daughter ask Alexa a question. Especially this one thing. She said she yelled, no, Alexa. No, she added her daughter was too smart to take the risk. Well, she wasn't smart enough to not ask it the question. That's obviously Minnesota for you. Good grief. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. And the top British schoolboy, he's hit the best score in a Mensa test. He beat Einstein and Stephen Hawking. His name's Barnaby Swinburne. He's 12. He had an IQ of 162, which is the highest possible result for a boy of his age. I've never done any of these Mensa tests or anything. It's no point, actually. I know how intelligent I am, or not, as the case may be. He's only in his first year of secondary school, and he wants to study computer programming at Oxford University. His mother, called Ghislaine, as in like the other Ghislaine as well, said maths is something Barnaby's always stood out at because he enjoys it. Sitting the Mensa test was his own idea. There used to be a little girl years and years ago, Ruth Lawrence, and I think she got herself into Cambridge at the age of about 13. She was phenomenal. Her father, I believe, was a lecturer in mathematics. Imagine being interested in mathematics and stuff like that. So he wants to go to computer programming. She's a dietitian. And her landscape gardener husband, Christopher, first spotted Barnaby's gift for maths when he was 4. 4 years old. Very clever, isn't it? Very, very clever. I mean, I envy people like that. But Barnaby of Bristol has now been accepted into the High IQ Society. Physicists Einstein and Hawking never took Mensa tests, but 162 is 2 points higher than their estimated IQs. Well, brilliant. I'm sure he'll go on to achieve these dizzy heights. I mean, a sample question very quickly is, which word does not belong with the others? A, look, B, watch, C, listen, D, observe, or E, see? So, I mean, you think, oh, C, where do I have to turn the blooming paper around? I can't see the answer. Wait a minute. C, you think it's C? Is it? I think it might be right, actually. Is it, excuse me. Blimey. Good grief. You are right, actually. No, you're not. No, you're not right. No, you're not right. That's the second question. And so the answer's... Oh, it is C. You're right. How did you know that? Oh, it's... Oh, right. Oh, I feel all stupid now that I didn't know the answer. How embarrassing.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. It's... Who's here at 10? It's Andrew Castle. It's Andrew Castle. Sorry? At 7. Yes, I had to remember, actually. I got very confused yesterday because I got home and I remember thinking, what time is it? I couldn't work out the timing at all. Everywhere was very, very empty. Very empty. Chris Jarvis has sent me a lovely picture of him in drag, and he says, thank you for the lovely comments. He says, I've had a lot of help with the wig and costumes, but the makeup I have to do myself. You're so right about combing the eyebrows. I was told to use Pritt Stick. Apparently Copydex would be better. Won't make a difference to my artwork. I think the thing that they used, it was like a hide and heal kind of stick, you know, for people who are putting on their makeup and it covered spots up and all the rest of it. And it was hide and heal. But Danny, you'll find it on YouTube, where they're sort of putting this thing on. And I think even on RuPaul's Drag Race, they did the same thing and then put in the eyebrows over the top of it. And but he said it wouldn't make much difference to the artwork. Michelle is hysterical to work with on and off stage, with a lot of stories about the business. I should imagine she's got quite a lot of stories about the business. He said, see you soon. Yes, currently based near Guildford. He's one. I've known Chris Jarvis for so many, I can't begin to tell you how many years. Seriously, can't remember. And he used to live down near Johnny Perry's hotel in Bournemouth. In fact, if you walked out of Johnny Perry's garden at the back, you walked into Chris Jarvis's place. And he had a music room and a studio and all his Panto posters up on the walls. It was a big house. And we first met, I think, at LBC, actually. But he just doesn't age. It's almost frightening. I always look at... I know that people in the business don't age because it's the business that keeps you going. And I'm glad that their Panto is still going. I hope you all stay safe and keep it going, because the amount of people who've had to close these things is ridiculous. Because it's the only opportunity that a lot of people get to earn money throughout the year. You know, people should really have stuff. I did watch a thing the other day, which I thought was really good, and it was something to do with the musicals, and it was hosted by John Barrowman. Was it All Star Musicals? It was so camp. It was lovely, and I watched somebody doing the Time Warp, and I think it was Ben Miller, who I thought was absolutely sensational. He was playing Riff Raff. In All Star Musicals, doing the Time Warp. I thought it was brilliant, and he got rave reviews, and I loved it. Fern Britton slammed, so honestly, an absolute shocker. Catherine Tilsley, and they said was sort of stunning. I think she did something from Cats, but no, Ben Miller for me. Although somebody said, one person went, I was disappointed. But, I mean, who gives a toss what trolls think? I mean, nobody cares. Listen, nobody takes any notice of them. They're, more and more trolls are being hauled into courts now and thrown in prison. Somebody the other day was thrown in prison because they actually put somebody's address up and they were inciting violence. So they got put in prison for 2 years, which I was very pleased about. But the All-Star Musicals, for some reason, Ranj Singh, I don't know who Ranj Singh is. Is he the TV doctor who's gay? This is the one who's obviously desperate to be somebody famous. Robert Peston, Rob Rinder, Barney Walsh, Jessica Hines, and Louisa Bradshaw. But I liked it. I thought it was very good. But Ben Miller, I thought the best. Johnny Perry says, listening, they're all out there. Yeah, Ranj Singh is another one of these desperate to be famous people. I just got this feeling. He keeps popping up on programmes, and I go, listen, you're a professional doctor, but they now call him a television presenter, so obviously the doctor thing will sort of slip to one side, I should imagine. Johnny Perry says, I saw Chris Jarvis in Panto this year. Beauty and the Beast at the Lighthouse Pool. What is the Lighthouse Pool? Show me. I just imagine it's a lighthouse. I don't know why. He said, absolutely fantastic. Oh, my God. Is it Lighthouse Pool? Good God, it's huge. It's absolutely enormous. Look at that. Centre of it, blimey. That looks like as big as... The biggest place I ever played was the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, and that was about 2,500 seats. This one is enormous. Absolutely enormous. Largest arts centre in the United Kingdom outside of London. Blimey. Well, I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed. I love that. So, it's 1,476 capacity. Largest space. Wow. I'm really impressed. Chris writes these pantomimes, and he's very successful, and they're going great guns. But then I remember one of them, they were still painting the scenery, I think, the day before they were due to open, because sometimes the scenery arrives in, and it sort of doesn't look as sort of good as it could do, so they have to paint it all up again. But no, Michelle Collins and I go back a long way. Somebody says your name dropping's terrible. Oh, dear, you mustn't be jealous. It makes you lonely, doesn't it? Makes you lonely because you can't name drop anybody. And don't say I've written into Steve Allen, because you're not allowed to count that one. Nothing worse, is there? Steve. I once bought a bereavement card with paw prints that seemed quite cute. Only after I sent it did I realise it was as if a deceased pet. What do you think it was if it's got paw prints on it? How's that going to be an adult? The deceased was an 80-year-old man. Well, I mean, so it's got... I mean, the clue would have been it's got paw prints on it. Dear me. Also, age 11, me, 156 IQ Mensa, first child in adult Mensa, 92. And somebody says, I've just tested negative again after a festive Christmas with the family. We're all going to get it. Well, no, listen, if you've tested negative, that's good. Just make sure it stays that way, Mary. You've been very lucky. But it's only going out mixing with the unvaccinated or people who spread it, as I prefer to call them, and people who won't wear their masks and things like that, because the idea is you want to make sure you stay well away from them. Joanna says, I thought Ben Miller was brilliant. Did he win? I don't know. I just watched him, and I've, having seen so many people do it over the years, I thought he was absolutely fantastic. So, crossbow suspect became isolated during lockdown. Priti Patel, because she's always very good. Who is it? Robert Rinder. He performed Be Our Guest, da-da-da, from Beauty and the Beast. There you go. That's lovely. Lovely. All good stuff. Beauty and the Beast gets 2 mentions on the programme. One at the Pool Theatre and the Lighthouse Pool. Well, I tell you, you've gone up in the world. That's a huge theatre. Huge theatre. Fantastic. Record year for vinyl and 2 new coins to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Please stop motorists. So I did this at the beginning of the programme. Oh, by the way, before I forget, because we've now hit the dizzy heights with the podcast of hitting the Amazon top list of the most popular podcasts, even I can't believe it, both of mine are in the list. We're in the list, which is fantastic. So if you want to download them, all you have to do is go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and you download the app. Then you can download the podcast. And I think we go back, it's between 5 and 6 years. We worked out we've got about 6,000 for you to download. 6,000 podcasts. And because we go back. But the trouble is, as new programmes hit the list, others drop off the end. So you need to start downloading, going back. Don't do the modern ones. Do the ones at the back, because they're the ones who disappear first, because the computer can only hold so many. And as I say, competing with Ian Dale, who's got 6 podcasts up there, it's phenomenal. So do that, and then you can download. So far, 21 million downloads. Not doing badly at all. I'm always amazed by it as well. I never know how they work these things out, but they do. So as we've got 2 of my programmes in the list, I urge you to download them as soon as possible. In fact, generally speaking, within about an hour of the programme finishing, will they be up? Something like that? We think so. So you've got the little bit extra, first one back for ages, and then you've got the full programme. OK, which is excellent. Other stories which are running in the papers, roughly the same sort of thing, actually. Roughly the same sort of thing. The worst of the pandemic may be over, they say. Growing belief that Omicron will not swamp the NHS despite a huge surge. Professor John Bell said jabs have helped. So there you go. Unfortunately, there are the terminally stupid people who don't think they make any difference at all. And those are the ones who are currently clogging up hospital beds, which is not good. Davina and her hot tips. She looks amazing, absolutely amazing. And China's complained to the UN after an Elon Musk satellite had a near miss with its space station. How many things are floating around up there, for God's sake? It's unbelievable. One small step for Elon, one giant Star Wars bust-up for mankind. Houston, we have a problem. And Paul McCartney says he still feels like a young man, even though he turns in 6 months 80. 80. Oh, and Ozzy Osbourne is jumping on the digital art bandwagon to cash on his infamous bat biting. I thought that was a made-up story. I didn't realise that was serious. Who knows? Listen, that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning at the same time. We shall wander through the papers. We take all your texts and emails. It's totally unique to radio, and it's all courtesy of LBC. Thank you very much indeed. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to the 30th of December. So you got just today, and then it'll be New Year's Eve tomorrow, which doesn't make any difference to me because I never go out on New Year's Eve. The idea of, getting yourself dollied up and going out there and sort of falling over people and trying to get home in the early hours of the morning. I spare a thought for all the bus drivers and the taxi drivers who have to put up with all the drunks and try and select the one who isn't going to throw up in the back of your taxi, because that takes you out straight away. I love that story about Diana. That's such a good story. Such a good story. So there was a bit of a drama with the royal family. No, we didn't want that. It's far too sentimental. They never liked her. What do you mean it's sentiment? They didn't want her anything, of course. And the one thing that you noticed at Diana's funeral was when her brother spoke. At the very end, I'm so proud to have called her my sister, blah, 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 blah. And then there was silence. And then this applause came in from outside, from all over London. The applause was ringing through. And then the whole of the Abbey started applauding as well. Really put the royal families, they just sat there staring straight ahead of them. Nobody knew what to do. The Queen was there and they didn't want to sort of clap or do anything at all. So they just sat there staring in front of them. It was very interesting. So, Ghislaine Maxwell, guilty. Life of Riley up until the age of 60, and a bit of an old perv, and Jeffrey Epstein as well, but he took his own life. How that was got away with, I'll never know. But anyway, leave that to one side. So she's going to die behind bars, even if she gets 30 years, which they say it could be. She's 60 now. She's not going to live to 90. Well, she might. She might live to 90, although they don't have a history of living a long time. So guilty. Where do we go now? There's another court case, isn't there, as well, which I think is looming. So we'll watch that one. But I bet she can't believe it. I bet she's sitting there thinking... It's almost like getting the death penalty, because she just took a glass of water after they sort of sentenced her. She was probably thinking, well, how's this going to end? And the answer is it's not going to end very well at all, is it? They think it's absolutely terrible. I think it's terrible. Steve, I understand from my cousin in Glasgow that the Tartan Army are on the way to Trafalgar Square for New Year's Eve. Well, it'll all be blocked off. The whole of Trafalgar Square will be blocked off. The whole of Piccadilly Circus is already blocked off. So there's no point coming down. You'd just be standing there looking like dipsticks. Very embarrassing. Very, very embarrassing. There won't be anything open. All the fountains will be blocked off, which they do every year anyway. Even if they were having something, they will do it. So the Tartan Army were wasting their time completely. But they've got nowhere else to go. Nowhere else to go. Interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Peter in Malvern says, there's a squirrel in my garden. What should I do with it? Well, you can kill it if you like. You're allowed to kill them. Apparently, people trap them and then they're humanely put to SLEEP. Because they spread disease and illnesses. Although, actually, I used to feed them years ago myself. Me and my friend Graham used to feed them with custard creams. They liked the custard creams. But this is after the psycho squirrel. Qu'est-ce que c'est? And they decided that they'd had enough. It bit people, and you can't have a squirrel biting people, which is not so good. For all the anti-vaxxers, and Richard was talking about the anti-vaxxers, and they raided a theatre, and they were down there, and wherever it was they were. And then there's a picture of some balmy mad old woman in the papers. She's about to throw away all these, anti-vaxxer liquids and everything else. I mean, you only have got to look at her to realise that she's quite a few sandwiches short of a picnic. But I was going to tell Richard that after yesterday, record number of COVID cases, 183,000 new cases. But of course, they don't exist, do they? You have to say that for the anti-vaxxers because they're a bit simpleton. And yesterday, I found 3 anti-vaxxers because they're very vociferous, basically nasty, vile people. And it's a case of I couldn't care less whether they get COVID or not. Makes no difference to me. But all we do here is just block them. It's so simple. It's so, you don't have to put up with these buffoons, and their limited intelligence. You just block them. We've got a little thing here, and their number comes up, and if they write anything that I deem is particularly... there's no point in sort of advertising somebody's thick. You really don't want that, so we don't bother reading them, and I just delete them. I said, well, I don't. The producer deletes, because he has the power in his fingers to delete these people, and they never appear ever again. So it means they have to go and buy another telephone. And every time they buy one, we just delete them. Fantastic. Brilliant. What else we got? Emma Raducanu. I said yesterday, one of the columnists has picked up on what I said, that, she's picked up another award. It's great. Why don't you just go and play tennis, darling? Do us all a favour. It's like, we're all hoping that that man in America with his actress wife, we just wish that they take the vow of silence, which would be a very good idea. What else we got? Anthea Turner, another dreary story about nothing, really. Poor old Anthea, she's had Botox and she's had this and she takes another. I really couldn't care less. If there's something the matter with her and she's got some addiction to sort of making she doesn't like the aging process, but then nobody does. But then, what else does she do? The answer is nothing. Alan Godfrey, you don't know the name Alan Godfrey, but you might do sooner than you think. He had a close encounter some years ago. He was a former policeman, and they always sort of use that as some recommendation. And the recommendation is, I've seen a flying saucer, but because I'm a police officer, you have to believe me. Well, they're madder than the rest of them, as we've discovered in the papers over the last few days. I've got another PC, even more stupid. How these people ever got to be police officers, I'll never know. This is the one who took selfies at a murder scene and then published them. And I couldn't quite work out whether or not he was the stupidest man alive or whether he was just a bit thick. But a little bit worrying. But anyway, so Alan Godfrey has this close encounter seeing a spaceship. He doesn't, of course. It's a lie, because there's no such things. And now Hollywood is set to tell the story. And the papers basically have said, if Hollywood says they're going to do a story, there must be a truth in it. And the answer is, of course there's not. They've run out of ideas. That's why they've got, Karate Kid 1700 and things like that. I'm quite sure there'll be Titanic 2 very shortly. The aftermath. We brought it up, which could be quite interesting. But no, Alan Godfrey, I don't even know if he's still alive. He's still around, probably, and he's still touting it because these people want to believe in something. Quite clearly, this was obviously a reflection off a cloud. You can always explain them. It's just that they don't like having things explained to them. And that's where I come in, because I like to explain it to them as well. Ewan Blair's firm, Tony's little son, suffered a £19 million loss. Not very clever, is he, really? And the global shortage of COVID kits as Javid fights for our global share. I picked up a kit yesterday, did it this morning, and negative, of course, because my neighbour's just gone down with COVID. So you have to be extremely careful, and so she's staying in, and I'm going to be sort of not. I mean, I said, if you need anything like milk, butter, I'll go and get it for you. And then what I'll do is I'll just leave it outside your door, because that's safer. You don't have people wandering about anywhere. But if you are in flats and you've got corridors, make sure you're wearing a mask, because this thing lingers if there's no windows open. And in a lot of flats there are, closed-in corridors. We've got windows and everything else, so it's absolutely fine. What else do we have? Oh, the worst case of drink driving. In Scotland, the legal limit is 22 units. She blew 188. I mean, seriously, the old bag should have been locked up. Far too dangerous. Far too dangerous. Thousands of covers stolen off manholes. You know why? Because they melt them down. And unscrupulous dealers in this kind of stuff will buy these things, and they get paid for them. And so people nick manhole covers. I've never quite understood the logic behind it. Gemma Collins has got engaged. Thank God for that. Possible to see the back of her, because we've seen the front, and that's not too exciting, is it? Steve, if a presenter smokes, how do they have time to go outside the building in the breaks when they're only 3 minutes each? Well, they don't smoke. None of the presenters smoke. I don't know any presenters who smoke at all. Who smokes? Do we know somebody who smokes? Oh, does Richard have a craft? Oh, right. Well, yes, but I mean, he would have, dispensation in it. I mean, there might be a pre-recorded interview that would take him outside. I used to be able to do it in our other building when I was smoking, and I could do it during the news. There'd be an advert that went on for the news running up into it, so effectively you ended up with about 4 minutes. And that was enough for us to run out the studio, onto the roof, light a cigarette up, and have a quick few puffs, and run back into the studio again. It's very exhausting, and it's great. It's great. But somebody else is saying, toast for breakfast. Well, not 4:10 in the morning. Do you know, I thought London was really quiet yesterday. I was really surprised. I thought London and Twickenham were going to be absolutely bursting at the seams, but they weren't. The bus was empty. In fact, the bus that I got from Richmond Station, I was the only one on it. So obviously people are sort of off for the whole, I think, true. Steve, there's a story in the news about a policeman who saw a UFO, lost his job, his wife. Is it a true story? I don't know. Couldn't care less. You want to make something up? Make something up. But this one is having a film made about his experience. So it's going to be a little bit like do. It'll be the Close Encounters thing, won't it? It'll be Richard. Is it Richard Dreyfuss who was in Close Encounters? Do. And I remember watching it thinking that's really exciting. But of course it is just in somebody's fertile imagination. Oh, dear. When is Johnson going to do something, says Angela, about the huge and escalating infection rate? Well, I don't know what they can do. What can they do? There's all these dipsticks out there, all these poor people who are going out without masks on. Tomorrow night will be the classic time to not go out. If you want to pick it up, tomorrow night you will guarantee to pick it up. I promise you. Because there'll be thousands upon thousands of people out there celebrating the New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Oh, you can just imagine it, can't you? You can see the COVID people dropping in front of you. Because it's very, very infectious. More infectious than the first one we had. So that's it. What do you think he's going to do about it? Go around and go, put your mask on. If I was the bus driver, or the other day I saw somebody, Richmond Station, no, it wasn't. It was Waterloo Station, getting on the Reading train with one of those scooters, which are banned. Not one person he walked past said a thing to him. You know, these things blow up, you know, and if you're on a train and it blows up, Good luck. So many things we have to say good luck for now. So Johnson can't do anything about this infection rate because it's people who go out there and don't wear masks. You know, they are spreading it. They are the spreaders. We've seen them. We see them on the buses. We see them on the tubes. You see them all over the place. Can't do anything about it because they're a bit thick. They don't think they're going to be affected. They go, oh, I'm exempt. And you go, well, exempt from picking up illnesses? Well, you picked up asthma, didn't you? So presumably it can't be that difficult to pick up anything else. And somebody says I cracked a tooth in half the other day. Actually, strangely enough, we were talking to Chris Jarvis yesterday because he's got pantomime down at the Lighthouse Pool in Dorset, which is a huge place, and he's doing Beauty and the Beast. Chris Jarvis from CBeebies, and he's got Michelle Collins. She's in the papers today. She lost a tooth at the front in the middle of the pantomime. She started sort of talking like Chris Eubank, which can't have been much fun for the poor girl, because he said she sensed her love yesterday, because me and her go back a long, long time. Mark says, I bet Prince Andrew had a bad night's sleep. I shouldn't think so. Why would he? Why would he? I shouldn't imagine he's remotely bothered. You saw the interview, I presume. Did he look bothered? No? Did he look bothered when he drove his car into a gate on the Windsor estate? No, because he couldn't be bothered to get out of the car and open the gate, so he just drove through it, damaged the little car he was driving. No, we don't care about Prince Andrew. Nobody likes him. I don't think he realises it. In fact, the funny thing is that there are certain members of the royal family that we adore. People seem to like Princess Anne. She's a bit feisty. And she does do, I think, some of the most royal guest appearances and things like that. And people seem to like her. We don't know a lot about Captain Tim Lawrence, apart from the fact he's a commander, apparently, on a ship somewhere, probably the Serpentine. And the children are all right. You've got Zara Tindall, and you've got that dreary husband of hers, who's entered a few of those reality shows, and he's lost every single one of them. He hasn't done anything at all, so what he does, I've got no idea. But, I mean, you know, they all seem quite happy. But when it comes to Prince Andrew, nobody liked him to start with. He was always arrogant. He was the one who wanted to be called Sir by all the people that he worked with. And you think, I don't think so, sweetie boy. I don't think so. And then he's got the two daughters who apparently have jobs, but nobody's ever seen them doing anything. And then you've got the ex-wife, who sort of clings like a limpet onto the outside. So she's living with him. She's managed to convince him, because it obviously can't take much, that he's a good man, she's told us, on time and time again. He's a good man. And you're going, obviously you don't know him as well as we appear to know him as well. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, look at me, I'm terrible with timekeeping. I'm getting worse. But it doesn't matter, does it? Because I don't think anybody's going to work. So instead I'll just tell you it's nearly-ish gone 4:15.
This is LBC.
Girls! Sean! It's bedtime!
One more race! I'm almost done!
Okay, kiddos. That's enough. Time's up. On to the app.
Your Wi-Fi is going off.
Going off.
EE Wi-Fi Controls lets you pause the Wi-Fi on your kids' devices, helping them to switch off and drift off. Search EE Home.
Eligibility criteria apply. New EE broadband customers.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Steve, if no fireworks or singing and dancing is taking place on Friday night and Saturday morning, will all the bridges remain open? Oh, yeah, the bridges remain open. They'll be closed for a certain period of time because they'll be diverting people and trying to keep people away from the centre of London. But you'll find Trafalgar Square will be closed off to everybody. There'll be police patrolling it. All the fountains will be closed off to make sure there's no dipsticks throwing themselves in it. Piccadilly Circus is already roped off. What are they going to do? Stand there by the side of the pavement, you know? I don't quite understand what the purpose of coming down to London is. And the answer is, I shouldn't think there is anything. Shane says, that's why I'm not going down to Sydney Harbour fireworks. Full of COVID. I'll watch it on TV and have a few beers. Yeah, you will definitely be catching COVID. Listen, if 200,000 people yesterday caught it, 200,000 people. That's 2,000 people. 200,000 people probably going, ooh, I never thought I'd catch it. Hope it doesn't deteriorate into something even worse than you can imagine. Rob says, my New Year plans have been scuppered. A self-lateral flow test is positive, so I'll be self-isolating. I've ordered a PCR test and fearing the worst. Very mild symptoms, but have lost the sense of smell and taste. I'm fully jabbed, says Rob. Yep. Well, it is entirely possible to still get COVID, even if you're fully jabbed. It's just that, you know, the symptoms are mild, which is, you've already told us they're mild. But it only goes to prove you can catch it. I mean, I did my lateral flow test this morning. And you always look at it with great interest. And I did it and went, oh, only one bar. Thank you very much indeed. We don't want the 2 bars. We don't want the 2 bars. And Angela says, read the soaring infection rates. What about lockdown, mandatory vaccination and mask wearing enforced by fines? Well, they do that in Spain. If you go out without your mask on, you are fined by the police if they find you. You know, and people have been charged before. We've seen loads of people up in court because they've had parties and they've not socially distanced and they haven't followed the rules. So that's right. And that's the best you can do. You're never going to enforce people, you know, wearing masks. You're never going to manage that because they'll just go, oh, I'm exempt. And they say on all of the buses and the trains, you know, wear a mask, you know, unless you're exempt. So they'll just go, I'm exempt. And apparently you don't have the right to question them. You can tell by looking at them there's nothing the matter with these people at all. They're just people who are a bit stupid. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And on the subject of these squirrels, yes, you can legally get rid of them. Mainly because they're... You see, we like watching them because we think they're clever. And to be honest with you, I do think, actually, squirrels are quite clever. Very sweet. Other stories which are running today. A firm run by Janice Long was thousands in the red when she died. I say thousands, about £15,000. Not exactly a fortune, is it? And whose is the top-selling calendar? Every year they bring all these calendars out. And who is the top-selling calendar? It's Cliff Richard again. For the umpteenth year, Cliff Richard gets the top spot. Who's number 2? Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley, God, he died years and years ago. But the good news is you don't need to worry about Easter because the Easter eggs are in the shops. The Easter eggs are in the shops. And I see no reason why they shouldn't be because you can buy Cadbury's cream eggs all year round. They sell them in Costco. They do boxes of them. I bought boxes and brought them into here before now. Jethro's funeral at his home's cathedral. Blue reuniting for their 20th anniversary tour. And drinkers could welcome an unwelcome dry January, mainly because the brewery lorry drivers are going on strike. So they might not be getting the booze. You know, you wish you could turn around, don't you, really, and sort of say, all right, we won't buy your booze ever again. It's as simple as that. You know, you go and try and do something else. You try and sort these things out. James Buckley, the In-Betweeners star, is close to raking in £1 million selling 30-second video messages. He's part of a huge army of celebrities who do a video message. You know, he'll be going, hi, this is James Buckley, and he'll be saying something, you know, something rude or whatever else, which he probably would have said in the In-Betweeners, and you'll pay 35 quid, 40 quid. It goes up to hundreds of pounds for the big stars, and they do them, and Boycie used to do it. Boycie from Only Fools and Horses, and he would set aside time at the end of the day. His wife would make dinner, and he'd go into the end room, record all these different things, then they'd be sent off. And so you've got a personal message, like, you know, this is Boycie here. I always listen to Steve Allen on LBC. It's the best laugh you've ever had. and you pay money for that. You pay money for it. And so they make money. I mean, nobody's really ever asked people like Kerry Katona to do that. It's easier to ask her to get her boobs out for you because she's more than happy to do that. A bit tragic and sad, but there you go. Joan Collins says she misses the 80s. I think we all miss the 80s, don't we? The 80s, the 70s, the 60s. Although they say if you remember the 60s, you weren't really there. There were so many things, you know, people used to wander about in a dream, I think. Do you know, it was funny, we were only mentioning the other day about that sort of girl who briefly went out with Paul Hollywood, and then he suddenly realised she was a bit of a desperado. And then there's a picture of her. She went out to a party in Canterbury, and that's about as good as it gets for her. She still thinks she's going to be a celebrity. I don't think so. I don't think so. But I'm still fascinated by this Diana funeral drama, the secret archives revealing that Elton nearly didn't sing Candle in the Wind because the royal family went, no, we think it's a bit sort of, no, basically draws attention to her. The fact that the Abbey was packed with all of her fans and London came to a standstill and £30 million was spent on flowers at Kensington Palace, you know, proving that she was far more popular than any member of the royal family ever. You know, people loved Diana. Whether or not you didn't like her, it doesn't really matter. She was popular, hugely popular, which, of course, infuriates those who never liked her in the first place. Oh, she was manipulative. Yep, absolutely. And Angela says this nonsense about mask exemption should be abolished. And what about house arrest, charging people who refuse vaccinations for medical treatment? Well, they have broken into parties before now. They've gone to pubs. When the pubs were in lockdown, they went round. Yesterday I went past a hairdresser's in Twickenham. It's sort of a slightly modern thing with a white Christmas tree. And the blokes were cutting hair with no masks on. Idiots of the first order. Complete and utter idiots. You know, you're supposed to wear masks if you go into shops and go into businesses, and hairdressers are at the top of the list. Even when I go and get my hair cut, she's wearing a mask, and she's got a visor on as well. But these boys, just up by Barclays Bank, cutting hair, no masks on. Far too dangerous. So they'll be going down with something. The story about the UFO. Apparently in 1985, Marshall County Sheriff's Deputy Val Johnson was on night patrol when he claims he crashed into a white ball of light, smashed the windscreen of his 1977 Ford. The officer was eventually fired, and apparently Warren has struggled to get work in the police force ever since, but stuck to his story, says Sam. Well, that's the trouble, you see. When you tell lies, they don't want you back in. And of course he's telling lies. There's no such thing as, you know, white lights that bounce around in front of you and crash through your windscreen. I mean, come on, goodness sake. Definitely not. So that was the story then. All these things, actually, have been going on for ages and ages, Sam. There are loads of people. You can find all these mad people around the entire universe. It's not just in this country. It's in America. You'll find them. You'll find them everywhere. I don't think there's a country that doesn't have the Looney Tunes people who claim that they've seen flying saucers. Some people claim to have been abducted by flying saucers, taken aboard, and they've performed medical examinations on them. I mean, if they're so sophisticated, why do they need to put them on board the spaceship in the first place? Sure, they could do it remotely. But, you know, maybe the hairdresser's already had COVID. Well, people get it twice. People get it twice. You don't just get COVID the once, you can have it twice. I made leek soup yesterday after watching James Bond. I love leek soup. And it sounds delightful, actually. Says Barry. This has got large leek, just the one. Milk, single cream. I've got single cream at home now, actually. Garlic, fresh paisley. Paisley? You mean parsley? And a potato, salt and pepper. Add blue cheese for taste. Ugh, I'll be sick. Blue cheese. Who eats blue cheese? It says cook for 30 minutes, then blitz. Beautiful. Oh, you've obviously got one of those little things that you put in there and it sort of whisks things up. It's fantastic. I love it. And somebody says, have you ever thought about doing the video message? No, absolutely. No. Which is great. Great. Everybody talking about it, but we've still managed to find one boring old has-been who still wants to believe in COVID. I love them. They're so funny. We can always have a good laugh at them. Somebody says, why do you let Steve Allen tell so many lies about COVID? What, 200,000 people dying, sort of getting COVID the other day? I know, it's a dreadful thing, isn't it? But there again, you're a bit thick. You can't help it, Chris, can you? It's just the way you are. You're not an intelligent person. You're a bit dim. And you want to believe the fact it doesn't exist. So there you go. So we've caught you out. But, you know, but the thing is, I've saved you from yourself. Because we don't want other people thinking you're as thick as a brick. You know, I hope you don't get it. I really do. I'd like to think that, you know, you can get through the next 18 months, 2 years without catching it. But I fear it is not to be. I fear it's not to be. What else have we got? Oh, Richard III may have saved the princes in the Tower. He's buried at Westminster Abbey. And the reason I know that is because I was looking at something the other day, and his coffin is in there on display because he did all the alterations to Westminster Abbey and turned it into the place. Have you ever been to Westminster Abbey recently? It is chock-a-block with monuments. You can't move for monuments and people's graves and stuff like that. I would have thought Henry would have been buried at Windsor, which is where loads of other people are buried, or St Paul's Cathedral, because they've got a big sort of mausoleum downstairs. Very interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Angela says, why is Johnson not immediately laying down many more restrictions? You can't just lay down a restriction, Angela. You don't go, oh, I think we're going to do this. Let's just close London off. You know, because, as I say, with 200,000 people a day going down with COVID, I mean, I'm seriously hoping that many of them are the people who haven't been vaccinated. Because it's having the booster, which is the thing that will sort of make your experience of having COVID not quite as bad as it could be if you haven't had any vaccinations. If it's your own business, you know, you want to get, you know, triple vaccinated, that's good for you. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. But don't come crying, because that's what they do all the time. They're a bit moany Mary, aren't they, really? Still to come, the most wanted hooligan in a match bust. And what was the other one that I quite like? Oh, the holiday manager. He said to them, I need to go home because I'm not very well. What did he do? He went down the airport and stupidly, because he's a bit thick, he took a picture of himself eating a burger and drinking a pint of beer at the airport, so he got caught out. So they fired him. And he then went to a tribunal to get his job back, and they went, I don't think so. So he's out of work as well. Good, isn't it, really? Makes more jobs for other people who are obviously a little bit more committed. 4:30.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Another one here which says, where's Henry VIII buried, Steve? He's buried Windsor. He's buried at St George's Chapel, which is very good, actually. I love this one here. And then somebody says, you give it, but you can't take it. Well, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, I've always been able to take it. But unfortunately for you, you can't spell. So we know you're a simpleton, which is very good. And somebody says, Steve Allen never stops eating the worst food. Really? You're obviously an intelligent person, Lynn, aren't you? Or a bit dim. I suspect probably a little bit dim. And if you don't know these things. Angela said, oh, I'm bored now, Angela. Listen, we can't answer anymore. Write to the government. It makes it easier. So much easier. You know, then they can deal with your never-ending problems. You know, I mean, if you've got a problem with Boris Johnson, you write to Boris Johnson. Wouldn't write to a radio presenter, would you? Well, how on earth is a radio presenter supposed to know these things? Hospitals urge to find space for, 4,000 extra beds as the cases surge. But, of course, it's all made up, isn't it? This is where you get the immature ones out there, the ones who, the sort of people who go down there and try and barricade car parks or invade theatres where little children are because they're thick. Because they're thick. You must have heard Richard talking about it earlier on. These people are lunatics, absolute lunatic, but they think they're being really clever, but they're not. Which is a bit of a shame, really, isn't it? And somebody says, I walked into my hair salon this morning, says Zara, for the first time since all the lockdowns. The stylist said, you don't need to wear your mask. We're not like that in here. At that point, I felt like putting on a second mask. Well, you have to wear them. It's compulsory. It's the law. If you're working in a hairdresser's, you're supposed to wear masks. They haven't cancelled that, as far as I know. Ridiculous, isn't it? And, in fact, if somebody said that, I'd go to another hairdresser's. I certainly wouldn't be hanging around in a hairdresser that didn't wear masks. Definitely not. And, Steve, I had a call from my doctor. Been told to lose 4 kilos within the next 6 weeks. I said, Travis, I can't do the decimal stuff. I don't know what 4 kilos is. Or when you say you're 84 kilos, I don't know what that is. I only do pounds and ounces. What's 84 kilos? I don't know. We're told to lose 4 kilos in the next 6 weeks. Well, you're supposed to lose about 2 kilos a week if you're on a diet? So wait a minute, 84 kilos is 185 pounds. I don't know what that is actually. What is it? Can we have it in stone? In stones? So 185 pounds in stone. I don't know, I'm getting confused by this thing. Whatever it is, I'm sure it sounds a lot actually. So lose the weight. Mind you, I've never heard of a doctor actually phoning you to tell you that you've got to lose so much weight. You know, have you never had conference calls? I mean, I went into the doctor's surgery. I've been in the doctor's surgery quite a few times, actually. But you're going to start 30 minutes at 5 a.m. after a cup of tea. And rather than music, I shall have you on the background. All you've got to do, if you want to lose weight, it's really simple. It'll appeal to the anti-vaxxers because they're a bit simple. And all you have to do is little and often. Little and often and a bit of exercise. Walk up the stairs, don't take the lift. Walk down the stairs, don't take... Funny thing is, I take the lift coming in because we're third floor up, so it's quite high. And but I always walk down the stairs to get out of the building, which is always good, actually. Nick from Kent says, where have all the idiots come from today? They're in a home, mainly. They're in a home for stupid people. They can't help it. It's not their fault. They're just poorly educated. And as I say, you've discovered, I mean, they can't spell either. They're not very good at spelling, even though they've got probably word spell or something. Somebody else made a soup the other day. Is it the latest thing to make soups when you can buy tins of it? It's so cheap. Why would you want to make soup? I bet the producer makes soup. You make your own soup, don't you? I bet you've made your own soup. Yeah, you made your own soup. So I wouldn't even think about making my own soup. I would definitely not be doing that. I'd be going out buying a tin of it. £14 to the stone. Oh, well, you work it out. I can't do these things. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Angela, I might have to put you in the sin bin. You're becoming boring. Okay, nobody wants to become boring. Watch the original Mr. Blunden last night on TV. Absolutely loved it. Great story, drama, and very funny. How come we've never seen it before? I don't know. Need to get out a bit more. I've had it for years. Absolutely love it. So 6 stone. 6 stone? Can't be. Somebody of 6 stone told to lose weight. That can't work out, can it, really? And Matthew says, you've seen your weird sales assistant M&S again? I'm dying to pop in for a wind-up soon. I don't think he's the full ticket, actually. I really don't. And £14 for the stone. Oh, Kim said, good morning. My wife's a hairdresser, Steve, and she wears 2 masks, a visor and gloves. She doesn't take any chances. Well, you don't want to take chances. You really don't, but of course the dimwits out there, they do want to take chances because they don't believe it. So you're really hoping that they all come down with something. And looking at them on the front of the mirror, the anti-vaxxers causing... You can tell by looking at them they're a bit simple. You only have to look at the pictures of them. None of them are wearing masks. They're all a bit dimwits. And this is at a COVID testing site as cases surged to a record high. Labour urged a crackdown over fake news on jabs, saying it's now a matter of life and death. But you can't explain to somebody who's terminally stupid, can you? How do you explain that to them? Even the Mirror, in their sort of column where they sort of advise people to do things, it's basically a case of, they recognise they're marginalised, the anti-vax mob, and they're losing the argument because they're thick. They're the simpletons of life. They don't know anything. They really are. They're so dim. It's very embarrassing. Mainly, when you look at the pictures of them, you have to feel sorry for them. There's some bloke here, unfortunately, this woman in the car going there to a testing site, and these buffoons are standing there going, no, you're not coming in here. And you think, I'd run them over. I'd be a case of, excuse me, I'm coming here for a service. Get and move your fat bum out the way. And then there's the other woman, who's quite clearly not the full ticket at all. She's holding a box of these anti-vax things, and she's holding a little sign. She's made it herself. She's very clever. Reclaim the NHS, end jab tyranny now. She's a real thicko. A real thicko. And then there's a few of them, do not comply. Freedom is not, this and that. And they were at a shopping centre, and then Piers Corbyn was out again. He's dropped the plot completely. Really. Anti-vaxxer sitting in the NHS testing centre, and the Nightingale wards are readied for the case surge. 200,000 yesterday, but of course, if you're explaining to somebody who's really thick, and they don't know that. They don't know that because they don't understand it, because they're hanging around with people who are not wearing masks, who are likely to go down with COVID, and some of them will die. Some of them will die. It's as simple as that. Steve, I bought a soup maker, says Josie. Oh, they're brilliant. I bought one for my parents, my godchildren, a few years ago. Put any fresh ingredients in and bingo, 20 minutes, fresh soup. Well, I do the same, only I go to the cupboard, take out a tin of soup, undo the top of it, pour it into a saucepan, and then eat it, which is nice. Martin and Dan are on their way back to Birmingham from London, so 84 kilos is over 13 stone. That doesn't seem very excessive, does it? I don't think so. Not 13. So it depends what your shape is, I suppose. And it's Juliana's birthday today. We're not celebrating with the family. She's 18, says Juliet in Perth, in Western Australia. They've had complete lockdown, because it's spreading. America, spreading wildly, but don't tell the anti-vaxxers because they're too thick for it. They really are the sort of people you see in the supermarkets going, I'm not wearing a mask because it's not necessary. Good, we'll get COVID then. Do us all a favour. Hurry up and get on with it. Supposed to hanging around. Oh, you need their height, says Andrew. 13.5 stone. Oh, right, need that. I don't know, it doesn't say their height. Just says they've been told to lose this amount of weight. W.G. Grace, cricketer. You probably know, you've seen pictures. They all had beards in those days. Looked like an early Father Christmas. He brands his underperforming teammates in letters as poor. He wrote these in 1896 from his Bristol home. He moans about the teammates, describing them as a poor lot. They were found at a farmhouse. They could fetch 1,200 quid when they come up for auction. What you do with them, though, I've got no idea. Presumably put them in a frame. And, there's loads of places where you can get framing done, which is fantastic. Over in Cambridgeshire, they've got flooding. They've really got... I mean, if you lived in a basement flat, you'd be a little bit worried that you might not have a basement flat. Instead, you've got a flat on top and a swimming pool underneath, which is quite nice. Quite nice. But Cambridgeshire is the town of St Ives has flooded badly. Badly. It's all right if you're in a flat and you're high up. Getting out to do anything is a slight problem. Why do they build these places on floodplains? I never understand it. Never understand it. Police are probing the brutal death of a fox, they say killed during a hunt. Animal welfare campaigners shared images of the body online and claimed it was killed by a hunt. Officers attended the scene and they're now investigating the potential breaches of the Hunting Act. And the animal suffered fatal wounds to its neck and upper body, consistent with being ripped apart by hounds, I'm afraid. Well, whether or not, it was done by the master of the hounds, we've got no idea. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Rob says, who's Richard really, Chris Jarvis was actually called Martin Jarvis, had to change his name because the actor of the same name. I know this, I went to school with him. Really? Well, I've only ever known him as Chris Jarvis, and he'll always be Chris Jarvis for me. Steve, I just looked up the health benefits of leeks. Leeks are good for diabetics, heart condition, everything else. Well, yeah, you can buy tins of leeks. I've had leek soup before. Leek and potato, my favourite. Leek and potato soup is actually really lovely. 84850. Somebody says, I'm so loving the show this morning. Where else can I hear discussions about aliens, COVID, the GC and leek soup in 30 minutes, says Pauline. And the comments on the anti-vax demonstrators. Oh, you only got to look at the picture of them. They look like they're the sort of people who suck lollipops. Know what I'm saying? Oh, my godfathers. Especially the old woman holding the thing up and this box of things that can help a lot of people, and she's going to go and throw them away because she's stupid. You can imagine the sort of place she lives in. You really can. And Janet says, regarding the COVID number, surely there must be a lot higher, as there's a shortage of lateral flow and PCR tests. There is a shortage. There is. Yes, there really is a shortage. I managed to get one the other day, and a few other people got them, because they are like gold dust. They are like gold dust. So I've now got a full box, and I've got a little bit less than a full box as well. So, in fact, I was able to give one to young Richard Spur because he didn't have one. And so I was able to help him out there. They're very good. They're very clever. But you do sit there watching it. You look at the line because you only want the one line. 2 lines, not so good. 2 lines, not so good. That means you have to go home because it means that you will have COVID. But that's as good as they get with the COVID numbers. That's what's been reported. There might be other people who are sort of trying to not go to hospital because they know damn well they haven't had any vaccinations and they're stupid. At least the people who are... They're now saying most people can stay at home. The ones who are in hospital, many of them don't have vaccinations because it's a conspiracy. Which is quite funny, actually. We always laugh at it. 4:45.
This is LBC.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. 21 million downloads, can't be wrong, can it? And we're in the Amazon charts of top podcasts of 21. In fact, I've got both programmes in the Amazon charts. And I only knew that because the podcasting department here, who look after all the podcasts in this building, all the podcasts and all the podcasts from all the radio stations, we're the number one podcast from all the radio stations. But I've always said it's only because it's speech. Because if it's music, you're only listening to the bits that people say between them. So unless they do a special thing, it just sort of settles quite nicely. So we're number one there as well. So we're doing very well, which is very exciting. So thank you very much indeed for downloading, which is all good. We love Lucy Worsley. She is the host of Lucy Worsley Investigates, and she's a TV historian, and I like anybody like that. She does a lot at Hampton Court Palace. And she's very good. She does say, though, I would put actually women in charge of the world's money. I think we'd see very different spending priorities, such as less on war, more on education. She's probably not wrong, actually, on that one. You know, women should definitely want to do all these things. There's a Polish European football hooligan has been found in the UK. Police claim this Polish kickboxer is a prominent member of an ultra gang of thugs who follow, is it Legia Warsaw? He was on the Interpol Most Wanted list after a string of crimes in his home country, including drugs and all the rest of it. What a sad person. He lived in Wallington from 2019. Detectives arrested him. They suspect he was on his way to Leicester. So he'd been remanded in custody till January the 20th. But mind you, the rate we're whizzing through things at the moment, we're going to be at January the 20th really fast. Really fast. And Rogers says, have you noticed the amount of homeless people sleeping in doorways on the Strand more than ever? Well, actually, I go down the Strand every day, as they say, because I'm on the bus, and I hardly saw any the other day. I've seen them there before, and the reason that they are sleeping on the Strand is because every morning they have the breakfast wagon that turns up just down from the police station, and they all queue up for that one. I mean, there are people sleeping, but not very many. I didn't think so. On the opposite side of the road there are, but I'm only looking on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side going down, there are a few more people. And they generally sleep, most of them. I mean, there's people sleeping rough all over the place, not just London. Not just London. It's, loads of places where people sleep rough, and that's why it's important that we have to try and get it. What they need is more hostels where they can get a bath or a shower and have a hot meal and get some fresh clothes. That's all it is. But some of them, I mean, there used to be a woman walking up and down the Strand years and years ago. I remember when I first came here, and she had newspaper wrapped around her shoes because she didn't have anything, and she pushed all her belongings on a pram. And I used to see her all the time. And I remember thinking, I bet she's got a story to tell. You know, a woman of this age. I mean, she could have, because living on the streets, you age quite a lot. And it was just one of those sad things. I did offer her money at one point, and she turned me down, so she was obviously quite independent. Tracy, oh dear, bad spelling of Tracy, Tracee. Oh, it's a no-no there. Even from all the team, it's a no-no. He says, I was enjoying listening to you, but I don't want to hear about a brutal killing of a fox. Thank you very much indeed. Well, you need to come out into the real world, Tracy. You need to come out into the real world and discover what's going on out here. Andrew in Swansea says, I had my booster vaccine today, would have one yearly if it was needed. I think we might end up with them having yearly. That's what I think they're going to be. I think they're definitely going to be having them yearly. I don't think that COVID's going to go away, but for the anti-vaxxers, too stupid to realise. Much easier, isn't it, just to ban them? I have great fun doing that. That's the highlight of my day, actually. It's worth coming into work just to do that. And somebody here says, double jabbed and boosted, currently in bed with a very bad throat infection. PCR test today. Fingers crossed it's negative. 6 kilograms, 13 pounds. But I love listening every day, says Rachel in West Byfleet. Gosh, I know people in West Byfleet as well. But that's another story, actually. That's another story. The Vaccination Act 1853 made it compulsory, Steve, for children in the UK after 3 months old to be vaccinated against smallpox. Parents who failed to get the children vaccinated would get a fine. Do you think a similar act would work for COVID? Well, listen, if you can't even stop people, Sam, from having parties, without socially distancing, people don't take a blind bit of notice of it. You see them and you think, they are certain sorts of people. And having looked at the pictures on the front of the Mirror today, the people are there, not one person wearing a mask because they're too thick. They're too stupid. They're too dim. They are the lowest of the low, and they're leaning on somebody else's car. I'd have them for touching the car. That's what I would. What else we got here? So, James Buckley. Jamie Redknapp has told off his mum for sharing a photo of him whilst tipsy. All right, OK. I don't know if that's good or bad. And parents have blasted BBC bosses. Woo! For what? For ruining Wurzel Gummidge by littering it with sexual innuendos. This was a programme I hadn't seen. I did see little bits of it. There were lots of sexual innuendos. Mum of 4, Jodie Graham, says, whilst Dad of 1, Gavin Taylor, says, I felt the writers were going for cheap laughs on this one. Well, they always do that, don't they? I mean, listen, how many rude words can you get in a television programme? Over Christmas, this last week, I've watched no end of programmes on television where they're using the F word quite liberally. I mean, I find it quite amazing. Years ago, you'd never have heard anything like that. Nothing at all. But nowadays, you hear it all the time. Police officer jailed for being caught on camera assaulting members of the public. How do these people get to be police officers? This is a guy called Declan Jones, reported to have been discovered at a house on Tuesday. He's been found dead. He was recently released from prison. He served a 6-month sentence for 2 assaults. The first one saw him knee, punch and pepper spray a man in Birmingham, and then kick and punch a boy of 15 he wrongly accused of possessing drugs. Very odd. He was sacked from West Midlands Police in September. Well, this is about the fourth story that I've read about bent policemen who sort of go out there and commit things. I mean, the ones who take the pictures of the murder crimes and things like that, I mean, possibly have to be the scuzziest of the scuzzy. They really are the worst people. But my favourite is, if we're going to look for people who are dim today, look no further than a woman called Zoe. Zoe is in all the papers today. We don't have a surname, but I no doubt by the remains of the week we'll have somebody. She's about as dim as they come. She complained to her butcher about her pink turkey. She said the strange bird had ruined her Christmas. She ended up cooking it twice because it was still very, very pink. She did it on Facebook. She said, eventually we gave up and had Christmas dinner 2 hours late with no meat. When I went to the kitchen later, I had a nibble and realised it wasn't turkey. It was gammon. She'd ordered gammon. In response to her complaint, the butcher, Neil Woodcock of Oldham, pointed out she'd ordered a hamper with full gammon joint and no turkey. She wrote back, "Oh God, I'm such a... Please accept my apologies." She says, well, it couldn't have made Christmas worse because the whole family, apart from me, has COVID. But he did offer to drop off a turkey breast for free. Can't imagine why. If she's that stupid, she doesn't deserve anything at all. I'd have double charged her. I mean, you can't tell the difference between a turkey and a gammon joint. It was too pink. Why was it not white? Because it's gammon. Dear God in heaven. Anyway, Neil saw the funny side and said, it's the best laugh I've had this year. Hope the family get well. Well, with a thick mother, I mean, what do you do? So David Beckham is in line for a knighthood. I do hope not. It'll make him even more unbearable than he is at the moment. Dreadful. So they've done pages and pages in line because they basically sort of done is like met an ex-Spice Girl. She can't sing. She's got a business that doesn't do very well. They've got children. It's all very lovely and all the rest of it. And now he's bent over and taken the golden shilling from the Qataris. So it's going to be something to do with things. But what they've had to do is sort of mix him in with sort of a few members of royalty and all his different hairstyles and everything else and his charitable works and everything. And they think this warrants a knighthood, which means that she then gets it. He was publicly embarrassed after private emails he wrote to his then advisors were leaked because he reacted to being overlooked. He called them all sorts of rude words. Rude words I can't even drop a hint at because he's got a bit of a temper, as old Dave, and he's also not very tall. He also doesn't feature in the popular calendars. He's not even in those anymore. Boosters rolled out. First 2 jabs saved NYE. 801,000 people had their third dose during the 5-day Christmas period. So well done to you. Well done to everybody who's had them. Plus, what was the other one? Oh, the Easter eggs. I don't know why they moan about the Easter eggs in the shops. I don't... oh, dear, you're very common, Tracy, aren't you? You don't need to write rude words, love. It's a bit stupid of you, isn't it? You write rude words. That's why people take the mickey out of you. Because it's Tracy, you know. Well, if you don't get that one, you really are a bit dim. So Easter eggs are in supermarkets days after Christmas, leaving shoppers hopping mad. I don't know why. They'll be buying them. Cadbury's Twirl eggs were on display at Southampton's Morrison's on Boxing Day. Asda is offering Cadbury's cream eggs packs of mini eggs and Oreo cream eggs. And B&M, which is a budget store, had started stocking cream eggs and mini eggs. Yeah, but if they put them out there, people will either buy them or they won't buy them. And in the case of this, they're buying them. So why are they hopping mad? They're not hopping mad. They're just trying to make up a story to try and make sure that it's interesting. And Steve, somebody says, can't the anti-vaxxers see we've been jabbed for 2 years and nobody's turned into zombies yet? So they don't understand. So they don't understand. I can't help any more than that. They really don't. I mean, I didn't realise just how barking mad they really were. But there you go. Silly suds who have the cash can splash out now on a designer bathroom robe. It's a bathrobe coat. Fashion house Balenciaga is advertising the high-end item, which is made to look like a comfy dressing gown and comes in light yellow faux shearling. And it'll cost you £3,000. I don't know why. It's like seeing people out wearing onesies. I mean, really, how to look dumb. Or failing that, the mums who turn up to school when they're wearing pyjamas and stuff like that. I mean, really. Roger says, even the gammon was very pink. The smell would be completely different from Toke. She's not bright enough to know that. Not bright enough. She didn't know. And you're getting it back again. 2 days to go to The Masked Singer coming back, which is lovely. It'll be a bunch of Z-listers putting on a costume and prancing around. Can't wait. Fantastic. We quite like it, but I'm not that overexcited. And here's a squirrel that's got himself stuck from a nutty position. He raided a bird feeder. He got stuck inside it, because that's what happens to them. It was like monkeys. They gave them a jar with peanuts in. They put their hand in, grabbed the peanuts, which then meant their hand expanded. They couldn't get the hand out. They didn't low. You had to open your hand to let the nuts fall out, then retrieve your hand and your arm. But that's monkeys for you, I suppose.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Thursday. Got one more day to go, and then, oh, God knows what's going to happen about New Year's Eve. I really don't know. I'm assuming all the pubs will be open as normal. I can't think of anything else actually that sort of goes really for New Year's Eve. I mean, hopefully people won't go out there, because you stand a very, very good chance of actually catching something, which wouldn't be very good at all, would it? I don't think. Steve, love the show. You get the day off to a good start. I've had my 3 jabs. My brother's going to get his 4th one because he's at risk. And another one here. I've lost the blooming thing, actually. Oh, somebody talking about Richard. I don't know why I get Richard Spurs. I get the Richard Spur things as well, which I think is quite funny. And another one here. I'm an NHS worker. My mother has been turned by conspiracy. I've had all the jabs, but worry about her very much, and she's been brainwashed by my brother. So there you go. But I think that people who don't have the vaccine should have to pay private healthcare. Well, that's what they've done in Singapore. They've said that if you end up getting COVID and you've not been jabbed, you pay for your. So many nurses are leaving the NHS at the moment. Everybody's all had the cold vaccines. And, we can help stop the spread. Great. And our nurses have sacrificed themselves to save lives. Well, I mean, there's an awful lot of nurses haven't been vaccinated. Lots of people. But so I think and understand people having freedom of choice, but don't expect care if they don't. I don't think people should have it. I don't think people should have care if they've deliberately not gone out and had the vaccines. And it's the booster which is the important thing. The booster is the important thing, because that will make it a lot easier for you. But some people don't even bother with any of it, which is a bit of a shame, really, isn't it? But there you go. And what have we got here? I love The Masked Singer, Steve. Really look forward to it, but I can't stand Davina McCall. I've only seen little bits of it. I've only ever seen little bits of the Masked Singer. I saw it originally when it was in America. And again, they had sort of a panel of sort of what they call sort of people with slight personalities, which were very good. And there was one sort of gay guy who sort of jump up and down and get excited about who they thought they were. But of course, because they're Americans, we didn't know who any of these people were. They go, oh, I think it's so-and-so. We go, who's that? At least the ones over here, it'll be somebody who is obviously a sort of a part-time singer, and somebody as well who, who sort of didn't know about anything else. That was it. They just do a little bit of singing and they put them on this thing and it pays them a fee. But they've only got to stay in the costume for 5 minutes. Before, in the first series, they had to stay in it for 20 minutes. Now, it's only staying in it for about 5 minutes, and they've got people fanning them so that they get air inside the body. But then again, they're so desperate for the money, they'll have to put up with that. You can't not put up with it. Much better. Steve, says Shane in Sydney, I went to the Commonwealth Bank ATM in Sydney. The thing's out of cash. Out of cash, blimey, that's a bit of a first, isn't it? A little bit of a first. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, oh no, this is a lunatic, another lunatic. And Rosie says, what did Steve Allen do today? Well, I don't know, you're writing to me, I'm not writing to you. I love it. And somebody called Massimo, obviously not the full ticket as well, actually. My God, I tell you, we dragged 3 of them out of the closet this morning, which is very interesting. A lot of people talking about the vaccinations. It's amazing, actually, how sort of people vary. You know, one minute they're all nice. Somebody says Macron's got the best idea, banning people eating and drinking on public transport. I thought there was a ban on eating and drinking on public transport. Who gets on a public transport and it starts eating food? Answer, a few people. And but then, if they ban it, there's no excuse for taking your mask off. But some people, you know what they do? They have a cup of coffee. They have a cup of coffee, and so they don't actually have to sort of take the mask on. So they don't bother about it. But as I say, when you're dealing with people who are storming a theatre and ruining a pantomime production for little children, then you can imagine just how dangerous these people are. Also, the Ghislaine Maxwell, 70 years in jail, they're saying. 70 years in jail and found guilty of child sex trafficking. It's about as bad as it gets. So, you know, even if they bring it down to probably 30 years, she's still going to die in jail. I think that's it. I love the idea of going to a bank machine and there's no money in it. Don't they fill them up at bank holiday? And also, wait a minute, are you a day behind us? Because all of our bank machines were filled up the other day. And I remember thinking, thank God for that. But then what I do, I tend to... Oh, blimey, spoon as well, good Lord. I tend to take money out of the bank before Christmas. So it's there just in case you sort of kind of run out. And you don't want to run out. But I suppose everybody's got cards, haven't they, now? In fact, most people have got cards and credit cards and all the rest of it. And that's what people... And the debit cards as well, which is great. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. What else we got, actually? David Tottenham talking about Brooklyn Beckham. His mother has said it's going to be the most fantastic wedding that we've ever seen. It's going to, you know, I don't know why, actually, because he's famous for doing nothing at all. I didn't quite understand what they would be having a fantastic wedding for. And they're going to have to pay for it, which means they're going to have to bring over the Peltz family, who are the billionaires. I mean, by comparison, the Beckhams are poor relations, very poor relations. TV shows and fish and people who made statements in swimwear. In swimwear, these are, you know, most people have been stuck in loungewear, but lots of people are sort of going out there. They've got, you know, workouts with their bikinis on and everything else. Sharon Stone is 63. They make 63 out to be like something really old. They go, God, it's really old, isn't it? 63. And you go, not really, no, I don't think so. Big Andy says right on form today. Well, it's only because of the one that Richard Spurs started earlier on about the anti-vaxxers, the people who are sort of blocking people and basically just making fools of themselves. But as the newspapers have pointed out, including the Mirror, which will disappoint them, I should imagine, they've lost the argument. They've lost the argument. 200,000 people the other day picked up COVID. Interesting. Love it, love it, love it. Apparently, Katie Price is attempting dry January after her drug and booze-fueled crash. Only the 6th time, Hannah. She's lucky to have a choice instead of languishing at Her Majesty's pleasure. Well, the reason she didn't go to prison is because she went to rehab. That's what the law is. If you go to rehab, you don't have to go to prison. I would have thought, actually, being done for drink driving 6 times would be a very good start to send somebody to prison. Christine says, who gets on public transport and starts eating? You, according to what you've told listeners in the past, bacon sandwiches. I've never said that, Christine. Don't lie. Don't lie. I've never eaten bacon sandwiches. Why do I eat bacon sandwiches? On the train? Where would I be getting those from? Telling lies now. You mustn't tell lies. I've never said that. Never said that. Eating on the train, most disgusting thing. Peasants do that. Peasants. Peasant people. And somebody says, I had to throw half my Christmas dinner away, Steve. My Christmas pudding wasn't brown enough. It was red and wobbly, says Craig in Canada, because it was a jelly. We didn't have Christmas pudding this year. We were going to have, and I think Lynn had a few profiteroles, but I didn't have any. I decided, actually, profiteroles would be taking a little bit too far, which is good. Steve, I'm a professional close-up magician from Canvey Island and perform all over the UK. I'm fully vaccinated and I'm required to show proof at every venue I attend. So fingers and toes crossed, no more lockdown. Well, I hope you're right. Hope you're right. I think they've still got 2 more shows at the Magic Circle to do for their Christmas offering. James Corden's been to see the show. He loved it. His son absolutely loved it. Steve, a money-free society, i.e. all contactless, is going to impact our homeless. I couldn't do money-free. I only do money. I pay cash for everything. I'm quite sure that if I thought about it properly, I should put everything on cards, but I don't trust cards. So I pay cash for everything. Except if I'm having, car repairs or MOTs or things like that. But, normally speaking, I would pay cash. So, I take money out of the bank, and then if I'm doing shopping, I try and find, shops, supermarkets that have got these automatic machines now, and I pay cash. Sometimes you have to use a card, in which case that's okay. But, I sort of think to myself, cash is safer, but then people say, no, it's not really. And also you get limits on how much you can take out, but all I've got to do is go into a bank. I think I've got a limit of, it used to be 50 quid, but that was obviously a long, long time ago, and used to have a cheque card with £50 written on it. Do you remember when you wrote a cheque out and they said only guarantees up to 50 quid? Well, now I think I can take 400 out of the bank machine, but if I go inside the bank, then I can take more. I don't understand how that works actually. Why one is sort of different from the other one? But I'm not too sure about whether or not I could actually operate cashless. It's like, could I operate without a television? No, I couldn't operate without a television. They did try an experiment some years ago, which I quite liked, in a village, and they took away all the TVs. And they took away the televisions, and 3 people's marriages split up. There were all sorts of disasters. People were arguing left, right and centre because the TV, was the thing that kept everything really, really quiet. Really quiet. So when you say, actually, Katie Price attempting dry January, she shouldn't be attempting it. She's been to rehab. They're supposed to have weaned her off alcohol. I'm hoping she's not drinking at all. Because, as I say, she's been done 6 times for drink driving. And, as far as I'm concerned, that's about as far as it goes. There's a campaign on the internet to stop her having any more dogs. She seems to have a unique ability to lose them or they die. And you think to yourself, I don't think this is good. She gave away Princess's dog as well. They're doing anything to try and sell this ghastly documentary about the Mucky Mansion, which she's more than welcome to. We're still waiting for the marriage. I remember her telling everybody, she's going to get married quickly because her mother's terminally ill and she wants to make sure she can be there for the wedding. Well, I thought she'd have organised it by now, but obviously not. Obviously not. But there has to be some sort... if she gets done again... the thing to do is 2 years she's got a ban now from driving. Which is a case of... she doesn't have much luck staying away from cars, but somebody needs to take away the keys. If her boyfriend stroke fiancé was half the man he's supposed to be, he'd have taken away the keys from her so she can't get in a vehicle when she's drunk and take drugs. Really, not exactly the best example to anybody, is she? There's a car-crazy collector, who I'll tell you about in a moment, who was amassed 99 tax discs. He should have 100. But he binned the first one, so he doesn't even have the complete set. Who is it who keeps old tax? I used to keep them for a few years, but not anymore. It's 5:15.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Are the sales still on? I can't remember if the sales are still on. Are we still in... we're still sailing away, are we, with the sale? Well, that's good, isn't it? I haven't done any sales at all. I think they did start before. Some of them started before Christmas, before we'd even had Christmas Day. The sales started. Probably worrying that they might have gone into lockdown, but we didn't go into lockdown, so that was okay. And Boris has been quite generous so far. Whether it changes, we've got no idea. I'm trying to fill in my blooming restricted car driving licence at the moment, and we've done very well. I filled it all in about, what you can see, what you can't see, if you had this, if you had that, because if you're diabetic, you're on a restricted licence. 3 years they let you drive for, but other people, if you look at the form, it's amazing. It's got things on it like, is your car been adapted for your use? I had to think about that one. I thought, no. Is your car an automatic? Yes. Do you need an automatic car? No. Absolutely not. I don't have any problems with seeing anything at all. I don't need glasses for driving. I don't need glasses for anything at all, actually, apart from reading. But I can see everything quite clearly. And then you fill all this in, and you put your name in, you put the date of birth and all the rest of it, and then it goes, name of your doctor. Well, it changes almost on a monthly basis, my doctor, so I'll just put down the surgery and let them sort of sort it out from there. Somebody will sort it out and find it. But you've got to do it. And they say if you send it in by paper, it takes longer to process. I'm thinking a month should be just about enough for them to manage it. 183,037. I don't know how they're so precise. This is how many COVID cases hit the new daily record. And so Boris is calling for cautious New Year celebrations, but unfortunately, it's going to be a waste of time. Really, it's not going to make any difference at all. People are going to be going out testing, and the excuse will be, we've had a rotten 18 months, like everybody's in the same boat. Also, pharmacies are warning they can't keep up with demand. Requests are made for tests every 5 minutes and no lateral flow kits delivered for 4 days over Christmas. New daily cases have increased sharply. Health leaders call for key workers to get priority for testing kits to help tackle staff shortages as hospital admissions hit 10,462. That's 10,462 people who weren't being as careful as they could have been. They bring it on themselves. Temperature record 15 degrees for New Year's Eve. I so wanted it to rain. Because it keeps people off the streets and it means that everybody has a much nicer time. Papers full of Ghislaine Maxwell. Her brothers and sisters turned up the other day. Christine, Kevin, Isabel and Ian at the court. And one of the victims sobbed, as indeed you would. And so the statement that came out, this is of the US Attorney Damian Williams on the verdict of America versus Ghislaine Maxwell. A unanimous jury has found Ghislaine Maxwell guilty of one of the worst crimes imaginable, facilitating and participating in the sexual abuse of children. Crimes that she committed with her longtime partner and co-conspirator, Jeffrey Epstein. The road to justice has been far too long, but today justice has been done. I want to commend the bravery of the girls, now grown women, who stepped out of the shadows and into the courtroom. Their courage and willingness to face their abuser made this case and today's result possible. I also want to thank the career prosecutors of the Southern Districts of New York who embraced the victims' quest for justice and have worked tirelessly day in, day out to ensure that Maxwell was held accountable for her crimes. This office will always stand with victims, will always follow the facts wherever they lead, and will always fight to ensure that no one, no matter how powerful and well-connected, is above the law. You can see where that one was leading, couldn't you? But it's amazing. One of the worst crimes imaginable. So 70 years. And, he says, today justice has been done, proof no one is above the law. Where we go from here, I got no idea. 70 years in prison. Even, if she gets off with sort of 30... she's had everything. She's absolutely had everything. Every bit of money that was ever around, and every house that she wanted to live in. There was so much money. She had such a privileged lifestyle. Why you'd want to screw it up? What made me feel a bit sick was both of them, Epstein and Maxwell, relaxing at the Queen's log cabin in Balmoral. Because one of the papers was quite clever and they found a picture of the Queen, because she went up there all the time, with the Queen Mother sitting there having a cup of tea and a sandwich in exactly the same positions that Epstein and Maxwell were. And who were they taken up there by? Why, none other than Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew took them there, took them to Windsor, took them to Buckingham Palace, took them everywhere. Took them just about everywhere because, because he did. And he tried to get out of it when he was being interviewed. I watched a bit of the interview back the other day. It's quite fascinating because with hindsight, you watch it back and you think, oh, gosh, what is he saying here? What is he saying? Steve, my husband applied for his PCV licence renewal in July. Still waiting on my licence due for renewal last August, which needs medical clearance. Oh, right. Well, you must be ill, Olive. But I'm not. I'm just straightforward diabetic. They just go, is it sort of insulin? Yes, it's insulin and tablet, but there isn't a box for insulin and tablet, so it doesn't make any difference. Roger says, I had the same car for 11 years. That's 11 tax discs. I kept them to remind me that I'd spent 3,630 quid just on road tax. Oh, at least you could see people. There's so many people driving around now with no road fund licence, which means the chances are they don't have any insurance either. Like that woman we had the other day, 38 years. 38 years she was driving around with no licence. She'd never taken a test in her life. And she got stopped by the police, so she obviously had, she didn't have a driving licence, so she had no insurance. If she'd had an accident, like Katie Price, a drunk driver 6 times, and still nothing happens, she gets a little rap on the knuckles and a small fine. She already owes the court $8,000 for previous misdemeanours. She's not coughed that up yet. There's got to be something. That's why she laughs. That's why she laughs. I think we'll actually go and we'll go to Vegas again. I thought she was a bankrupt. Obviously, bankruptcy means different things nowadays. Somebody else says a lot of people actually remember the tax disc, because you could look to a car straight away and see if it was taxed. Some people used to use that little old thing from years and years ago which said tax applied for, tax in post. And of course, it's illegal to drive a car on the road without the relevant road fund licence. And I remember having it on the windscreen once because I hadn't bought the road fund licence about 40-odd years ago. And I got stopped by the police. And she said, you've got tax applied for? I said, yes. I said, I'm just waiting for it to come back. She said, you're not supposed to be driving the car on the main road unless you've got the road fund licence on display. And I said, well, actually, I didn't. I'm a diabetic, says Ash, and applied for renewal of my driving licence in July. Wow. June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 5 months. Yeah. Well, mine's gone off in the post. Well, it will go off in the post today. And they've got a month to get it back to me. And I think they will. I have every faith. Every faith. Do you know who the masked... Hi, do you know who the masked magician is, says Ian? Yes? Yeah. This was a bloke who is a magician. And he used to go on television in America. And he would expose magicians' tricks. He was a bit of a lowlife, a bit of a scumbag, and he got shunned by magicians everywhere. And so he had to disguise himself because otherwise people would have punched his lights out. And he would show you a trick and then go, and this is how it's done. And I never quite understood, really what it was, because he was an actor as well, and he was in some series. And somebody asked him about, the plot of the storyline. He said, I can't tell you things like that. And I wanted to say to him, it's a case of you shouldn't be doing that programme. Luckily, all the things he was doing was sort of, they were years old. Magicians sort of, advanced very, very quickly. Mark said, have you ever watched Mortimer and Whitehouse Gone Fishing? 2 old-school comics, a mixture of light-hearted gags and reflections on life. Great programme. I have seen bits of it. I'm not really a fisherman. I don't really take to fishing. I find it a bit dull and boring standing by the side of a river or a lake, throwing it out there. The only one I liked was when they go fishing in fast waters. And there was a great film years ago called, is it A River Runs Through It? And that was people, Brad Pitt, that was people fishing as well. But they superimposed, they sort of added the noise of the flicking of the line out. Like that. That wasn't very good, actually. That wasn't a very good impression at all. But I've seen Mortimer and Whitehouse, and it seems to work very well. It seems to work very well. But if you're a fisherman, I like both of them, actually. I think they're both very good. Very good. I like Bob Mortimer. He was very ill, wasn't he? He had all sorts of main problems. And Paul Whitehouse is currently in a show in the West End where he's playing Grandad in Only Fools and Horses, which is good. Another one, him. So, over half the people in hospital didn't know they even had COVID till they were taken in for some other reason. No, not at all. Not at all. They weren't taken in for other reasons at all. And so they were taken in for some other reason, not true, and are showing no serious signs of illness apart from the original reason they've been taken in. No, not true again. They say fake news. Fake news. The people in there, most of them, have got no vaccinations at all. No vaccinations, and they're the ones who really suffer badly. If you've had all the vaccinations and a booster, you stand a much better chance of coming it through the other side. I know I was talking to somebody only earlier on today about it. But no, the people they weren't taken into hospital for other reasons. They were in for COVID because they're ill and they're hoping the hospital's going to save them. But if you've had no vaccinations, I'm not sure where we go from there. There's also a little boy. This is at the Tower of London, and 2 soldiers, Royal Guardsmen, shouted, because there's lots of people who take pictures of them, they stand in front of them, and the soldiers will shout, "Make way!" And this little boy got trampled on because he stupidly stood in their path. You know, obviously not the brightest penny in the box. But unfortunately, what people should realise is these Royal Guardsmen, they're not just there for the tourists. They're there because they're Coldstream Guardsmen, and they're employed to look after the Queen. They're not there as something, you take a picture of them, have a bit of a laugh with them. It's not like that at all. Anyway, the Ministry of Defence said the soldiers had acted appropriately and no action was being taken against them. Shouldn't think so too. I'd have the boy prosecuted. Definitely, you're in the right place there. You could bang him up in the tower. He could stay there forever and a day. The Guardsmen, a source said, are not there to entertain the tourists. They're performing a crucial security role. And I've seen other people. You can see them on YouTube when they're coming down the Mall and people step into the middle of the road. And, of course, they'll walk straight through them. Nobody touches the Queen. And I've seen them at Windsor Castle where tourists think they can go up to them and sort of put their arms around them and stuff like that. No, they're Guardsmen. They're a bit dim, some of these people. I'll tell you, you wouldn't do it in Vatican City. You wouldn't risk it. The guards at Vatican City are really tough. They would literally knock you senseless. You get all these blokes wearing dark suits with dark glasses and talking brooches, which they've all got. And it's blimey, there's more security down there than anywhere else. So this little kid, I mean, the good for the soldier. He went back and just checked he was okay. But I mean, you don't run in front of people who are marching down there because they're in rhythm. Dun, 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 dun. That's how it works. That's how it works. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Let's take a short break for the news, shall we? At 5:30. It is 5:30. I couldn't remember what time it was, actually.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. My brother was in hospital in a cancer ward with pancreatic cancer when he became infected with COVID. And June says we never saw him again. So he must have got infected inside the hospital. But I thought they were really good about things like that. Somebody wrote to me, they don't have a name, and says, I'm very pleased that Gemma Collins is engaged. Yes, everybody's pleased about that. We're so thrilled. She won't have to sell any stories anymore about not being engaged and how she saved Arj, who, nearly died on 3 occasions. But, no, it's great. Fabulous. We're so pleased about that. That'll keep her off the streets for a while. The anti-vaxxers going out there. The police are now reviewing footage of the protests, and if they find anybody is... broken the law, if offences were committed, they would take swift action. Good. That's what we like to see. This woman grabbing a medical kit, it was apparently found in a bin outside the centre. Stupid woman. What a stupid person. Honestly, this peril and the scramble for lateral flows and these idiots, including Piers Corbyn, obviously a complete dipstick. Fancy invading a children's pantomime at the theatre. What does that achieve? Nothing. Probably frighten the life out of them. But there again, just looking at Piers Morgan makes you slightly worried, doesn't it? But at least the security in the theatre was sort of trying to keep them out. They're wearing masks. Piers Corbyn, obviously an idiot. And this woman who threw away the medical kit, another person, she should be prosecuted immediately. She's stolen. 9 in 10 people in intensive care, as I said the other day, have not had boosters. That's the latest figures. And Boris Johnson said the overall admissions are 8 times higher in the unvaccinated. So 9 in 10 in intensive care with COVID have not had boosters. The chance of them coming through it, not that high at the moment. But as I say, all these lovely anti-vaxxers, we love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And... I love this one here. It says, do not trust bank or debit cards that are used globally, but belittle those who choose not to get vaccinated. Do not trust debit cards that are used globally. Honestly, we dragged all the stupids out today. I couldn't believe it, actually. Perhaps you're not working or the medication's worn off a little bit. But, yes, we do belittle those who choose not to get vaccinated because you're spreading it. It's as simple as that. I'm just telling you hard facts from the NHS. If you choose not to believe them, you're obviously a really bright person. Somebody says, is there a problem with DAB today? I don't know. I don't know how we check things like that. I'm using the global app to listen to, says Joe in Alcester. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure about that. Yes, if there was something the matter with it, try turning it on and off again. Generally, that would sort of work out, wouldn't it? Because normally we would get thousands of people saying it's not on DAB, and I haven't. And Somebody called Steve here, I suspect probably not their real name, it's probably Mary. Talking to prosecution, in the future you may well be prosecuted for groundless scaremongering as a public broadcaster. You're more stupid than you look. Yeah, really, yes. People are dying of COVID. Good Lord above, people are being infected with COVID. That's scaremongering, is it? Well, there you go. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Also, here's the Dean of Westminster. This story that we ran earlier on, I couldn't believe it, actually, that the Dean of Westminster personally appealed to Buckingham Palace to allow Elton John to sing Candle in the Wind, which I thought was brilliant. He did it brilliantly, as it was Goodbye England's Rose. Dr. Wesley Carr successfully argued that following or allowing Sir Elton to appear would be an imaginative and generous gesture to the public who turned against the royal family after the princess's death. Dr. Carr's note to a senior member of the royal household was copied into number 10, although there is no record of the reply, but he did sing. He did, and sang very, very well, actually. Very, very well indeed. Older British TV shows are challenging Netflix's expensive original series as the streaming giant's most watched programmes. The BBC 2020 drama, The Salisbury Poisonings, about the Novichok attack in Wiltshire, was one of the most watched titles over Christmas. People have got the oddest ideas of what you wear over Christmas, or what you watch on the television. Bizarre, isn't it? Very bizarre. And also a loyal confidant of the Queen. He's had a ringside seat at every family drama since the war. As it's revealed, the Duke of Kent will publish his memoir just before the Prince's bombshell book. Nobody's interested in anything Harry's got to say. Nobody really cares. It's really one of those things. We just ignore him and hope that he sort of stays over there and just remains very quiet for ages. And Mary has got computer problems. 9 hours trying to fix this thing, driving her mad. And Elton John, says my friend Warren, has said he'll never play a record or produce England's Rose ever again. He will never perform it at any of the shows, and he'll never sing it ever again in his life. I think it just needed to be sung that one time, and that was it. Wasn't it the fastest-selling single of all time? Everybody went out and bought it. But he sang it perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. Happy birthday today to Ellie Goulding. The Herefordshire-born singer-songwriter has had 3 singles and 3 albums go to number 1. She's 35 today. She admitted to working on her cover of Your Song whilst drunk, introduced to her husband, Casper Jopling, at a dinner arranged by their mutual friend, Princess Eugenie. How lovely. On this day would have been Michael Nesmith's birthday. The US singer-songwriter found fame with his woolly hat, and he answered the ad for 4 insane boys aged 17 to 21. His first job was $1 an hour, bottling the liquid paper correction fluid invented by his mother. And the company was bought out by Gillette for $47.5 million. Probably fetch an awful lot more than that nowadays. Also, December the 30th, 1997, the Chinese authorities ordered the slaughter of almost 1.5 million birds, including chickens, ducks, pigeons and quail in Hong Kong, in an attempt to wipe out the lethal H5N1 virus, bird flu, which killed 4 humans and officials fear could be passed to others. And that was all that time ago. All that time ago. Laid bare. Here you go. This is a new high-tech camera. In 6 months, it's caught 15,000 people doing what? Doing what? What has it caught 15,000 people doing? Using their telephones at the wheel. Using their telephones at the wheel. And this camera gets them. And they're being prosecuted, all of them. Figures suggest 1 in every 200 drivers use their mobile phone whilst driving on motorways. I mean, can't they afford hands-free? Are they peasants? I'm assuming so, because they've got, I mean, thousands of these people, this new high-tech camera system, and it comes down on high. If they've got 15,000 culprits in 6 months, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, there was a lorry driver here, who was, his name was James Majuri. James Majuri was checking Facebook on his mobile when he hit a special needs school minibus, killing a pupil and a support worker. Preston Crown Court heard he'd been texting, viewing sports news, using social media and playing a mobile game. He was jailed for 9 years. Should have been a lifetime. Should have been a lifetime. 2 people died in that. What a pathetic waste of space. But these cameras, bring them all in as far as I'm concerned. You know, if you've got the rule is, if you've got a phone in your car, put it somewhere you can't touch it. I mean, I've got a phone in my car, but it's built into the car. So I can literally have my phone in a bag on the back seat. When the phone rings, somebody calls me, it flashes up on the dashboard. It'll ring, it'll duck the music or the speech on the radio which I'm listening to, and I just push a little button on the steering wheel, like everybody else does, and it goes, hello, and I go, hello, because it'll tell me who it is. But these selfish motorists who still use mobiles on the motorway, I see them all the time. In fact, there is a bloke who's on YouTube, and I can't remember what his name is, but he's very good at stopping people in Regent's Park and taking photographs of them on their phones. One woman, he was on his bicycle right next door to the car, filming her, and then she looked up and she put the phone down. He said, I've seen you. He said, you're on your phone. I'm giving this to the police. And he does. He passes it on, you know, which is good. Which is good. One of the worst parts of 2021 was when you were forced to take all those weeks off. I did have, actually, quite a number of weeks off. I really did, yes. You'll never know. You'll never know. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. This is from somebody called Spencer, who's another one of life's peculiars, I'm afraid. He said, you should stick to things you know about, like Gemma Collins and Katie Price. Whereas you don't know anything, Spencer, do you, really? Really, you don't know. But he said, I'm sick of hearing Johnson. What was Johnson saying? Wait a minute. Keep going on about it like a demented parrot. Yes, well, that's what they do, unfortunately. Pray to God you don't get it, you know. We like to be caring. Going back to P.C. Alan Godfrey, who had a close encounter. He's done a drawing of it, but that doesn't prove anything. The Russians, of all people, wanted to know more about his UFO sightings, and he talks about being persecuted. A diamond-shaped object was hanging above the road, and he's sort of drawn a picture of this spacecraft, which he claims happened on a Yorkshire road. It hovered above him. Of course, it's blatant lies. He's not branded crazy, he's branded just somebody who can't tell the truth, because it just doesn't happen. So he lost everything. The fallout cost him his job, his health and his marriage, because, you know, people like to believe these sort of things. You know, and they sort of go, oh, yes, it definitely was. No, it wasn't. Definitely not. Steve, we had Christmas without our relatives this year. I thought I'd adjusted my food shopping accordingly. But that's just us finishing our leftovers day. My old mum sent a couple of dumplings in the post for our dessert. Nobody but me eats them in the house. Slab a dumpling with custard and coffee for breakfast, says Michael. And if only I can get away with it, since the wife is asleep, I'll fudge the blood sugar readings this morning to hide the evidence. Ooh, that'll be an easy one to do, won't it? I should imagine. And on your recommendation, we watched Went the Day Well, filmed in Turville, where they did the Vicar of Dibley. Watched it for the first time yesterday, say Jackie and Stephen, in Beaconsfield. There's a place. We love Beaconsfield. Loved every minute of it. It's great, isn't it? And the anti-vaxxers in the street shouting rubbish, says Jules, should be jumped on by the public and have red paint. Oh, we couldn't advocate anything like that. No, just leave it up to the police. Just leave it, you know, up to the police. They will prosecute them. The trouble is, in everything, you get, you know, saddos. You get the pathetics. They can't help it. It's not their fault. They're poorly informed. They like fake news. But as the Daily Mirror says this morning, they've been caught out. They don't have a leg to stand on, or they won't have in the future if they're not a little bit more careful. And somebody says, of course you have a car with all that. I haven't. Oh, diddums. Everybody's got cars with that on. Everybody's got cars with the phone built in. What do you mean you don't have? That was a bit sad, wasn't it? Sorry? Apple car, right. I don't really understand why you wouldn't have a car with it. You know, I mean, I don't know why it's not the law that all new vehicles should have hands-free telephone systems, but you can go and buy it cheaply. You go to Amazon, you can buy a little thing which you clip on your visor, and it's Bluetoothed into your phone, so you talk to the visor. I mean, it's not mine, just happens to be built in the car. It's paired in with it. But then, I know thousands of makes of cars that have got this built in. I mean, most cars have got far more stuff in. You know, you obviously don't have a car. But then you mustn't moan about it. You know, just because you don't have something. Good God, I don't live in a mansion. Well, no, I do live in a mansion. What am I talking about? 84850. Steve, what about all the files and actual footage the Pentagon released of the Tic Tac? It's rubbish. It's rubbish. It's made up. It's made up. You mustn't believe these sort of things. It means you sound stupid. You know, there is no files and actual footage of things floating in the air unless it's a ping-pong ball suspended on a piece of elastic. You know, good Lord above, honestly, some people are so dim nowadays. I mean, you'll be believing in E.T. next. And you know, once you go down that route, they'll have you sectioned. There's no point in hanging around any longer. 14 minutes to 6 is the time.
This is LBC.
Racing to finish your HR admin and the pay run, spending an arm and leg on disjointed software, and now you're missing a football. Oh, you're paying for it. Find out why over 300,000 businesses have automated the difficult parts of employment with Employment Hero. Recruitment, HR, payroll and benefits in one easy-to-use platform, saving you time and money. If you're not using us, you're paying for it. Employment solved. Employment Hero. Search Employment Hero today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Michael says, he says, I'm not stupid. I attended University College London. Really? Well, that's terribly interesting. I'm absolutely thrilled and chuffed to little pieces. Does that make you intelligent, then, if you attended UCL or something like that? I've heard stories from UCL. Anyway, he says, I've heard you call people thick for not adhering to the government's request and poor advertising for all to be injected. Well, you're obviously not listening to LBC. We're running loads of adverts for that. Loads of adverts. Perhaps you can't hear, Michael. And he says, all to be injected, which may become a yearly occurrence, as you said earlier. Well, it won't go away. It is not going to go away. It's as simple as that. It's going to be here every year, and you'll be injected for it in exactly the same way as you are for flu. You know, it's much easier that way to think that you're going to have it, and you'll have it as a normal thing. You'll just go in there and they'll say you'll pop in for your flu jab, and we'll give you the COVID jab, and it'll be there. Paddy says, I'm 68 and holding down a part-time job, so I'm glad for my health and my good life, but very importantly, I've got you. Oh, there you go. Bless you and the team. They never get mentioned. Seriously, nobody ever mentions the team. Big up the team. Big up the team. And David in Sunderland says, you remember a show called Flipper? Of course I have. I'm 67. Of course I remember a show called Flipper. And another one here says, I don't think some of these people know how to actually program their phones to the car, says Sue. As a delivery driver, I see it all the time. Mostly mums with children. Oh, I know. I mean, it's not complicated to Bluetooth something in. Even I could manage it. And somebody says, wow, you're living in the past. Yeah, I think the person living in the past would be you in the little Doolally land. The US government, the US military, NASA, City and Harvard universities all disagree with you. Oh, this is the UFO thing. They want to believe in something. Yes. It's all real, isn't it? God, you must be crackers. I've never known anything like it. Look at the known universe, says somebody, the vastness of space. Of course there must be alien life. Why? Not found it up until now. We've been around on this Earth for millions of years. We already know that there are planets that contain water. No, we don't. What we know is that there is moisture and there might be something under the actual planet. There's no lakes or anything. Have you ever found any of those? No. You're one of the Looney Tunes people. You probably sit down there and watch E.T. and go, I think he exists on another planet. I love the particularly stupid people. And another one here, which says, Gary says, you're getting a right load of weirdos today. I know, they've got nothing else to do. And it's hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. All we do is we just push a little button and they disappear. I love the idea that people go, the US government admits that there's UFOs. Do they really? Good Lord. That'll be Biden. He's probably an alien. Trump was certainly an alien. I love it when people believe things like that because it almost reaffirms your commitment to the people who should be committed, which I quite like. It's 8 minutes to 6 at the time. Isn't Flipper the dolphin film? Yes. They called him Flipper. Yeah, it was set in Australia, wasn't it? In fact, I spoke to the guy who trained him, who then ended up being anti-training animals to appear in movies and films. He didn't think it was right that they were trained to do things. But people do that, don't they? You train your dog, sit, paw, roll over. I've seen people doing that. What's the difference? There's no difference at all. Flipper the dolphin was the same as all the other actors that you've seen on the television who are animals. You see an animal there, it's come from an agency. They don't just take it. I mean, Lassie came from I think there were about 2 or 3 Lassies. And it was from an agency. It was a trained dog. And it's great. Somebody says, who's paying your wages? I don't know. That's the company I work for, I should imagine. That's what I'm hoping so. You get your jobs. Don't express it on the nation. You are not the Pre-Minister. Do your job. That's all that's required. No. Unfortunately, we have to disagree on that one. My job says I do the papers. And if the papers have got things about, the campaigners and the anti-vaxxers, that's what I do. That's my job. That's what I'm paid to do. That's what it says on the contract, which is great. You get your jabs, don't express it on the nation. Your command of the language is not particularly brilliant, is it, really? I love it. Who pays your wages? Well, what do you think? That'd be the man in the moon, wouldn't it? That'd be somebody coming down on sort of a little green spacecraft. I love these people, because you know that they've got something hanging from their ceiling in the sitting room that looks like something that's been made out of plastic and they found it in a pound shop. And they go, that's real. They love stuff like that. 84850. And this is a really stupid one. It says here, there's obviously life on other planets and lots of water. Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. But it's very sweet of you to believe in it. It's very sweet. But you're never going to prove it in a million years. It's like, Uri Geller's never going to bend metal in front of you without touching it. He has to touch it for it to bend. It's as simple as that. But I love the idea that, somebody thinks that Harvard... people believe everything that they read on the internet. And the internet is just full of the biggest load of baloney. He says, don't get in the trap of do UFOs exist, because they do. They must be. Flying objects seen in the air by anyone, as long as it's an object, you can't exactly see what it is. Oh, I understand what unidentified flying object is. It could be an aeroplane. It could be some little kid who's got something attached on a piece of elastic. Or it could be one of those things that you buy now. I've just bought a helicopter, which is about 2.5 feet long, and it's got all flashing lights on it. And I've got a ball, which I bought on the internet, which came from America, all the way from America. And you charge it up and you throw it in the air and this thing flies. It's a ball and it will come back to your hand again. Well, I should imagine if you filmed that late at night, you could go, oh, look, what do you think that is? And of course, the stupids would want to believe that. They like that sort of thing. It's like they had somebody the other day and actually said, what did they say? Oh, they said Area 51. They've actually got bits of spacecraft. And I think, you're more stupid than you sound. Bless their hearts. Luckily, they don't work, so it's very good, actually. And the same one here, he said, oh, my God. You can tell they're a little bit peculiar. Harvard University has just set up the Galileo project to study it. Oh, that is so exciting. Wow, Matt, you're really intelligent, aren't you? Talking, says Ralph in Paris, are bigging up the team. I heard your producer came first in a poker tournament. He did. How these people know this? He won over $1,000. I think it was $1 million, really, he won. I'm saying that because the taxman could be listening. I love it. Matt, you're really thick, aren't you? I didn't realise. He said, you're the one who sounds crazy to anybody who's informed. No, it's dipsticks like you. You can't help it. It's not your fault. But we're laughing at you, not with you. Yeah, winning all that money. He's very good at poker. Very, very good. So I love it. I absolutely love it. I love it. Somebody says, I had an X-Files DVD. I didn't buy it. It just appeared one day. I love it. The stupids, the terminally stupid. You must go outside there and sort of start, dictating to people who are trying to get vaccinated. But it's looking at these people. They think they know what they're doing. I mean, to be honest with you, somebody's going to get run over. It's like the people who superglued themselves to the motorways. The best bit was watching it. What did they have? They had a thing, actually. And it was looking at different... It was Frankie Boyle. And he was looking at Richard Madeley. He was talking about all the people who were gluing themselves to the motorway. He said, what about if somebody was in a funeral? And then Frankie Boyle said, what, a funeral going down the motorway at that speed? What sort of person is that one? Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Jason says... He says, we're just one planet out of millions. Do you really think we're unique? Yep, absolutely I do. I mean, it's nice for you to sweetly, do this. E.T. does exist, says Mark. My mate Eric Thompson. I've seen him last night. Yeah, good. I love it. Then somebody said, go get your booster. I've had it. I've had all of mine. I tell you what, you don't do it, because I don't think you deserve it. I don't think you deserve it. It's better that you don't get it. Much better. So, here we go. Grub stuck at the ports. Actually, it could be good news after all the crud we've been eating. Frozen food free. Shortages. And are we going to go into lockdown? Who knows? We have no idea. And Britt says, your producer's fingers are very sore this morning after all these blocks. No, it takes no effort at all. So you just go, and it's fabulous. It really is good. We love it. It's so entertaining for them, because they don't know. Gemma Collins, sorry? Very entertaining, isn't it? Very entertaining. See, everybody knows. Gemma Collins has confirmed she's got engaged to her boyfriend, who's called Rami Car Wash, after a whirlwind reunion. But she can't say too much about it because he's still married. And she says, we can't really come out and say anything yet because Ram, she calls him, hilarious, isn't it? So bright, was married before and his paperwork has not come through. So until it's officially signed, we've not said anything. But she started dating him. He's apparently a businessman. We don't know what he does. We have no idea. He's just a businessman, which is always hilarious. But they've been secretly dating for 6 months. Really? That's very odd, isn't it, of Gemma Collins? Nothing she does is secret. Definitely not. And, what do we got here? Number 10 says, take a test before your New Year parties. Yep. Take a test to find out whether you're an alien, which is good. The tuber you mentioned, the YouTuber, is called Cycling Mickey. He films the lawbreakers on their phones or illegal driving moves. He's often at Gandalf Corner. I know that corner very well, Mark. Very well. And what he does was, there's people queuing through Regent's Park, and there's a turning on the right if you're coming down, and what they do is they go round the wrong way on the other side of the road so they don't have to queue, and they nip into the thing, and he blocks their way. And he stops them and he goes, go back. And they sit there and people get out of the car and argue with him. And it's fantastic. It's so fantastic because he says, I'm giving this to the police. You're on the wrong side of the road driving down towards me. Go back. And he stands there and they all have to go back. Some woman was a doctor. I'm a doctor. Go back. Go back, he says. You're on the wrong side of the road. Go back. And he refuses to move. And a few other motorists, go to him, good on you, mate. And he's fantastic. So that's what he's called, is he? Cycling Mickey. Well, he's very entertaining, and he does report them to the police, and they do get fined, which is good. Very good. News at 6. We'll be back with you in 3.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to what day? Thursday. Somebody says there's a bloke down the pub selling COVID jabs, £3 each or 2 for a Pfizer. Brilliant. People are paying good money for these sort of gags. I like it, actually. And somebody said, what happened to the attack on Katie Price and the theft of her ring? Now, it's funny you should mention that, because I thought about that the other day. It's sort of disappeared, Anne. Because if you remember, she was sitting in a house. She had to go to hospital. She'd been attacked by a person, and her ring had been stolen. And then all of a sudden, that disappeared. And I remember thinking, why have the papers not picked up on that one? Who was the person who attacked her? Why has that not gone to court? Why do we not know about this? I think it's wonderful. Steve... do you remember Lassie's Rescue Rangers? I don't do animated TV series, although, having said that, there was a, not a cartoon, I don't know what they call these things, and it was all about superheroes yesterday, and I found myself engrossed in it, and it was on, I don't know what channel it was on. I can't remember the time I watched this thing, but I remember thinking at the time, I'm sitting here watching something that is not normally in my remit to watch these sort of things, but I did watch it, and I can't remember what it was called. It was I don't know what it was. It was superheroes, and it was a kid, and he'd invented this little thing which multiplied and did all sorts of things, which is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I can't remember what it was. Just they were little cartoon kind of things. And it's one of those sort of... It was obviously a very big budget film. It looked like it was very big and budgeted. And, Steve, I've worked in a vaccination centre, says Kathy, over the past year. I've met hundreds of lovely people who are so appreciative to receive their free vaccine against COVID. The anti-vaxxers are misinformed. I feel sorry for them. Well, they're a bit thick. I mean, they really are. You know, if you're looking for really stupid people... You know, it was a case of, you know, you found them. They're on the front page of some of the papers today, but they will be prosecuted. They will be prosecuted. And somebody says, I thought you studied to be a journalist. No. Why would I study to be a journalist? I've been working for 43 years. I don't need to study to be a journalist. I am a journalist. And somebody says, just because you're vaccinated... Yes, because I don't want to catch COVID. I mean, you're a bit stupid if you go and catch it. I couldn't care less. Makes no difference to me. And of course, everybody else is going, thank goodness. You know, Ace 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one, insurance on Kate. No, because she turned up with the ring again. The ring magically appeared on her finger. So she will need a driver. She will need a driver, and because she's banned for 2 years. Let's hope she does it. Let's hope she does it. And Martin says the protesters that got into the theatre and frightened the children are scum. Well, they shouldn't have gone anywhere near it. But they've all got, you know, they've been dropped on their head, actually. I like this one here, which says, have you seen the film What About Bob, says Stella, with Bill Murray and Richard Dreyfuss. I interviewed Bill Murray. Why did I interview Bill Murray? He brought out a vodka or something, and I ended up with a nice bottle of vodka, which I remember thinking was quite good, actually. Simon says, was it you sabotaging Nick Abbott's show? He claimed you were trapped in the toilets and had run out of snacks. I'm never in the building when Nick Abbott is on air. You should know that. You know, I have a series of dressing rooms and we have a suite of offices. And you can easily identify an anti-vaxxer or a pro-UFO Wally for 1,000 paces. They're the ones who go about wearing little caps made of their mum's kitchen foil. I love it. They always go, the universe is so big. You know, it's ridiculous to think there isn't life out there. Yeah, good. Well, let's wait and see, shall we? Your neighbour who has COVID, is that the one who cooked the pigs in blankets? No. No. Definitely not. Why would it be? No, we test daily. We test daily, Lynn and I. We're very, very good on it. Very, very good on things like that. And, I just ordered something else, actually. I ordered some glue the other day from America. I've started ordering this stuff from America. I love it. And I've just ordered something else. And do you know what it is? It's a little business over in America. And it's like a Rubik's Cube kind of thing, but this one slides in different directions, and it's a puzzle cube, but it's a really nice one. So I ordered 2, because you get a discount if you order 2, and they always write back to you. I've got a couple of companies in America, they do it, and they write and go, thank you very much, Steve, for your recent order. You're helping support a little company. And there's another one that show they hold your parcel up. They take a photograph with your name and address on it going, thanks, Steve. And you think, that's quite caring. Still takes weeks to get over it. Weeks, it really does. John in Colchester says, I had my booster on Tuesday. Yesterday I was violently sick. Absolutely fine today, small price to pay. Yeah, I didn't get any of the symptoms at all. Nothing. Not from the first jabs, not from the booster jab, not from the flu jab, nothing. But I know some people got it, but it didn't last very long, actually. It really didn't. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon warned the new variant was spreading rapidly and accounts for 80% of all cases. But, of course, you know, as the anti-vaxxers say, she's probably telling lies because they're a bit simple. Not their fault. Not their fault. They can't help it. Daniel Craig is trying to maintain his 007 physique and works out for the sake of his family, which seems okay. This manager, who was fired early... Mind you, is that Kim Jong-un? He appears to have lost an awful lot of weight. I mean, he's not the best-looking person in the world. He looked a bit bloated before. The former tubby tyrant was making his first public appearance since the death of his great-uncle. And in fact, he's almost... I mean, you know it's him because he's got the bad hairstyle and he's still a bit bloated. But he's lost an awful lot of weight. Awful lot of weight. But he was going to outline his plans for the year ahead in the hermit nation, said to include nuclear weapon developments and opening the door for dialogue with the international community. So that's a bit... I still liked it when he met, even though I can't stand either of them, he met Trump. And they shook hands and did that kind of thing. But it's the people who run alongside Kim Jong-un's car, which is his bodyguards. But, of course, they're not allowed to be in cars. They have to run alongside him, which is very sad. Anyway, this manager was sacked after going home sick, only to be snapped at an airport hours later with a burger and a pint. Ross Collins had booked time off to go to Cyprus from the following day, but his flight actually took off 24 hours earlier. In order to catch the plane, he told his boss that he had an upset stomach and wanted to check on his partner, who was nearly 12 weeks pregnant. Colleagues saw him on social media scoffing the meal at Gatwick because he's a bit dim. Oh, I'll take a picture. Oh, wait a minute, I've told lies. He was sacked for gross misconduct, later sued for unfair dismissal, but his claims were rejected. The tribunal was told Mr. Collins had worked for an instrument management service for more than 12 years. At the time of the incident, he was working as a workshop supervisor. The Watford Tribunal heard less than 4 hours after leaving work. His partner posted the snap online. That'll teach you. That'll teach you. Now you've lost your job because you told lies. Because you told lies. Steve, we watched... was the film called Big Hero 6? Do you know, amazing how people know these things. I think, Nathan, you might absolutely be right. Big Hero... I thought it was really brilliant. If it's this is ringing a bell. You know, this is definitely ringing a bell. Big Hero 6. Show me a picture of Big Hero 6, because I see people in it. Wait a minute. Big Hero 6. Is this it? Oh, I don't know if that's it or not. That's it. Big Hero 6 came out in 2014. It's brilliant. It would not normally be the sort of film that I would ever watch in a million years. And it's about... I couldn't tell you what it's about. I love it. I absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. I thought it was fantastic. Somebody says, I think you're missing a childhood. Oh, God, no. I had the best childhood ever. We lived in lots of different countries. Oh, we had fantastic play. We lived in Hong Kong, Germany, Egypt, everywhere. Fantastic. Ray and Vi watched Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds on Sky Arts on Freeview. Brilliant, isn't it? Brilliant. Jeff Wayne, who did at one point, all the LBC jingles. So here we go, Big Hero 6. It's a computer-animated superhero film produced by Walt Disney Animation, and it's the 54th. It's fantastic. It really is good. I mean, I don't want to recommend it to you if you don't like these sort of things. I didn't think I would like this, but I did sit there. It's grossed nearly £658 million worldwide. The highest grossing animated film of 2014. Got various awards. It's so good. It really is so... I don't know how they make these things. It's very, very clever. They were doing Steven Spielberg the other day on one of these programmes on the telly which looks at particular people and their gift, and he was talking about Jurassic Park. And he was talking, and he'd said to the production team, I want animals, prehistoric dinosaurs that run. And they went, well, we can make the models. Because when we went to America years and years ago, they were filming Jurassic Park. It was a closed set. And Jeff Goldblum was sitting in the staff canteen at Universal, and we were sitting within spitting distance of Jeff Goldblum. And they wanted the dinosaurs to run. And the model maker said, well, we can make the dinosaur and it can be animated, but we can't make it run. So the whole thing was blue screened. They literally created it, and they all sat down and watched. And Steven Spielberg said, look at this. And there, before their very eyes, appeared dinosaurs running, interacting with the first time they'd ever done it, he said, and it moved filming on apace. And I remember watching all of the Jurassic Parks. I mean, admittedly, some of them were a little bit naff, you know. Don't get out of this pod, OK? There are dinosaurs. Oh, let's get out of the pod. No, don't get out of the pod. There's dinosaurs out there. Tony, who's a triple vaxxer, says, is it just me or have the anti-vaccine lot got no work? No, they've got no work. Who's going to employ them? Who's going to employ them? If you see any of these people on the front here and you were an employer, you'd get rid of them immediately. Seriously, you don't want people like that working. Definitely not. And Heather says, I'm sure I read a story a teaching assistant in England claimed she had COVID and was then caught out by the pupils on holiday a few months later. I don't know why you'd ever want to tell lies about something like that. If you get it, you'll know about it. Seriously. So glad, well done. There's some Tony, also, or it could be Dave, Big Hero 6. It was It was so good. I might have to go and buy it. That's because it was so good. Oh, the news at 6:15.
This is LBC.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new eNY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the eNY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Catherine says, Steve, I never realised that Steven Spielberg was involved in the writing of the 70s drama Duel with Dennis Weaver. I don't remember that bit. He was... The truck. Yeah, of course it's Spielberg. An innovative man. Do you know what his first film was? Working with... No, his first film was... Oh, God, I can't remember. He worked with... Oh, who was the actress in... Oh, Mildred Pierce. Crawford. He worked with Joan Crawford, and Joan Crawford had a reputation of bedding her directors. And so he went round to her house. He was in his 20s. And he went round there, and she opened the door in a see-through negligee. And I think he made his excuses because basically Joan Crawford had put it around just about everywhere. In fact, she'd made porno films. And when she became famous, the studio tried to buy them up as quick as possible. And in fact, in one of them, she played an actress having to sleep with the director to get the job. Surprise that, isn't it, really? There's a great book. It's called The Casting Couch. You should read it. It's a paperback, and it talks about all the actors and actresses who went through the casting couch in Hollywood to get work. The only person who didn't was Betty Davis, because she wasn't attractive. So nobody bothered with poor old Betty Davis. But Joan Collins didn't. No, absolutely not. She did a film called The Stud, didn't she, with a guy called Oliver Tobias. I never saw it, but she's I heard about it, yes. But she's like sort of royalty, isn't she, Joan Collins? I mean, she is absolutely. Although she's very worried about cancellation at the moment and all sorts of things. Steve, it's a pity the cameras catching drivers on their mobiles can't catch the ones who throw litter from the cars. The litter building up on Burgess is very bad and such an eyesore. I also drive in France, so they don't have the problem there. Well, nobody lives there, Penny, that's why. Who drives down France way? Nobody, unless you're going to the Route du Soleil. Nobody bothers. Screen? What am I doing? Oh, bit of a breakfast. Oh, we're doing a breakfast tease. Woo! Have you heard of such a thing? Andrew Castle's here at 7 with breakfast this morning. And today they're going to do the latest from the Ghislaine Maxwell guilty verdict in New York. The schools who prioritise holidays over learning, and the story about nearly all pregnant women on ventilators are unvaccinated. Here we go again. Andrew will be speaking with Jonathan Ashworth, the MP, on the cost of living squeeze expected for 2022. They say bills are going to go through the roof. They say it's going to cost you a few £1,000 a year more, because they're going to put up national insurance rates, all sorts of bits and pieces. So all those people who are spending at Christmas, this might come back and be the biting on the bottom that you weren't expecting. All of that on Breakfast with Andrew Castle at 7 o'clock this morning here on LBC. Got me for another 40 minutes, which is lovely. And I'm here tomorrow morning, so it's the New Year's Eve version of the Steve Allen Show, and please don't write in asking what New Year resolutions. We don't have any New Year resolutions, apart from everybody getting vaccinated, apart from the stupids, in which case we don't really care about them at all. You know, let them go and do whatever they want. They can go and play fairy rings or something in the wood, but definitely not bothering us. Steven Spielberg directed an episode of Columbo, but you probably know that. I know everything. You know why? I've got one of those stupid memories. I can't remember. If somebody said to me, what did you do on the programme yesterday? I couldn't tell you. If somebody will ask me about my parents' cars from 50 years ago, I can tell you exactly what they were. I can tell you every place we ever lived. I can tell you the phone numbers of the places where we lived, because I just remembered stuff like that. Yes. Oh, Hong Kong. Don't ask me about Hong Kong. We did have a telephone, and the only reason we had the telephone is because it never rang. I don't remember it ever ringing. Seriously. My dad was ADC to the governor of Hong Kong. So we had a very nice flat overlooking Happy Valley, and it was Tun Shan Terrace. It's still there. The flat is still there. I think it looks slightly different inside. But I learnt to speak Chinese by reading off the telephone dial, but I can't remember any of it. Lok Si Sham, whatever it was. I read it every day because I was only 9. And you played in the flat. You didn't really play outside in Hong Kong. You played inside. It was a lot safer. We had the rat catch around every week. Well, no matter where you were in Hong Kong, there were rats the size of cats. Seriously. It was lovely. It was very good, actually. I'd like to go back, because I'm still very taken by anything Chinese. I love the culture. I love the food. I love everything about it. And I could do a live from Hong Kong. We used to have a producer once called Amanda. And I used to call her, I don't know why it started, Chinese Amanda. And people believed she genuinely was Chinese. And we had a show once at the Mermaid Theatre, and about 30 people in the audience were Chinese. This one-man show. And I remember saying to Amanda, I said, "You better meet Amanda." And, of course, they were so disappointed when it turned out she wasn't Chinese. But it was just one of those things. But the most fun we had was with a banjo. I played dueling banjos, but I didn't. But we worked it so carefully that we had the music from from whatever the film was that had dueling banjos in it, Deliverance. And it starts off at the beginning, blung, 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 blung. And so we brought in, I think Alan brought in his banjo, and I just played it a little bit at the beginning. And then I said, let's have a try and see whether we can do this thing. And so we then cued to the Deliverance music, which went blung, 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 blung. And I said, I was talking over the music as well, so it sounded very believable. And it was quite, and I went, let's try this. And Alan's going, "You're really good." And in the end, we went, dun, 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 and so it went through. So when I went on stage at the place in Croydon, the Fairfield Halls, which is 2,500 people. It was a big night. And I walked on stage with this banjo. They all thought I was going to play it. And we incorporated it into the programme. But I never did play it. I have to be totally honest. I never, ever did play the banjo. But I wish I'd learnt it. I'd love to learn it. Or a ukulele. I'd be very happy with that. Very happy. Steve, booster up for Lammy's Epiphany from his grandstanding on LBC and other fee-paying platforms. I like David Lammy. Have you heard the program? You must listen to the programme. It's very good. He's very generous with people that come up on the telephones. I wouldn't be as generous, I think. Mark in Brentwood says, "Hurrah! It's my freedom day. After 10 days of self-hibernation, I am back to work. Luckily, was not too ill, which I put down to being triple glazed. It's absolutely. I tested positive each day from day 6, so couldn't get out early, so it's been a tad lonely. Back today at Basildon Hospital on the security team. Is JJ working today? He's threatened to ban me." Well, there you go. You've got to be so careful now. It's so easy to ban people. If you just don't like the sound of somebody, it's very easy. Just go click. And, of course, they've got nobody to write to ever again. But I always find it marginally entertaining. Everything's entertaining. The news is entertaining. The vaccinators are sort of entertaining in their own little thing. Spielberg appeared in a Columbo episode, says Den. I thought he was a producer, wasn't he? I don't think he'd appeared when he was 10. I don't think so. I'll have to check that one out. I was fascinated. I was more interested in what? Look, so you're going to say something to me that was vitally important. I thought, good Lord above, what can the producer be possibly saying to me? But yes, so he might have directed. I was more interested in Schindler's List, and I was more interested in how the film came about and how he wanted to do it and how to bring back the people who were the stars of the film, the actual characters, the actual real people, which was an absolute... And they showed you them filming the bit at Oskar Schindler's grave, which I thought was absolutely... I thought that was the absolute icing on the cake. But the icing on the cake was where they brought back... They said, these are the descendants of the Schindler's List. And I watched this, and you couldn't fail to be affected by it. It was fantastic. They all came back and they all put a stone on Oskar Schindler's grave, and they had his widow there and everybody else. I mean, many people who are probably not alive anymore, but it was the fact that they'd been immortalised in this film, and it was long, but by God, it was powerful. By God, it was powerful. Steve, have you heard about the children's programme Wurzel Gummidge? I have heard about it. I haven't seen it yet. I will get round to watching it. And Simon says, did we skip January, February and go straight to March? It's very mild. It is mild. Whether it rain, I'm hoping it's going to rain. That makes me sound awful mean, but I don't want people on the streets of London, thank you very much indeed. I want London to be deserted, because the poor cleaners of Westminster, people just throw bottles down, there'll be boxes of rubbish and food all over the place. It's disgusting. It really is. I think we should pick it all up and go and throw it back in their garden, see how they like it. But there's nothing going on. I have to keep telling people that. There is nothing going on. There's nothing going on in Trafalgar Square. There'll be people stopping you. All the fountains will be boarded over. There's nothing going on in Leicester Square. Nothing. Nothing here. Nothing going on at Piccadilly Circus. All sort of covered over, so you can't get anywhere near it. So that's what. So don't come down, please. You'll never get home. We still have illegal minicab drivers. But unfortunately, they operate, because it's such a big problem. I remember I went out with the police one year. Well, 1 year it was. We went out for 2 nights running, and they were stopping. They had police officers acting as customers, so they would stand by the side of the road. We were all down by Her Majesty's Theatre there with the police and customs and the Inland Revenue. All their people were there, and the police officer, masquerading as a punter with another police officer acting as girlfriend or wife, would stand there. They didn't even need to hold their hands up or hail a taxi. The car would pull up, the driver would wind down the window and go, "Minicab?" And he'd go, "Yes, please." They'd get in the back of the cab. Immediately, he goes, "Just drive, I'm a police officer, drive down here, turn right." And so we had them lined up, and they were literally taking the cars off them. One man, I think he had £10,000 worth of fines, and he had no licence, he had no nothing at all. And I found it very entertaining. I loved it. I loved it. Steve went for a PCR test 2 days ago in Brixton. 3 p.m, results next day as negative by 8 a.m. I don't really get these long wait times. Very professional, quick, safe and efficient. That's what you want. That's what you want. You want to make sure, and you want negative. As I say, I test. When I woke up this morning, I had a little bit of a sore throat. And I thought, oh, perhaps that's just, I put the heating on, it was nice and warm and cosy and everything else. And I remember thinking at the same time, oh, God, I hope I've not got anything. And so when I wake up in the morning, because I'm a broadcaster, you have to make sure you've got a voice. And so I do go, la, 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 la. I know it sounds a bit ridiculous. Even I think it's ridiculous. La, 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 la. And it sounded a bit gruff. But the moment I had my cup of tea, I was absolutely fine. And I thought, oh, thank goodness for that, because I worried about it. So I did my temperature. And my temperature first thing in the morning is a bit low, about 33. But then within the hour, I'm up to 36.2, which is very, very agreeable. And then I came in here and I thought I'll do my lateral flowing. So I did my lateral flow test. Thank you to Mr. Shah. And I passed with flying colours. Thank God. I can't imagine what's because I was saying to them, because my other producer, Chris Humphreys, was in the studio, because he'd been doing Nick Abbott, I think. It's all over the place at the moment. There's people popping in and out of programmes you've never seen before. I don't even know who they are half the time. Exactly. You're popping in and out with the milk and then the teaspoon, and then the teaspoon goes and the milk goes, and then we lose everything. We had to go to Hart to go and get the milk today. He said to me, I've had to go to Hart to get the milk. I'd have kept it. I wouldn't have given it back. I'd have kept it. But it's so interesting, all the different people. And Chris and I were talking about various bits and pieces, because he was doing the podcast afterwards. And I do have 2 podcasts today. We have The Little Bit Extra, and we have, they call it the main show, or do they just call it the show or something like that? What's it? The whole show. That's right, the whole show. And they'll be up a little bit later on. And do download them. I need the numbers. And as I say, it was only when they told me that we're in the Amazon list of top podcasts of the year that I got a bit excited. A little bit, woo, woo, woo. Nothing to do with me. I don't put the things together. The boys have to put it together, because they do things that me, I'm useless. You're doing it now, whole show. You're so lucky. People pay money to do that. I bet they're paying you money as well. They are. Thank God for that. It's never enough. Never enough money. Sorry? Oh, news. Blimey, look, I'm so late on the news.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
See, the funny thing is, people keep writing to me saying it's very mild out here today, and I'm thinking it's freezing cold in here. Freezing cold. In Barbados, It's probably beautiful, I should imagine. I know quite a number of people who are out in Barbados. Brendan in St Anne says, I know your job is to talk a lot. No, it's not to talk a lot. It's just to talk. This is a speech station. But you talk this much at home? Yes. Of course. Of course. I don't... Well, everybody speaks, don't they? Unless you've got some illness, which means you can't speak. But no, I speak all the time, of course. Why not? I mean, the difference is, when I do it at home, I don't get paid for it. When I do it here, I get paid for it. That's how it works. But I've been doing it for long enough now, so I don't look at it as being anything strange. When somebody says, do you talk this much at home? I know your job is to talk a lot. There's no stipulation on how many words you're supposed to come up with. But you are paid to fill a 3-hour programme. That's what it is. And you're paid to get an audience. There will be absolutely no point at all. I've always said to my bosses, lovely though they are, I've always said, if you don't get an audience, what's the point of keeping somebody? You only keep somebody if they get an audience. And luckily, after the last audience figures, I mean, we've gone through the roof. And it's very pleasing. Very pleasing. When we raise money for Global to Make Some Noise, we raise a lot of money. Single-handedly, I raise a lot of money on this show. When we open up the phone lines and we sell tickets for the one-man show, it sells out. February show sold out in an hour, which is very pleasing. So that's what it is. But if none of these things happen, there'd be no point in keeping me or anybody else. It doesn't matter whether you like somebody. You can like somebody, but if they don't produce the figures, there's no point in keeping somebody. Not. Pete says, when are you going to take phone calls? When hell freezes over. Never, ever. No, there are people who do it better. Everybody's got their thing that they do. Some people, I listen to them, I think, God, I wish I had a voice that was like yours. That's what I wish. If I listen to Eddie Mayer, I think, I wish I had an Eddie Mayer voice. Or I wish I was as clever as Nick Ferrari and James O'Brien and Ian Dale and people like that. People who make it look easy, because it isn't easy. They just make it sound easy, and they can do things like that. And I do what I do. I do light ent. I've always said to people, I'm light ent. I do light entertainment. I do the gossip. I do the things which the public are talking about. And unfortunately, whether you like it or not, the public are talking about the ghastly anti-vaxxers, the stupid people, the simpletons, the people who've got, they're 3 sandwiches short of a picnic. The lights are on, but nobody's home. And as I say, here they are stopping people at an NHS testing site. What's it got to do with them? It's like you feel like marching into their house and going, I just thought I'd come round and lecture you. You go, get out my house. You go, oh, certainly not. I'm staying here. And you look at them and you think, they're not wearing masks. I hope you all get COVID. But you can't say that to somebody because, they have a right not to be tested. They don't want to be tested. I couldn't care less. That's their business. But leave the rest of these people alone. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Pete, never. And somebody else says, I've had my 3 jabs, so I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but COVID is here for good. Let's just lift all the restrictions and get on with it. Cancer has been around for years, and more people die of that than any COVID variant. Yes, but people still die of it. And if people are dying of something, you've got to make sure that it's as good as possible. I've already said that I think we're going to have COVID around for donkey's years, and we'll get the vaccination every year or every 6 months. Or something like that. That's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be. And somebody says, if people don't like your show, there's plenty of others to listen to, says Zoe. Oh, of course, I never understand why anybody would ever write to anybody who's on the radio and say, I don't like your show. And you go, what are you writing to me for? Because you know damn well they're telling lies. You know damn well they're telling lies. Steve in Strood says, if you're light ent, what's heavy ent? Well, there's no such thing as heavy ent. Heavy ent doesn't exist. Light entertainment is the things that make the papers. The people who make the papers would be the Gemma Collins, the Jordans, the Love Island people. It'd be something like that. I just said a surprise gift this morning, as in Czech Republic. It's apparently my name day, says David. It's a special day for everybody called David. So another special benefit of living in the Czech, your name day is the 26th of December. Regards. So he's in Rosnov pod Radhostem. My pronunciation is so bad, I do apologise. People listening going, terrible. What do you think about what Lenny Henry said? I don't remember what Lenny Henry said. Has he said something recently? I don't know. Love Lenny Henry. He's an actor. He's gone mega, hasn't he? Absolute mega. So, very quickly, Daily Star. Picture of poor old Summers. What's-her-face? You know, the one who used to go out, claim to fame. She went out with, what's-his-face? She went out with, Paul Hollywood and trying to drag her 5 seconds of fame. She was the barmaid, actually. But apparently she has recently dismissed reports that she was ready to quit fame. She doesn't have any fame. There isn't any fame. They don't invite her to do anything. She just looks after cart horses. And that's about it. The controversial statue of the slave trader Edward Colston is to be placed into storage. And so they've done that. Mind you, in China, they're pulling down statues left, right and centre. Anything that was commemorating the people who lost their lives in Tiananmen Square. Dre January. Apparently, beer will not be delivered to pubs and eateries if the strike goes ahead. So that's a bit of a disaster, isn't it? And the government accused of a royal cock-up after ordering revellers to take pre-New Year party COVID tests when there aren't enough to go round. Some people do have them. You have to just check. It becomes a little bit of a pain. You have to sort of put in for these things and hope that you get something. The Generation Z reckon having a reliable internet connection is more important than finding love. Oh, it's so tedious, isn't it, finding love, honestly? I never understand. People join dating agencies and spend good money. Spend good money on a lot of things like that. I can't imagine ever paying for that. I always think, you know, if you want to meet somebody, and I've said it before, get a job working a bar. If you work a bar, everybody wants to be your friend. And so they'll stand there and they'll just sort of nod, and you go, I know what you want. And they're your friend. You select the people you want to do. It doesn't work if you're a waiter, because they're constantly buzzing around serving food, and then there's a long gap. If it's a bar, it works much better. I've always said you meet loads of people in bars, you know, and then you form a relationship, and then you come out of the bar. Ray and Vi, both MBEs, say we don't like your show. We love it. Hallelujah. And another one here. Isn't cancer transmittable? Says John. I don't think so. I don't think so. Actually, it's funny, isn't it? Because we've obviously all got it. It's something that triggers it. Because some people, I mean, I can read in the paper about people half my age who get cancer and they die. And I think, well, I've managed to get to this age, 67. I know that because the paper's reminded me every day, Steve Allen, 67. So I thought, might as well hang on to that one and use it as a catchphrase. And it's a case of I've managed to escape that. Mind you, I've had everything else. I've had all the other illnesses that there are. And so. I think Globals make some noise this year. I mean next year, I think, with Steve Allen on the front, and on the back it could say, which is good. I quite like that idea. I don't know what we're going to do. Every year we come up with something different, and every year you buy us out, which is always great. Not even I've got the things. I've got, I think, one tote bag and about 4 tea towels, and that's it. I don't even have the glasses. I feel all sad now. I could sell messages, though. We think that's quite a good idea. So thieves have ripped up, apparently, hundreds of manhole covers to sell for scrap. Drivers are being warned to watch out for the dangerous gaping holes. Worcestershire County Council replacing stolen covers with temporary plastic ones. I mean, who are these people who go round? I mean, I know loads of people. I don't think any one of them would sort of nick a manhole cover. I mean, 200 have been pinched in the past few weeks. So there's obviously a few scrap dealers out there who are a bit bent, to say the least. Your name day, says David, is the 26th of December. Oh, right. Mine is today. Oh, right. What I said was, Steve, I think cancer isn't transmittable. No, it's not transmittable. That's what I thought we were going to get. Eddie says, are you going to change the car for the roller? I don't know. I'm looking at it. I keep looking at it every day, and it's becoming a possibility. The only problem is it's a bit big. That is, I mean, mine's big, but this is big. It looks like Lady Penelope's car in Thunderbirds. It's just not in the pink.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Shane in Sydney says, thank you for listening to me, an old Aussie. Nothing the matter with being an old Aussie. Steve, all I got for Christmas was a Steve Allen tray, but I was rather happy with it, though. Thank you. And somebody says, I could never do your job, says Andy in Thatcham, which we know very well. Actually, tell me, Andy, is there a Rolls-Royce garage round there in Thatcham, or a repair shop or something like that? I seem to remember reading something. But anyway, he says, I'm an engineer and occasionally post projects I'm working on and post on YouTube. Well, the amount of time I say, is unbelievable. My last video, my 6-year-old said I should get somebody to do the voiceover. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. To me, I don't even think about it. I really don't think, as you can tell by some of the programmes. Steve, if you get a roller, it simply has to be the Wraith. Actually, I looked at a Wraith as well, but unfortunately it's long wheelbase. It's too big. Too big. You can't fit them into car spaces. And also, it's the wrong colour. So there you go. Anything else wouldn't feel right without a chauffeur. Oh, no, I don't want a chauffeur. I want to drive the blooming things. That's the whole idea of it. Definitely. I don't get this stress where people can't get lateral flow tests from chemists. Well, some of them have them and some of them don't have them. And that's why people are going into panic. They can't get these things out fast enough. John says, Joe Allen's, would you recommend it as the wife is looking for a place for a birthday meal? I would always recommend Joe Allen's or Little Italy. I always do the same places because I like both of them. I mean, it depends what you're looking for. If you're coming into Waterloo Station, it's only over the bridge for Joe Allen's. And Little Italy is in Soho. You can't miss it. It's huge. It's enormous. And I'm sure that Tony Pelledri will look after you very, very well indeed. Oh, I was delighted. I turned on the news yesterday on ITV, and they were doing a tribute, a report actually, on April Ashley, who died aged 86. Born George Jameson, was one of the first people to have gender reassignment surgery in Morocco. Went on to model for Vogue, and then I think it was the News of the World that outed her and went, she used to be a man. But she was an absolute pioneer, a force of nature and transgender, the High Priestess. That's what Boy George wrote. Because lots of people thought Boy George was somehow going to be going through a sex change. I don't know where they got that from at all. It was the most peculiar thing. The papers have decided they've got nothing else to write, so David Beckham in line for a gong in June. He's also hoping to get a member of the royal family to go to his dreary son's wedding. I think that's highly unlikely. I don't think the royal family should enter into these sort of things. But Davy Boy Beckham, because if he gets Sir Dave, what does she get? She get Lady. Sir, oh, God, and then we can cope with that, can we? What? I don't know. I don't think it's right. I'm very pleased, though, that Cliff Richard and Elvis Presley have beaten young hunks to the most wanted dates. Cliff's fans are phenomenal. Elvis's fans are phenomenal. All categories. Top-selling calendar, Liverpool Football Club. Second one, Man United. Then, is it Memo Image Calendar or Memo? I don't know what that is. I've got no idea. Cockapoo. I can't even imagine what that is. Probably a dog calendar. Tottenham Hotspur FC. Friends at number 6. Friends make it twice. And the TV ratings, Friends is the top calendar. But on the all categories, they're number 6. Chelsea FC at number 7. Me to You Household Planner, number 8. Arsenal FC at number 9. And number 10 is Liverpool FC Legends. Again, cheeseburger, large fries. Not a clue. Not a clue. Worried Brits left scrambling. The papers could do some terrible damage by sort of making it out as though everybody's going, oh, what are we going to do? We didn't worry about the Easter eggs, although people did spot hot cross buns just before December, I believe, last year. I like a hot cross bun. They've said that the whole year. And also, but they're so fattening. They really are. I didn't realise how fattening hot cross buns were, actually. And Sylvia says, for the last 24 hours, I've not been able to get LBC on any of my 4 radios. Do you have a transmitter down? No. Yes, use Global Player. Use Global Player. Sylvia is in Stratford upon Avon, which is very posh. Very posh. Rod Liddell's column today talking about Heinz relaunching Toast Toppers. And they were quite nice, actually. But, by God, you've got to be careful when you put them in your mouth. They were so blooming hot. So hot. Also, Sarah Harding's dad has spoken for the first time since her death and hinted that they finally reconciled as she battled cancer. Whether it's true or not, we'll never know. We weren't there. We have no idea. And why the show is so joyous. This is Davina McCall and the Masked The Masked Grinner, because nobody ever loses, and so they've got all these different costumes. I think the costumes are great. And what you've got to do is work out who's actually... I mean, to be honest with you, it's obviously the simplest kind of format you could ever find. Get her home. A family's plea as a teacher is paralysed in Thailand. They're desperate to get her over. A balcony collapsed. Ooh, the fear of God into me. I hate things like that. And Gemma Collins, again, going on in the... I don't know why she's in Simon Boyle's column. She's not in showbiz at all. She's never been in show business. She was a second-hand car dealer, wasn't she? Anyway, she reveals that she are planning their wedding together with Rami, but they're not making a song and dance about it because his divorce is yet to come through. Apparently, they're planning on using the Dorchester. Their standards are obviously fallen quite a bit recently, but it'll be a paid-for thing. You know, they'll do a deal with a magazine or something, and then hopefully won't hear anything else. Harry Potter star Daniel Radcliffe has had a result. He had a magic year with money as his investment portfolio soared by an extra £10 million. He's now worth 89.2 million, because all he does is work. That's all he does is work. I think last year he earned something like £6.5 million. I think he's great. I think he's absolutely amazing and very genuine. But accounts filed by Gilmore Jacobs Limited, of which Daniel owns just under half the shares, show it has 3.1 million in property plus 10.3 million of cash reserves. He's very grounded, I promise you, very, very grounded. And what else do we have? Oh, there's a lad whose eyes started closing after a reality headset given for Christmas made his face swell so much it closed his eyes. Lewis Gray, 13, found this Oculus Quest 2 irritated his skin after a day. They took him to the doctors, who suggested it was a delayed allergic reaction. Facebook have received nearly 6,000 reports of facial skin irritation since late 2020. Oculus has told Lewis to stop using the headphones while they investigate. I'm always fascinated by people who get on the train with headphones on. I haven't got any headphones. You'd think, I mean, because I spend my life wearing headphones. And Jez says, I'm in Stratford and I can't get LBC on DAB in the car. Oh, my God. I'm sure it will sort itself out. If there is a problem there, I'm sure it will sort itself out. And another one says, oh, yes, Epstein. And they're going to be talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. They're going to be talking about her relationship. And they're going to be talking about the 70 years which she's just been sentenced to. Apparently, they think it's the most heinous of all crimes. In fact, it's just about as bad as you could get. Just about as bad as you can get, hence 70 years. Now, whether or not it goes down to 30, either way, I think it's very unlikely that she'll be coming out of prison again. Isn't that funny? 1 minute she had everything. You know, the houses, the cars, the luxury holidays, the very high-powered friends. Epstein, I mean, look how rich he was. And they were best buddies, might have been a relationship at some point, makes no difference. And now it's all collapsed. The whole thing has collapsed. So the family were in court to see her being sentenced. It's very odd to see them, actually. And Jonathan in Deal says, I used to eat at Little Italy in the 90s. Some great memories. It's great. I love it. Absolutely love it. I've got to go. I just realised.